economies and our societies in profound ways, more profound ways than many of us could project. Add to these changes the vast shift in the locus of economic activity from the traditional northern centers to the new industrial engines of the East and the South, beginning to mirror the true demographics of the world. Change creates turmoil and tensions. As the world changes, we see a rise in unilateralism and a pushback on the global rules-based system. Yesterday, the BRICS Manufacturing Forum met at a venue some kilometers from here to reflect on the changing world and its meaning for economies. We concluded that these developments, these major trends taken together, are disturbing permanently the old ways of doing things. Business as usual is no longer an option for the private sector, for governments, for the global trading system, for all of us. We must innovate and adapt to this new normal, an often volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous and fractious world. It is in this context that the BRICS Business Council meets here today. It meets with grounds for optimism about the future. Optimism in spite of the challenges I have spoken of. BRICS countries taken together account for more than a quarter of the world's economic output, that wealth that is annually created by workers and entrepreneurs. BRICS has built important institutions, like the New Development Bank that drives investment in infrastructure that supports economies and societies. It has built networks of knowledge exchanges and policy exchanges, putting forward a worldview based on our right to develop, to live not on the charity of others, not as the servants of others, but as equals, building our economies. We live in an age where the power of science and technology and innovation has been trained on the world's problems, from the development of vaccines against the COVID virus, to the green technologies that can help to decarbonize the energy mix of the world. Hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty through industrialization backed by trade and technological development. And on the African continent, 54 countries have embarked on a courageous step, a step to break with the patterns of neo-colonialism by building a continental free trade area that will bring together a market of 1.3 billion people and provide a spur to African industrialization. No longer simply a raw material supplier, Africa is taking its place in the world as an innovator, as an industrializer. Meet the Africa of young people, rapidly urbanizing, digitally connected, energetic Africa. We are pushing against a legacy, a toxic colonial legacy of 55 states divided by borders, to a continent of 1.3 billion people, united in our resolve to act in a unified manner, firm in our view that legacy is not destiny. The world has troubles, but the world also has brave individuals who confront those troubles. We can make our future. Today's Business Forum is an opportunity to consider how companies and firms in our economies, the power of the private sector, can help us to grow, can prosper through collaboration and partnerships. Dear friends, at a time when an argument is made that we should only trade and invest with friends, we must make the argument instead for a global trading and investment architecture based on fairness. We must point to the enormous benefits that have been derived by the flow of capital and goods across borders. We must invest and trade in ways that support the efforts of developing countries to industrialize and to enhance the welfare of citizens and workers. colleagues, many thousands of years ago, our ancestors sat around fires, discussing perhaps the future of the tribe or the next hunt, or ways to survive the harsh winter. Today we meet not as small tribes, but across the wide demographic that is humanity. Using the power of air travel and digital communication, we bridge language and culture to bring together representatives of billions of peoples, to consider ways to grow our economies, to create jobs, to protect the planet. Our modern world is built on the great civilizations of the past and on the contemporary efforts of scientists, of innovators, of entrepreneurs, and of policymakers drawn across all continents. This is the context of today's meeting. This is what you as business people will take as a framework within which to forge business-to-business partnerships. And as I conclude, to all our visitors from outside the continent of Africa, welcome home. Welcome home to this place, the cradle of humankind, the birthplace of humanity, where our story as humans began. Welcome back to the land of your ancestors. You have been away for a long time. I now, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, declare this meeting of the Business Forum officially open. Thank you.
I think I love that, and Minister Ebrahim Patel, welcome home, because we're all part of, from this cradle of civilization, so welcome. But the other points that were made by Minister Patel about Africa in particular, and the 54 nations that make up Africa, and a need to move beyond the impact of colonization and how we can create a fresh new legacy, an extended legacy, not just for the African continent, but certainly to be a form of and a source of inspiration for people all around the world, I think is particularly important. And the point that you've also brought up, that there has to be a new way of thinking. And that fireside chat example that you gave, I think is so poignant, because it's a pretty mild day. We don't need fire. We call it a baula in South Africa. We don't need that now. But the symbolism in the modern world of this fireside chat is exactly what we are now. So all of us are in many ways having this fireside chat right now. And within that fireside chat, like our elders, the elders of Brazil and the elders of Russia and the elders of all the other countries from India to China to South Africa had it in their own fireside chats all those years ago, all those centuries ago. We have the responsibility of doing the same thing, and I trust that is what will emerge coming out of the 3 days that forms part of the BRICS Summit 2023. So I thank you for your time, Honorable Minister Ebrahim Patel, much appreciated. Let's move on then to, and I'd like to call on now the Honorable Fernando Haddad from Brazil, the Minister of Finance from that country. Thank you and welcome.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. É um enorme prazer participar desta reunião dos BRICS e do Fórum de CEOs aqui presentes.
Participate in this meeting of this forum, and I would like to say hello to all our friends, to all participants, especially friends from BRICS, and especially South Africa, which received all of us with very nice hospitality. And thank you very much. Especially, I would like to speak on the perspective, economic and social, for the future, from the point of view of South America and especially Brazil. As you know, we have a new government and administration, the President Lula won the mandate, and he was a president 2003 to 2010. So now he won last year the elections. So we are again with Lula, despite the period. Our tax system, it wasn't very attractive for the investors. And thinking that our country is federation, we needed one system which is more coherent. Through the agreement with the Senate and the Parliament, it was possible to do the first test of the new tax system, which now is in the Senate, to be finalized, and it will be finalized this year. The second aspect, which is very important in this forum, it's reorientation, a new orientation of our ecopolitics. We have the objective, which were confirmed, and they are related to the changes in the climate. And Lula, he confirmed this through a nomination of Marina Silva, which is the Minister of the ambience, environment, and the orientation of our priorities towards dealing with the climate changes. Brazil always believed in the clean energy and green energy. We are champions in this field. Our energetic matrix is 80% clean through solar, aeolic, which is wind, and all the investment for a long time. We invest in a biofuel. We process diesel, biodiesel. We have green diesel. We produce biodiesel. We start producing hydrogen from water and ethanol, which is hydrogen. There is a big participation and using technology for this transition, energy transition. We export cereals as well. We also produce energy. We want to be source of clean energy for us, because we would like to reindustrialize our country, but also would like to export clean energy to the rest of the world as energy itself and export of clean products. We would like to be platform for export of aluminum, green steel, and also for other sectors which need clean energy. We have 3 times more than the median of clean energy in the world, and 5 times more land, which is for biofuel, than the medium, that is the medium for the world. We have all necessary minerals for that transition fast through the methods that we established
penso sinceramente
I think sincerely that Africa and South America could be platforms
a
for
diversificação das
diversification
atividades industriais
and
globais.
activities,
O
global
mundo vive retrocesso
world activities.
da globalização,
From the point of view of globalization, it could mean that we can diversify
das plantas industriais,
and we could offer for our population
empregos mais dignos
employment and salaries which give them opportunity for all of them in distribution of wealth in a more equitative manner. We don't have to concentrate all production in certain centers. Also, for the sovereignty, this is important and adds value. And for the countries of BRICS, it's important to have diversification of the industrial activities for the security of our planet and sustainability of the development. I think that the challenges many for various reasons. From the crisis in 2008, we see several problems accumulating. We had 2008 crisis, we had the pandemic, we had localized problems in the world, inflation, high inflation, and systemic crisis that we see in the third bloc. And we have to be very careful for in the developing countries where those crises are even more, the impact is even worse. In Brazil, we tried to facilitate the investment and also always in the interest of our country. I think that the contribution of BRICS is enormous. We believe in Brazil, we believe in the multilateralism, we believe in the diversity, cultural and social diversity. We believe that we have to distribute the opportunity in an equitative manner. We need some, in some way, we need to reflect the new context where the countries are developing in a different way. Also, we have to take into account the dynamics of different social and economic dynamics. It's important to unify in BRICS. And we have to always respect the sovereignty and the values. New world where the nations are sovereign, we have to respect the gender, nationality, religion, and other differences that we have. We believe that BRICS can contribute a lot. All the countries of BRICS, from their own perspective, they can offer to the rest of the world a vision which is coherent with their own objectives and without antagonism. And we think very important to participate in all activities of BRICS. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Fernando Haddad, the Minister of Finance of Brazil. Appreciate your input. And I think amongst the many things he said, the one thing that stands out for me is the issue of clean energy and the connection between Brazil and South America and the African continent. I think that's particularly important and noted insofar as that is one of the big challenges that the world is facing right now. Now, we'll move on shortly. Let me just say this much and acknowledge the Honorable Minister Ebrahim Patel, who is going to leave now, not forever, just for a short while. He has a meeting with the South Africa Chinese counterparts in that combination. So he'll leave and come back for the leadership session just after lunch. Have I got that right? Okay. So thank you so much for your time, Minister Ebrahim Patel. And we look forward to seeing you in the afternoon session. So the next speaker is via AV video. So I'll draw your attention to the video screens. And I'd like to introduce from India, the Honorable Piyush Goyal, who's the Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles from India. So let me just, this will all be done by a video. Thank you very much and enjoy that.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and representatives from esteemed business organizations. It is indeed a pleasure to participate at the BRICS Business Forum this morning. I am indeed very sorry I could not attend in person due to my engagements at the G20 Trade and Investment Ministers meeting in India. I extend my heartfelt good wishes to the South African presidency for the successful conclusion of the BRICS Trade and Industry Ministers meeting. I sincerely appreciate the commendable efforts invested in forging unity amongst BRIC member countries on pertinent contemporary issues such as WTO reforms, resilient supply chains, digital economy, and MSME collaboration. I am pleased to note the organization of the BRICS exhibition this year. It's worth mentioning here that India had started the inaugural BRICS Trade Fair and Exhibition in 2016. In fact, when COVID-19 struck the world, we were able to organize a virtual trade fair, investment growth within BRICS nations. The BRICS economies present a vast landscape of collaborative opportunities to enhance growth and development. The synergies that characterize our economies can fuel cooperation across sectors like health, agriculture, water, renewable energy, biotechnology, infrastructure, electric mobility, and sustainability. I am indeed pleased to note that besides the BRICS nations, several African companies and entities are also participating in this exhibition. I commend the presidency for organizing the investment promotion seminars alongside the BRICS business events. These seminars provide valuable opportunities for enriched business engagement and help generate dialogue on sectoral challenges and new opportunities. Amid strong global headwinds, India stands resilient as an attractive investment destination. Our economy clocked an impressive 7.2% growth in real GDP last year, the fastest growing large economy in the world. Our substantially youthful population with a median age of 28 is a strategic advantage amid global demographic shift. We are poised to contribute significantly to the world's working age population by 2050, underscoring our potential for robust economic growth and increased involvement in economic activity. Our government's unwavering commitment to investment promoting reforms, along with stability and investor-friendly policies, propels our economic expansion. Pivotal factors driving this growth include initiatives such as the National Logistics Policy, the Make in India program, and production-linked incentive schemes. We have also created the pioneer GIS-based Prime Minister's Gati Shakti National Master Plan, effectively addressing critical infrastructure gaps and enhancing supply chain efficiency. This has played an important role in the development of multimodal transport systems, elevating logistics and bolstering domestic manufacturing and exports. We are transforming our physical infrastructure, most particularly roads and highways, railways, airports, inland waterways, ports, and digital infrastructure to international standards. A substantial master plan of over $1 trillion for infrastructure investment, coupled with record funding for our domestic infrastructure, reflects our commitment to progress. The financing landscape for our infrastructure development is maturing, characterized by private equity, robust regulatory frameworks, competitive debt financing, and innovative financing structures like infrastructure investment trusts. The emergence of Industry 4.0 is ushering in a paradigm shift in business operations. Our industries are swiftly embarking on a digital mission, developing new solutions in design, manufacturing, and service delivery, effectively establishing India as a global manufacturing leader. Friends, India today is emerging as a hub for engineering research and development, as more and more multinational companies establish centers of excellence across diverse domains. Our remarkable resilience post-pandemic can be attributed in part to our swift digital transformation. The various digital public infrastructure projects underpinned by unbundled open network standards has been instrumental in this accelerated transformation. The Digital India Initiative has propelled India to the esteemed status of the world's largest digitally connected democracy, boasting over 800 million internet users. The unified payment interface has catalyzed cashless transactions, with digital transfers amounting to nearly $1.5 trillion in 2022, representing nearly half the global transactions. IndiaStack, the world's largest open API platform, shines as a global leader in real-time payment transactions. The transformative effect of IndiaStack extends to the fintech revolution, with India's distinguished fintech adoption rate fostering innovation in financial services. The Startup India program, launched in 2016, has enabled India to become one of the world's 3 large startup ecosystems, with nearly 100,000 registered startups and over 100 unicorns. This program has cultivated a robust ecosystem that nurtures innovation and entrepreneurship, drives sustainable economic growth, and provides economic employment opportunities. Furthermore, in alignment with the global push to decrease dependence on fossil fuels, we are taking significant steps towards increasing our investments in renewable energy sources. As of March 2023, we have achieved a remarkable milestone of approximately 125 gigawatt installed capacity in the renewable energy space. This progress is underpinned by robust government policies, investor attraction driven by environmental, social, and governance considerations, and attractive returns to investors. Different investors around the world, including pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, private equity funds, and bankers, have made their mark in India's growing renewable energy market. I'm happy to share with you our ambitious pursuit of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel generating capacity by 2030, which will open doors for investment opportunities amongst the BRICS nations and will also lay the foundation for accelerated growth of the electric vehicle ecosystem. The world today is actively seeking manufacturing hubs for clean energy technologies, particularly for green hydrogen. India offers an immense potential to promote green hydrogen as a clean and sustainable energy source. And we believe that collaboration amongst the BRICS nations can help in developing and scaling up such technologies. This summit provides a significant opportunity to amplify the voice of our friends from Africa and the global south through the BRICS Africa outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue. India and Africa share a profound and enduring friendship founded on centuries of trade, cultural exchange, and mutual respect. Our partnership encapsulates equal concentrated, collaborative, and developmental principles, exemplifying a relationship rooted in shared progress. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, our bond with Africa has grown from strength to strength. This is evident in our current G20 presidency, where India has been the resolute voice of the global south and the developing nations. In January this year, we hosted the Voice of Global South Summit to elevate and amplify the perspectives of the developing world at the G20 summit. The past 3 years have been marked by unprecedented challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic, supply chain disruptions, global climate disaster, and the conflict in Europe. Among these challenges, achieving robust growth has been our focus. These challenges also presented an opportunity for BRICS nations to collectively address complex issues, keeping the aspirations and needs of the developing world at the forefront. This BRICS Summit 2023 presents a valuable opportunity to evaluate the readiness of BRICS members for the 13th WTO Ministerial Conference. Through effective discussions with our like-minded friends, we can collectively chart the course of discussions towards meaningful outcomes. Our collective goal should be to strengthen the multilateral trading system with the WTO as its cornerstone, guided by principles of openness, fairness, transparency, inclusivity, and non-discrimination. Friends, development must remain at the heart of discussions on WTO reform, and the WTO's agenda should be driven by its members. A significant milestone in WTO reform involves achieving a fully functional two-tier dispute resolution system by 2024 with an urgent focus on restoring the appellate body. We stand for incremental, practical steps towards WTO reform. We seek the support of our BRICS counterparts for our 30 for 30 proposal, which aims to invigorate and enhance an inclusive World Trade Organization as it reaches its third decade. We play an important role in the Committee of Nations as a group of BRICS nations and can actively and constructively contribute to WTO reform. In fact, to further the BRICS initiatives in several areas, India stands committed to work with our partners within the framework of the G20 Trade and Investment Working Group coming up this week. There is immense potential of collaboration amongst us, and we can create and implement new solutions tailored for the needs of tomorrow. With abundant scientific resources and our collective efforts, we can drive innovation and technology. In this context, we have established 25 technology innovation hubs across India, emphasizing greater collaboration with other friends around the world. We extend an invitation to researchers from BRICS countries to undertake joint research and knowledge exchange. Through this mutual sharing of expertise and resources, our member nations can collectively forge new technologies that will help their economies grow and enhance global competitiveness of BRICS nations. The COVID-19 pandemic also highlighted deficiencies within the global healthcare infrastructure. Addressing these issues requires fostering meaningful collaborations, promoting the sharing of cutting-edge technologies, enhancing cooperation in vaccine and pharmaceutical manufacturing, investing in capacity development, and ensuring transparent dissemination of health information. Businesses can play a crucial role in driving these essential changes. In the realm of ensuring food security, the BRICS nations have been proactively working towards creating reliable framework for cooperation. The looming impact of climate change on the agriculture sector necessitates collective action. It is imperative today that we work together to enhance the resilience of agricultural economies. In our collective efforts, I also want to underscore the significance of women empowerment. India, under the leadership and guidance of Prime Minister Modi, has shifted the focus from women's development to women-led development. Acknowledging their potentials as agents of profound societal and economic change, BRICS member nations can come together through the BRICS Women's Business Alliance. This alliance can serve as a powerful force to promote gender equality. Lastly, I commend the BRICS Business Forum for its role in fostering economic relations and providing a platform for the exchange of collaborative ideas. The opportunity to harness the immense trade and investment potential that lies in the emerging markets is available for us to grow and help our economies. It is time to make our partnership more self-resilient, self-reliant, and prosperous, not just for the good of BRICS member nations, but for the greater good of the world. My best wishes to each and every one of you, and my good wishes for the success of the BRICS Business Forum in South Africa with this very, very important theme of making accelerated growth and sustainable development a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce, Industry, Consumer Affairs, and Food, Public Distribution and Textiles in India. Appreciate your time. I think just in that conversation, the point that was made about women development and empowerment and leadership certainly resonates with South Africa. We are in the midst of what is called Women's Month, where there's this massive drive annually centered around Women's Day to highlight issues around women. So that certainly resonates. Talking about women and women in leadership, I can't think of anybody in my country who makes a better impact in terms of leadership than the next speaker, Phuthi Mahanyele Dabengwa, who speaks as a member of the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. Phuthi, if you can come up, please. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, founding chair of the BRICS Business Council in South Africa, Mr. Patrice Motsepe, ladies and gentlemen, representing business and media, good morning, goeiemorgen, sanibonani, dumelang. We welcome all of you here. Thank you for the kind introduction, Ashraf, and thank you to the ministers for the guiding messages that they have given to us, which will really go a long way in informing and directing our discussions today. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the South Africa BRICS Business Council, I'd like to thank you and welcome you all to this BRICS Business Forum that we are having today. It is undoubtedly a privilege to be amongst all of you from across the BRICS nations and the African continent. I'm looking forward to the content-rich program, which we have before us, which is under the overarching theme of making accelerated growth and sustainable development a reality. Today, we are here to discuss critical issues that the BRICS nations and the continent faces. Our agenda provides us with a unique platform for networking, knowledge sharing, and collaboration amongst business leaders, thought leaders, policymakers from across Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and the rest of the continent. We're extremely honored that our program is presided over today by our respective heads of state. We have curated panels and sessions where we will be having discussions with representations from each of our BRICS nations and the African continent. During the day, we will investigate the rules and regulations required to establish a working framework that can help to accelerate trade and investment across our economies. In an increasingly interconnected world, it is important for the BRICS nations to come together to build our economies through strengthening of economic partnerships and unlocking new opportunities of shared and overcoming shared challenges. We're going to be exploring agricultural development and synergies amongst the BRICS nations. It is important to address the critical issues facing the agricultural sector. Through the promotion of technological advancements, through agricultural finance, knowledge sharing, we can revolutionize the agricultural practices that we currently have and ensure that we have food security for our nations. The other important panel that we'll be discussing today is on the just transition. As we deal with the complexities that our societies are facing, issues around climate issues and societal challenges, these are important issues that will help us to build a pathway to ensuring that we have inclusivity, that we're promoting economic growth, and that we are embracing social equity and building resilient societies that flourish under a sustainable path for all. Then we also have the entrepreneurial opportunities and market access as key enablers for the small and medium-sized entrepreneurs. This is another important conversation. The BRICS grouping's economic might and growth is dependent on the successes of these small and medium-sized enterprises. And so by creating enabling environments where we can ensure that our entrepreneurs have access to the capital that they require, to the market access that they require, and most importantly, favorable policies that will ensure that our entrepreneurs can flourish, is something that is important for our sustained growth. Africa takes center stage today with the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is a key theme on our agenda today. The goal of creating the largest continental free trade area in the world is something that is important for us as BRICS nations. And so from that perspective, this creates an opportunity for BRICS nations to be able to engage with a united Africa. And so we look forward to engagements across the African Continental Free Trade Area. In today's interconnected world, collaboration can help us not only to navigate the many challenges that we continuously face, but also help us to capitalize on opportunities that regularly present themselves. And so by working together, we can harness our collective strengths, leverage our respective expertise, and unlock new avenues for sustainable growth. Undoubtedly, the BRICS nations are at the forefront of technological advancements. And digital transformation is important because by jointly harnessing the power of technology, we can drive efficiencies and create new areas for business growth across our economies. We must prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable, the most marginalized amongst us. We need to ensure that we have inclusive growth and have shared sustainable growth at the core of our collective efforts. So therefore, investing in social infrastructure, whether it be education, healthcare, is important in ensuring that we can uplift our populations and create a brighter future for our generations to come. The recommendations from the 2023 annual report certainly indicate this focus. It was excellent yesterday to listen to the recommendations from the working group chairs who expressed the work that they have been working on across the working groups. And I'm hugely excited by what we'll be seeing coming before us. But I won't say too much because this report will still be presented to the heads of state tomorrow. But I look forward to what will be coming out of that report, because it is one of the proof points that will show that this is not just a talk show. This is actually work that we want to ensure is transitioning to the man in the street in all of our nations. As we go about today's agenda, we must all take time to acknowledge and celebrate our combined economic might and our diverse resources. A driving force in a global economy is who we are. And just to add further context, remember that as the BRICS nations, we account for 25% of international trade. We contribute to over 30% of global GDP. We make up just over 40% of the world's population. And so in conclusion, I encourage you all to make the most of the BRICS Business Forum and to actively engage with one another, share your experiences, and find avenues for international trade, investment, and propose actionable solutions that will shape the future of our nations and the African continent. Throughout our discussions, we must remember that our strengths lie not only in our shared challenges, but they lie in our shared aspirations. We must collaborate, exchange ideas, and learn from each other's experiences. By working together, we can create an environment that promotes a sustainable development and unleashes transformative power of our BRIC nations and the African continent. Finally, as you go about shaping this BRICS Business Forum, I leave you with a well-known quote from President Nelson Mandela. It is in your hands to make a better world for all who live in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Puti Mahanyele Dabengwa, speaking on behalf of the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. I mean, you said so much, lots of debate will come through with the moderated sessions later on. But I mean, that point about the potential in terms of the largest free trade area in the world being discussed now and being put together, and to ensure that that will impact the world big time, I think that certainly excites me. So we pray that will happen. And your last quote from our former President Nelson Mandela about it is in your hands, I think is telling, because it is certainly in the hands of the leadership of all the BRICS leaders themselves. Let's move on then now to the first of the moderated sessions, and that's around collaboration and cooperation, which I think is a necessary segue, just brilliant. I'd like to call upon Nozipho Tshabalala as the moderator, who will then introduce the panel herself. Thank you. There we are. Let me just tell you, Nozipho is the CEO of the Conversation Strategist. And of course I know you, but I love the fact your quote about why you do what you do, you know, helping smart people have simple conversations that make the world a better place. So we're looking forward to your simple conversations with smart people that will hopefully change the world. I'll leave it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much. I am going to welcome my panelists to kindly please join me up on stage. I'm going to first start off representing South Africa to call on Madame Busi Mabuza. She is, of course, representing the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. She is the board chair of the Industrial Development Corporation as well. Madame, thank you very much. As you come up, if I might invite you to take this seat closest to me. Representing Brazil, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to please welcome Mr. Jose Sarado Neto. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way up. He is, of course, the chair of the BRICS Business Council in looking at the Brazil chapter. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, for Russia now, we are calling on the chair of the BRICS Business Council for Russia, and that's Mr. Sergei Katrian. Let's give Mr. Sergei a big round of applause, please. Making our way to India now, welcoming the chair of the BRICS Business Council there, and also chairman of Apollo Tires. Please help me welcome Mr. Onkar Kanwar onto stage, please. Thank you very much, sir. If I might give you a seat there. And closing off our panel is Mr. Zhang Shuagang. He is the vice chairman of the China Council for the Promotion of International Trade. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion is really about calling on the chairs of the different BRICS Business Council chapters to give us progress around key agenda items where they have been intentionally collaborating, coordinating with the view to strengthen economic ties and the view to unlock trade and investment. So this really is a short, sharp conversation that looks at what progress have we made. With that in mind, Madam Mabuza, let me start the conversation with you. We heard Madam Mahanyele Dabengo saying Africa takes center stage. The theme this year is BRICS in Africa. The question to you is, how has BRICS unlocked trade and investment opportunities for Africa within the bloc? And perhaps you might like to comment on the role of South Africa in facilitating these opportunities.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible. So first of all, the opportunity ahead is actually much bigger. That's why this conversation here at the moment is very important. So in terms of where we've come from, in 2000, I was looking at the statistics, the BRIC nations, so excluding South Africa, of course, joined in 2010 and attended our first summit in 2011. In 2000, BRIC accounted for 7% of global trade.
Right.
You did hear from Putin at the moment, BRICS accounts for going on to 30% of global trade. Intra-BRICS trade has grown by, in the past 10 years, an average annual rate of 7% or over 7%. These are very compelling numbers. However, for me, the even more important success of the BRICS formation, especially over the past 10 years, has been that we have now created a model for the world that moves us away from an extractive approach in terms of economic engagement towards a collaborative approach where we can all benefit. And why this is important for the African continent, we have the resources in abundance still in our continent, be it the human capital in terms of the youth that we have, be it in terms of the mineral resources or other natural resources. The next wave of global growth will, in my mind, Nozipho, come from this continent. And it is thus important that we are sitting here today inviting our BRIC partners, because we see that they accept, they understand the multilateral approach where there is mutual respect, where we're all working towards a win-win outcome. And we're inviting them to come and participate in the industrialization of this continent, because this is where the world needs to see the next wave of global growth.
Madam, thank you very much. And what you've done for us is you've put a marker on the board and you've said the next wave of global growth will come from this place and from this bloc and from this continent. And so, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep tracking that as we do that. But you've shared some interesting numbers. And Mr. Sarado, I want to come back to these numbers because, again, we're talking trade and we're hearing today that that is tracking towards 30% if we look at trade within the bloc. My question to you is not so much around how we've gotten there. I'm more interested in how we're going to increase that trade. If we're going to meet this aspiration of really driving the next wave of growth, we've got to increase the trade. How are we going to do it?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation to be here. It's always a pleasure to be in the great city of Johannesburg. Very welcome. And a special thanks to our chair from the South African chapter. Well, in terms of the future, it's very important that we state that the BRICS Business Council is a very strong organization, has built a very profound work in identifying intra-BRICS sector networks. So we have promoted trade missions. We have worked on showcase investment projects within the BRICS nations. So this is part of the tasks that we undertook. City pairs that could be served by regular flights to foster that strategy. So that's just an example trying to respond to your questions on what we foresee without having any spoilers on the recommendations to the head of states.
No, you've done a fantastic job, Mr. Sarado. No spoilers, but certainly very good news for all of us as we're listening in, really ensuring that there is a connection among the BRICS member states, which I think is fantastic. What you've also said, which I think was really insightful, is that we're not just playing at the surface. We're going into the value chains. We're looking at the supply chains. And that's really enlightening to show the level of work that's going in. Let me then go to Mr. Khatri, and let me come to you, please, sir, with the next question. If we look at the BRICS bloc in terms of the aspirations around economic development within the bloc, where are you seeing the most potential to drive economic development amongst the member countries?
Ну, вообще, самый главный потенциал, он в самом простом. the easiest. That's a human relationship. 10 years ago, I couldn't even imagine that I would meet people from different parts of our planet who will become my friends, my partners, and we'll have discussions, and we'll do jointly what next to me is the commandant, Mr. Matsepa. These are the people that 10 years ago we signed the setting of the Business Council of BRICS, and our relationship not only we didn't only keep, but we developed our relations, and we are sure that we would respond to any request. And one example, first of all, human resource, human relationship that's between the presidents, the ministers, deputy ministers, our forum, our exhibitions, congresses. These are the opportunity to meet each other, to see each other in the eye, look in the eye, and to have discussion face to face. Then you can really work on the decisions on different issues and different problems. We might have different opinions and different views, but it's the opportunity to honestly talk to each other. And this, I think, is the biggest potential. If we speak about economy, and it was already mentioned that we hope to reach 30% of the global GDP. Then to 2050, BRICS would be dominant, absolutely dominant. And that would be a completely different picture on the global scene. So first of all, we have opportunities not only to work on other countries with which BRICS is working, but we have huge potential within BRICS. So very easy, simple example. So for agriculture is the most important sector in BRICS, and countries, we buy 315 billion of agricultural products outside our countries, but only 23% of these 315 billion we buy from each other within the BRICS countries. And I think that's a huge potential in our countries. So to realize that potential within our alliance. So there are lots of opportunities like that. So there is potential, there's huge potential, and the interaction with other countries, especially on the African continent, it's the opportunity like triples even. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Katrian. So two really salient points. One, agriculture as a key sector that we should be looking at. But I particularly loved the opening part of Mr. Katrian's response, where he talks about the importance of the relationships. And that's what is actually going to deliver the economic aspirations that we have within the blocks. Because when we can speak honestly, we can really begin to push in the same direction. Let me then move on to yourself, Mr. Kanwar. You've been associated with the BRICS Business Council for the last 10 years. You've seen the group grow, you've seen the group mature. I'd like you to maybe give us a forward look now and talk to us a little bit about how do you see BRICS businesses contributing to the sustainable growth of BRICS member countries?
Thank you very much. Very good question. I think the question you raised is very relevant. In the name of economic growth, we've been abusing nature. And that is what is happening. And nature is giving a revenge, coming up with, you have fires, floods, global warming, all these things happening because we've not bothered. We've just been busy pushing economic agenda. So I think time is come now. There'll be no tomorrow. See, now it's question everybody knows. We have to use fossil and renewable energy. You know, there are a lot in the industry, especially steel, aluminum. Unless special efforts are done, little is being done, but a lot is desired to be done so that this emission, you know, is removed, because they are the one which is maximum emitting carbons. So it's very has to have the low carbon. Everybody knows it, but yet actions are not being taken. Now on the water also, 20th century is going to be a big challenge for not only for the planet as a whole. We have to make sure how we make sure the waters he used. Oh, there is agriculture. How do we have sustainable? So there we have to see how we can have drip irrigation.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, in the drip irrigation, we should see, we have, how do we make sure that this, we prevent post-harvest. There's a burning of this buds, and that again emits a lot of emission, So it's very important we should do that. Now on the urban center also, we should, water harvesting, rainwater harvesting. This has to be done at every level, at every home. And I think this is happening in a big way in India, but I'm sure other countries are also following these things. Because like I said, water is going to be a very big challenge for the planet as a whole. And that's going to be, you have everything, but you will have no water.
Yeah.
So it's very important to address that. And then apart from that, we have to have collaborative efforts from each other. Conclusion is, if we don't do these things, then ultimately, we will be, for our grandchildren, will feel that they will feel not proud, but they feel that they will be ashamed of us. So it's very important to make our grandchildren, future generation, to feel so that we are able to leave something in terms of the planet, the abuse which we have been doing. And we've been seeing the effect all over the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanwa. Mr. Kanwa says, urgency, the time is now. There is no tomorrow. Let our grandchildren not be ashamed of the actions or the inaction that we might have chosen in our time. Thank you very much for highlighting, of course, renewable energy sources, which we'll talk about in the just transition conversation a little bit later, but also the urgency around action around water. And thank you for taking us all the way back to our households, because that's where the micro decisions are taking place. Mr. Zan Chogan, let me come to you, sir, in this first round of questions. How do we go about unleashing the trade and investment potential that sits within the BRICS bloc? And how do we create even more opportunities that we have for more economic and trade cooperation? How do we do that? Maybe give us some insights.
Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I would like to join my previous panelists in thanking you for inviting me to be here to attend this very important discussion. To answer your question, I would like to say, as a lot of panelists and also the minute mentioned that the BRIC country enjoy a very powerful economic weight. In this world, we account for nearly 14% of the total population and account for 25% of the GDP and also nearly 20% of global trade, which already demonstrate the strength of BRICS countries in this world. And I would also like to say, since its inception, the trade and investment cooperation has always been in the core of our collaboration. And after the pandemic, I believe it is the right time for us to think about how to redirect our direction for the future collaboration. I think maybe three issues we need to pay more attention. The first issue is the policy coordination. We are the emerging market, we are the emerging economies, we are the representatives of the Western world. I think we need to have some kind of better policy coordination so that we can make our voice wider, louder, and also we can always generate the synergy. So along this line, I believe something like to keep our market open, to support the trade and investment liberalization and facilitation, to support the multilateral trading system embodied by the WTO, to fight against the protectionism, so on and so forth. Those are the very important policy elements. If they can always keep mind for those policy elements, I think we can ensure we will move in the same, similar, and the right direction. So this is the first point I want to highlight. The second point is the practical cooperation. And actually, from the very beginning, the BRIC countries always organize a lot of business events on a yearly basis. Even for the last year, we organized a lot of trade fairs, investment promotion event, and also the business forum like this one. So I believe those practical activities have proved very effective, and it's warmly welcomed by our business people, because our business people can find trade opportunity to find their investment partner for their future collaboration. So I think those sort of, although it's very traditional, but it is very useful. We have to keep the momentum for those pragmatic activity among the BRIC countries. If we can invite more, for example, our African African friends to take part in further, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
And the third point, I think, is that maybe it is the right time for us to consider to elevate our institutional cooperation. Why I mentioned this point? Because when I moved into this meeting hall, I heard a lot of terminology about African free trade area.
Yeah.
And I think the free trade arrangement, it is a very modern, very powerful trade and investment mechanism, which can remove all the trade and investment barrier and provide institutional guarantee for our future trade and investment cooperation. It's going to be a very useful mechanism for us to upgrade our cooperation, the BRICS cooperation for the next generation. Maybe that's still a long-term issue. However, I think it is the right time after the pandemic for us to consider this option in a more positive manner, so that we can make this as a future policy option. And I believe if we can have the BRIC FTA available, we will have a new look of BRIC cooperation, and we will create a new economic landscape for the world economic structure. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Xiaogang. So 3 very practical insights: policy coordination, practical cooperation, and more of it, because we're seeing this already, but also institutional collaboration. Madam Ramaphosa, one of the things that Mr. Xiaogang speaks about is the opportunity that can be unlocked when the bloc and the economic zone that is the African continental free trade area comes closer together, more delivery. Should that happen successfully, now that we know that the economic zone has been operationalized, in your view, how does that get us closer to the aspiration that you painted for us? Which is, of course, to make sure that the next wave of economic growth is from here.
Nazipo, if you start by looking at the intra-trade within ourselves in the continent alone, the opportunity there is absolutely amazing. We need, of course, to focus on the infrastructure, because without the infrastructure, we will keep dreaming about the trade within ourselves in the continent, but we won't be able to get the goods to each other. We won't be able to get the services to each other. People-to-people interactions, absolutely critical, as my colleagues have already indicated. And there are policy measures that we need in order to enable more of that people-to-people interaction. The issue of visa regimes is not formally on the BRICS Business Council agenda yet. But I believe if you asked anybody in this room, if we shouldn't as business be talking about visa regimes, because it enables us to then interact and unlock the opportunities as businesses, I believe that you would get very, very interesting answers. The BRICS Business Council is, of course, structured in 9 working groups,
Yes.
most of which are sector focusing, and 2 of which cut across the sectors. The Skills Development Working Group cuts totally across for very good reason, because we need skills in every single area. And the work that they are doing there is going to help us share knowledge, share skills, and be able to trade upwards in terms of the value chains. Trade and investment is a new focus area. We used to have a working group that was called deregulation,
Yes.
because we could see the policy obstacles that were preventing us from enhancing trade amongst each other. Now we have refocused that into a trade and investment working group to trade to the opportunities, as already indicated, be they in the aviation sector, be it opportunities in the agri sector,
Yes.
where we do want to trade more and more with each other. My colleagues in South Africa have indicated that the opportunity for them is even bigger ahead, much as we've seen growth in terms of trade with our BRICS partners. We believe that the opportunity is even higher. Final comment from my side. The continent experienced, especially during the COVID lockdowns and other economic shock events that happened in the world, experienced potential food insecurity, facing potential food insecurity in the continent, with so much arable land, with so much youthful population that is ready to actually work the fields, with partners that have delivered agri-parks in their own economies. So we need to partner in terms of investment, skills transfer, and unlock such opportunities, to be specific.
We're running tight on time, but I just want to push a little bit, because I think that's a fantastic response, Madam. How do we do all of that and not leave SMEs behind? Can you give me a quick comment on that?
We can't leave small, medium enterprises behind, because the nature of our economies is that they are driven by small, medium enterprises. And in fact, if you're looking for job creation, you need SMMEs at the center of your strategies. And I'm actually quite excited that in our working groups with businesses, large and small, collaborating on these opportunities, that's how economic growth is fostered.
Fantastic. And Mr. Cyril, you were nodding as Madame Mabuza was speaking. And so what I want to bring to you as a question is the question of the global south, because what the BRICS bloc has done is that it really has allowed the investment spotlight to also shine on the global south. Can you talk to us very briefly on some of the strategic partnerships that Brazil is not only an active participant in, but is potentially leading and driving, and how this is allowing us to unlock the trade, the investment, and the economic ties?
Thank you very much for the question. I think that renewable energy is probably one of the most relevant strategic sectors for Brazil, since it is highly relevant for the global economy. And Brazil Energy Matrix, just so you know, it's roughly 48% participation of renewables, as opposed to the world average of less than 15%. So this global scene directs investments to regions that can offer abundant renewable energy sources at competitive prices, which is the case for Brazil. In terms of specific partnership, I'm going to cite just 2 examples that I think that are critical. One is in the energy sector, the recently announced collaboration with the Chinese State Grid Investment Corporation with Brazil, with the Porto of Açu, in the study of viability of producing offshore wind energy, solar energy, blue and green hydrogen in Brazil. So this is one clear example of a partnership between two BRICS countries. This was announced during the recent trip from President Lula to Beijing earlier this year. And I think that captures the sense of what I am talking. And my second example in the field of aviation is what we call the SAFs, the Sustainable Aviation Fuels, or the aviation biofuels. The challenge on the aviation biofuels is very simple to explain. There are no aviation biofuels enough for the demand in the world. The demand is 10,000 times the supply. So there is a huge opportunities. Brazil is working hard, not only in the industry. Embraer is developing technologies, not only on SAFs, but also on electric and hydrogen powered vehicles, but also on the production of SAFs in Brazil. So this is another example on the Global South cooperation of something that will only grow and will present a lot of opportunities of investments into Brazil.
Thank you very much. And we're going to unpack, of course, a little bit later, Mr. Sarato, that exact partnership between the China state company and, of course, what is happening in renewable energies in Brazil. But thank you also for raising the opportunity that sits within the biofuel space. Let me make my way to Mr. Katrian once more. Mr. Katrian, we've been hearing agriculture as an opportunity in this panel. You have spoken about it, Madam Mabuza has spoken about it. What are the three things that we can do practically that are going to unlock agriculture as a real opportunity within the BRICS bloc?
As in any other section or sphere, first of all, it's finances. We have to create a system which will allow to have settlements and payments with the global south and between the BRICS. 2 months ago, we had a forum, Russia, Africa in St. Petersburg, and we discussed there which opportunities we have for the food security and agriculture trade for African continents. It's necessary to create, and also the question that's finances. Second is insurance, and then another big issue you mentioned is the delivery, that's infrastructure, so issues connected with the delivery of cargo to African continent countries, and also our internal BRICS trade as well. So first of all, that financing, of course, it's rating, and the create a rating agency that, or a union of rating agencies, we discuss it and it continues. So then we'll have to solve first of all, these finances and infrastructure. And when we had discussion with our African countries in St. Petersburg, we realized that it's a question. You cannot sit and wait in Russia that somebody in African continent will build the railway or some other infrastructure. Of course, if there is interest from our country to sell this grain, and also another country to buy it. So that's a mutual work to create the opportunity to burn that cargo, and we have to work with our colleagues from Global South on equal terms, so that we create the possibilities and opportunities for trade.
Insurance and infrastructure. It's a clear roadmap in terms of what needs to be done. Mr. Tanwar, let me bring the question of the success that we've seen in India in terms of digitization, empowering your own citizens. how do you think trade digitization can be promoted? And how do we use some of these digital economy tools to really bring SMEs closer into the BRICS bloc?
I think you raised a very valid point. You see, one has to create a digital infrastructure. What we have done in India is we created a digital infrastructure so that we could give the last mile delivery. What was happening was in the urban areas, it would not reach the last miles. Now people had a lot of these monies have to sort some special, advantages are given to disadvantaged people. Now this had to be done earlier by physical method. We were finding there's a lot of leakage. Now what has happened is in one go, you have been able to establish their banking account through digital infrastructure. You can go to this in the Guinea books record that in 1 week, 19,000 accounts are opened through digital in the villages, which are not easily reachable. So this is again a revolution. Similarly, you see in India today, you can go to any small, taxi or a small two-wheeler rickshaw. Everything is on digital. You can make any kind of payment on the digital basis. Go to a small shop. It has taken a really change in the country. I mean, small person who never knew anything else. During the COVID time, I think India has taken a real stride. Today, I think we are more digitally connected than anything else because the broadband has been provided in the villages. And a process, once you create the digital infrastructure, it's easier for them to access.
Yeah.
So today in the villages it's happening, which was not there. So last delivery, the government gave some subsidies, some other things, and finally there was a lot of privilege in the way. So now they're going directly. Government has opened a bank accounts for each of them. So this is really, I think we can leverage that because I think this is the need of the hour for countries, all our big countries, because they also have a lot of urban areas, rural areas. So they need to see how they can be connected. That will be done only by broadband and creating a basic, digital infrastructure.
Yeah. Mr. Kandra, I think that's excellent. Digital infrastructure. So as we talk about infrastructure, let's not forget the possibilities of digital infrastructure and what they might mean for those within the bloc. Our final question goes to you, Mr. Shaugang, and that's to close it off potentially on the SMEs as well. What is the one suggestion that you would give to SMEs that are sitting in the room today, the entrepreneurs that are sitting in the room today? How do they go about capturing the opportunity that sits within BRICS? Sorry, just to Mr. Shaugang. Thank you very much, sir. Please go ahead.
When we talk about the SME, I always recall myself a series of figures. Actually, in China, we use 5% to describe the importance of SME. In China, SME account for 50% of our taxation, 60% of our national GDP, 70% of our innovation, 80% of our employment, and 90% of the total number of companies. So we can see the importance of SME in our economic life, and actually they are also the backbone of our economy. However, the SME are very diversified. They cover almost all the latitude of our body. So it's really very hard for us to give a single answer to allow the flourish of the SME. And number one, if I want to advise our SME entrepreneurs, they have to have a better understanding of themselves. What are their strengths and which area they think they have power to develop, to explore. This is a very important element. They have to recognize themselves, not us. We have a lot of unicorns. Maybe at the very beginning, they don't know what they are supposed to do. However, after market research and also compare with their relative advantage, they finally eventually determine their future direction. I think this is a very important point for us to bear in mind. And at the same time, and I think the government support are very important because they are young, they are small, and they need more assistance from the policy perspective. And I believe there are a number of things for the government to do. Number one, we should to create an enabling economic business environment for the small business to develop. For example, a freer tax policy, relaxed policy for land use, for recruitment, or something like this. And also, I believe what is also important is the training, to provide I need it right now. So I will end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shalgang. And so if you are an entrepreneur and you're sitting in the audience, I hope you heard that call to action. Know yourself first and what it is that you can solve and contribute to within the bloc, and the opportunity will be waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we could have closed off this conversation at a better place. Allow me to echo Mr. Kanwar, the time is now. Ladies and gentlemen, please give my panelists a big, big round of applause. We're going to make our way off stage, and Ashraf is going to magically appear once again, and we're going to walk off this way. Thank you so much.
There we are. Let's give them some applause, please. Thank you, Nazi. Thanks for that. Just as they are getting off stage, let me remind you, so we've got two more sessions before we have the tea break. That's one. Number two, if you want to download any of the conversations already, there are the QR codes which you can pick up from the screens on the sides there, but many of you have access to it, I think even where you are seated. So there are QR codes available for all of those things, right? Okay. I hope you enjoyed that conversation around collaboration and cooperation. It's very important, right? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Let's now talk about something I think that's particularly important, which is the issue of agriculture. And agriculture in focus in relation to BRICS. And the issues of sustainable development around agriculture, I think, is absolutely critical. So we as always have 5 panelists. And I'm going to call upon them. Firstly, from South Africa, Wandile Sitlobo, who's the chairperson of the Agro Business Working Group. Wandile, can you come up, please, and applause for him. Thank you. And you take the first seat there. Yeah. Always we seated across South Africa and the rest of the nations. Right. The next of the panelists is Bruno Ferler, who's the vice president of BRICS. He's from Brazil. Applause for Bruno. Thank you. Let's do that. Thank you. So you're saying you've been here, what, 12 times or something like that? He's a citizen of South Africa, so I gather, in some form or the other. From Russia, Vladimir Nosov, from Agriculture WG and the head of competence at FOSS Agro. Vladimir, thank you for your time. I know you've come for the very first time to the country, so welcome. Thank you. And we move on to India. Jai Prof is the chair and the global CEO of UPL, is also a member of the BBC India, which is the BRICS Business Council. Jai, good to meet up. You've taken everybody else's hand. I need me to do that too. Thank you. Right. And then the final one is from China, Jun Liu, who's the chairperson of the COPCO Corporation. Applause for Jun Liu from China. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, there we are. Right, so as you've seen, we've got about 40 minutes thereabouts to run through this significant conversation. I'm going to start in order with all of you here, starting with my South African colleague. And I want to ask each one of you, perhaps if we say agriculture in focus in relation to BRICS, right? And ideally, I'd like you to answer 2 minutes each, all of you, right? What can you tell us? What's your thoughts around BRICS and agriculture? And then specifically, what do you think is being done or would you like to see being done?
Sure. I think from the South African side, the one point that we appreciate a lot is that when you think about the BRICS countries, we are all powerhouses when it comes to agriculture. So there's a lot of interaction already that can be done on that. But from us, one of the other observations that we've seen is the fact that when you think about then the trade within this grouping in agriculture, we import as a grouping in generally just over $300 billion of agricultural products. But when you look at where all of these products are coming from, there isn't a lot that comes between us. The intertrade is still fairly low on that. So South Africa was looking at this and saying, how can we promote trade amongst ourselves as a one point? And there are clear reasons about why intertrade amongst the BRICS countries is low. Tariffs in certain products are still fairly high. And of course, there are also non-tariff barriers, issues like phytosanitary measures. All of those are things that we thought we could have a conversation. And over the past couple of 8 months, we've had a productive conversation on that to say, how do we propose then the lowering of those tariffs, addressing the non-tariff barriers, phytosanitary measures, so that we can promote trade amongst ourselves. Because as I said, we are the powerhouse of agriculture, but there are some markets that are importing more than the other. As an example, if you consider China as well as India, in that $300 billion that I was talking about, they import roughly 85% of that. And we do think that they can get some of that from Brazil, and certainly they can get some of the high quality products from South Africa. So that's one of the major points that we had put on the table from our side.
Okay, I'll certainly pick up on the issue of greater cooperation and tariffs, and we'll get to that just now.
Okay, yeah. Now double click on it. Double click on it. Inside the video. Go inside the video and double click on it. Go to interact. Then double click on it. Yeah. Double click on it. Inside. Like that, yeah. Now I close that. Okay. Let me check. The other eye. Zoom in. That's the one that say audio. The one that say audio. The audio mode. Okay, I will go to my computer.
No.
Just close that up. Close. No, there's no.
I put it back. Is that audio? I have muted the computer. No, this one, the volume.
You can use the computer. You can use the computer.
No.
You will see that you say display. No, that one. No, that computer. See inside. If you muted that. You muted that one.
Such a big issue, and climate change and impact on farmers can be a huge change, huge impact. Saying that agriculture, as Vladimir was saying, is one of the key tools to actually decarbonize the world. Soil is the biggest sink for carbon, and we need to create a reward system for farmers, for sustainable agriculture. And if BRICS can take the lead in developing a system to reward farmers for sustainable behavior, we can see a massive change. And that will really help improve soil, to help decarbonize the world, and also create a revenue system. Today, hundreds of billions of dollars are being spent on electric vehicles, subsidizing them, solar energy, wind energy, and why can't we reward farmers? And the whole food system should reward farmers for sustainable behavior. And the last point I just want to say is, I think all the panelists have referred to, is there are non-tariff barriers which are going to hugely impact agriculture productivity, particularly in developing countries where farmers are very, very poor. And we need to be really watchful about some of the policies of the European Union, which are going to really massively impact food availability and food security for the world. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Right, let's move on to the last of the speakers for the opening thoughts from China. Jun Liu, just by the way, you guys need to listen while the earpiece is going to speak in his native tongue. Thank you.
这个就像刚才南非的组织讲的一样，这个金砖国家有丰富的农业资源。我要讲的是，金砖国家不但有丰富的农业资源，还有广阔的市场。中国就是一个广阔的市场。那么金砖国家应该在农业领域加强农业合作，不但要这个消除贸易壁垒，这个增加贸易量。更重要的，我认为应该有承担起责任的这个贸易公司、加工商。 中粮呢就是这样的一家公司，我们成立于1949年，目前呢每年的农产品的经营量超过了1.8亿吨。那么我们的贸易规模覆盖全球140多个国家。多年来我们在金砖国家体系里面加强合作，我们建了很多的大多的压榨厂、精炼厂、炼糖厂。通过这些设施的建立，我们把这个金砖国家的农场主 within
农业
the
和
BRIC
这个
countries,
获得消费市场、消费者
we
的
have
理解
looked at
中
the
粮愿意继续
consumer
在这方
economy
面
and the
发挥作用。
markets.
谢谢。
And thank you for that.
And thank you. Right. So let me then pick up on some of the thoughts that came up. And the issue of tariffs, you brought up very early on. That's important to explain what has happened, because I get a sense that you're saying there's an intent to collaborate, there's an intent to cooperate for all the right terms. There are barriers, and those barriers, why they not, they far too slow. What happening?
They when political principles, at least from South Africa, at the moment. But I think the process EU, roughly 40% of our exports are in Africa, 20% in the EU, and also in other regions. But when you look at our trade in agriculture with the BRICS countries, it's still fairly small. Over the past 10 years, it has averaged about 8%. Then the question then is to say, how do we increase that in a way that is beneficial for us, but also beneficial for the BRICS countries by lowering those tariffs, but then going further to what our colleagues in India were talking about these non-tariff barriers. Either they are used in a form of whatever agrochemicals you use or whatever form of the phytosanitaries that are being put in place. The question is about how do you lower those? And I'll close off with a quick point here, Ashraf, because from India, again, is an important one. Because if you think about South Africa's agriculture today, you think back maybe in 1994. We have more than doubled in value and in volume terms. And what has been behind that is what Vladimir also was referring to, the use of certain better seeds, better agrochemicals. But in the world today, there's a change in temperature about certain agrochemicals and seeds, which are so critical for agricultural productivity, which I think the BRICS countries, as powerhouses of agriculture, we have to be taking a particular view about how we think about that. But then again, underscoring that by improving intra-trade amongst ourselves. I think that's very important, at least from South Africa.
I'm going to bring in the Indian colleague in a minute, but I want to just stay with us for a second. So you mentioned, yes, tariffs need to be really looked at, etc. But do you get a sense there's an urgency around removing those barriers of trade because it's far too low, as you've already suggested? Or is it something that's been put on the agenda, but we'll see what happens down the line? I'm looking for urgency here.
I think the urgency is there. I mean, you heard our chair from the BRICS Business Council. You heard Council member Ms. Puti Mawanyela also speaking earlier. They talked about agriculture. They talked about the importance of trade. And those are all of the things which she was saying they included in the annual report, and hopefully the political principle will bring a sense of urgency. But I appreciate you raising that point that there has to be some urgency, because in South Africa today, I mean, if we're thinking now, we're thinking the next 10 years, the volume of products that we will have for exports may increase by 50%. These are high quality wine, fruits, and beef, and we would like to share it with some of our BRICS partners, which is why we are always so cognizant about this particular.
Well, absolutely. So let's get your thoughts. I mean, you spoke about from an Indian perspective about the tariffs and I'm asking that question about urgency. I mean, just add to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the worry is that as the opportunity, as agriculture productivity in the BRICS countries, and particularly in Africa and some of the other underdeveloped countries improves, and they have opportunity to export to Europe and other developed countries, there is a nervousness of protectionist attitude, and they're finding ways to block this. This will really impact the prosperity of small agriculture, small farmers, small agribusinesses to markets, because there has to be a free trade. And you create such a lot of barriers that these guys cannot meet that, and then they have to sell their produce locally. There is an oversupply, prices crash, and they are in this circle of poverty, and they cannot get out of that. So it's very important that as BRICS, which is the largest consumer, largest producer, we take a dominant role in understanding some of these policies being driven. What is the ulterior motive? And then address it in a proper way, because otherwise agriculture development in a continent like Africa, which can really be the food basket of the world, will never happen.
Yeah, I think that's very important. And I think, for all of us, we can talk about having the seat at the table, which we do have. But ultimately, it's how it impacts on the farmers. I think you've certainly alluded to that, and how we change that situation where the farmers must see their positions change, protected, rewarded, so that then the consumer will see the benefits of that as well. I want to just, I know, Vladimir, you've also had some thoughts around, free trade, right, around agricultural products, so input, Daddy. So maybe if you can add to that.
Okay. Actually, there are several approaches how to address all the challenges I mentioned in my introduction. And these decisions includes, speaking about, of course, fertilizers, these decisions include smart products, smart fertilizers based on slow release systems. Next generation products include biofertilizers that contain microbes and biostimulants, improving crop nutrition, improving plant tolerance to stress situation. And let's speak also about so-called eco-efficient fertilizers. Eco-efficient products contain safe levels of non-essential elements. Actually, phosphate fertilizers produced from rock phosphate that contains high levels of such elements as cadmium, arsenic, chromium, even uranium. And such toxic elements are accumulated in our soils. Until then, through crop production, through all the agricultural production, these toxic elements enter food chain and negatively affect human nutrition, negatively affect our health. That's why it's very much important to apply standards, new standards for so-called eco-efficient products, eco-efficient fertilizers will save levels of toxic elements.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I know our colleague from Brazil, you spoke about technology earlier on, right? And that's maybe a good segue into that in terms of, to what level are we using technology? One, there's this issue of food security. There's climate change. There are huge issues in the world. There are many countries with immense wealth and great issues around food consumption. There are many others that are starving, and many of them, the citizens belong to the BRICS nations, right? What's your thought in terms of coming up with groundbreaking practices that can change things?
Well, you mentioned that everybody would like to have a seat on the table, and I would say, what is the point if there is no food on the table? So you have to have food on the table. And in order to guarantee and to pursue the food security principles, I think that it is essential because of the growth of the population, because of the increase of the needs of that population. It's to produce more food and more quality food, agricultural in agriculture or livestock, so animal protein as well. And in order to do that, the only way is technology. Technology in terms of how you use your water resources that are limited, how to use your soil. So we are talking about fertilizers, how to get a better yield in terms of seeds, what type of seeds that they use, and talking about livestock. So it is green beef, or it is grain beef. We are talking about the swine, the porks and the poultry, how we feed that as well. So there is a competition here. So we have to be bright enough to balance all that and to give people the food that they need on the table, quality food, on time, and with a good price.
But here's the question. So yes, I think the food on the table makes complete sense and we agree. But in terms of embracing technology, right? To what degree is there, one thing is the BRICS nations embracing technology for themselves and then being propelled by lower tariffs, and that's fine. But to what degree are those technological advances in country A then shared with country B, C, D, E?
I think that there is a sharing. Sometimes the sharing is by selling other products, for instance, fertilizers. Sometimes the sharing is to provide better seeds or to provide better genetics for the livestock. So there is a sharing on that. And the sharing, it's also a question of trade. Nobody is giving up anything here. And we do not want that to be based on giving for free, because that would destroy business. It will not go through. So it has to have this. And then I came back to the trade barriers. So we have to get rid of them in every and each of those sectors. So not only in the final product, but in all the outputs and technologies that go and end up in our table.
Okay, let me bring in our colleague from China. I mean, you have thoughts on trade barriers, you have thoughts on the sustainable development in your country, and you'd like to just add to that?
非常感谢提的一个非常好的问题。这个可持续发展呢，是一个全球共同关注的重要的议题。这个中国呢，作为农业大国，我们都知道，我们用全球9%的耕地和这个6%的淡水资源，养活了全球大约20%的人口，这个为全球农业可持续发展做出了巨大的贡献。这个中间主要得益于这个生物技术、生态农业、这个气候智慧型农业等可持续发展的这个体系的构建。这个特别是近年啊，这个极端天气啊，在全球肆虐。这个中国呢，也制定了一系列的措施，积极应对这个气候的变化。比如我们加快农业科技创新和技术应用，推广农业节水和化肥的减量。这个大力发展农业循环经济，同时我们加强南南合作。这个金砖国家呢，对全球粮食安全和可持续发展的高度关注。那么2022年呢，中国担任金砖国家主席国期间中央集团作为金砖国家农业组的这个中方主席，与金砖伙伴共同发布了金砖国家农业绿色低碳发展倡议。金砖国家农业可持续发展案例报告，这个我们聚焦粮食安全、绿色低碳、生物多样性，通过这些倡议和案例的分享，来促进农业的这种可持续发展。那么下一步呢，我们还将不断的丰富这些案例。我们也特别希望跟金砖国家的同事们和大家一起互相分享这些案例和经验，互相交流经验。来共同促进可持续发展。谢谢。
Thank you. Well, I mean, I think the numbers you suggest are admirable coming from a disadvantages. You obviously have a big population as well to cater for, right? But it does suggest that we can all learn from you. So what can the other BRICS nations first, and then extended, what can we learn from what China has done? And perhaps as you answer that, is that learning being transferred? Are you also sharing that knowledge with us now?
If you want, I can address that. No, I think companies like us and working with the food companies really need to create a new category of food, which is sustainably grown or sustainable food, and that has to happen with a little bit of government support, but mainly the consumer and the food companies. So in India, we are working with about 22 sugar mills, which is still a small number, where we're talking about reducing fertilizer, reducing water, which are the primary two stress points really for the Indian government. And we are working on various technologies to reduce methane emission, to really increase soil carbon with using microbes, as Vladimir was saying. And there's a lot of collaborative work happening at the large company level, and a lot of support from the food companies, the global, the large food companies, to really transition the use. Because if you look at 25 to 30% of carbon emission comes from agriculture, and we need to, if we want to address really the carbon emission, if you do not reward the food system for that transition, you will not get that. There's no reason why a farmer will start using better practices if he doesn't get reward recognition. So I think that the whole system needs to understand that and reward that. Today, it's much easier for governments to support electric vehicles, solar energy. It's one entity. Here, you're talking about millions of small farmers, and it needs a lot more effort.
Okay, let's talk about the reward. I mean, you've already made the point about the issues of global climate change and what that means for us. I mean, there's big issues around food security, right? But therefore, the issue of reward, and let's start with our colleague from China. I want to run through all of you very quickly because we're almost out of time. Just for 1 minute each, just about how can we reward farmers innovatively to be able to embrace the changes and to be protected where they can meet the changing needs of a changing world. I'll go through all of you, but let's start from that side, yeah?
这个在中国方面来讲，我们主要是要提高农产品的质量。对加工商来讲，我们从农户的手里面收的这些农产品的话，是要经过严格的检测。那么这种高质量的，它是高溢价，像通过一个价格的传导，就是对这种生产高质量的农产品的农户进行奖励。
Therefore, we also control the type of products that are used in the production of these agricultural products.
And that gives you the type of rewards that you require. Vladimir, go ahead, your side.
I think there are some principles being discussed at the global level, carbon credits, but I think, and particularly for forestry, where you grow trees, there are a lot of projects around that, and a lot of protocols are being set up for that. I think the beyond the carbon credits, which is obvious, we need to also pay a certain premium to farmers who follow practices. Either can come through more money, or it could come through priority in purchase or better shelf space in the supermarkets. It is critical that the world addresses that.
And that they must cause that shift. Momentum has to create that shift. Absolutely, point taken. Vladimir, let's get your thoughts on that. Vladimir, yeah?
Yeah. Let me remind that at the BRICS Forum held a year ago, it was decided to create a free trade bloc among BRICS countries, and to enhance our economic ties. And free trade of agricultural inputs, including fertilizers, is also discussed between our countries. And actually, it should be the first step towards free trade between 5 nations without import barriers, for example. And it would be very much helpful to sustain soil fertility, to improve crop production in our countries.
And I mean, that's the type of reward you're talking about, and has been alluded to. I think it's so important. Point made. Your side from a Brazilian perspective?
Yeah, they're rewarding farmers. So I think that farmers are really proud people, and the output of their work is per se their reward. But there is more that we can do. For instance, my company, we work with 12,000 farmers to supply us. So 12,000 farmers that we provide technology, that we provide knowledge. So we are improving their way to work. And this is our reward. We have to pay for that. And this is our reward. I think that's the path.
Okay. Reward for that, right? Your thoughts?
Let me close with a different dimension. My colleagues have covered the rewards for farmers.
Yeah.
But Ashraf, all of this conversation that we've been having about South Africa, BRICS countries, it also applies for the African continent.
Absolutely.
Quickly, if you think back year 2000 up until to today, and you look at Africa's agricultural output, excluding South Africa, that increase that has happened in the continent has largely been because of the expansion in area planting, not the improvement in productivity. We care about the environment. That means then we don't want people going around cutting trees. Then we have to improve agricultural productivity by not yields, not the area planting per se. And I think all of this technology and information sharing is why it will be beneficial for Africa to boost its agricultural productivity and also interact productively with BRICS. And I think that's important.
And maybe as we wrap up now with a minute or so to go, I mean, you have the ear of the president, South Africa, that is. You're part of, well, we'll debate that side, but we certainly have a strategic position, right? What would, I mean, you not just, we're talking about addressing the leaders of BRICS, like the 5 leaders. In relation to agriculture, I'll start with you. What's the one message you want to give them very, very quickly?
I mean, the one message that we want to give them is that technology will assist us in coping with climate change, and we should ease trade amongst ourselves and interact productively with Africa.
Okay. Technology, ease trade, productivity, right? Yours? Same question, just last one to wrap up. Oh, me? Yeah. Quick one. What can you tell the leaders? Yeah.
That is technology.
Okay, ditto. Hashtag repeat. Right. Vladimir?
I think educational activities are very much important nowadays to disseminate the knowledge about new agricultural technologies. And for example, in July this year in St. Petersburg during Russia-Africa Summit, we announced a special educational platform, Pro Agro Lectorium.
Okay.
And this platform is based on modern agro-technologies.
Okay. Can I stop you there? Something I got that point. I think that's well taken. Right. Just your last thoughts.
I think the farming community is the most hardworking community in the world. They are the least rewarded for the hard work. They are the most impacted by climate change, and the governments need to focus on building resilience for farmers. Otherwise, we'll have many more food crises going forward.
Okay, let's wrap up then with Junyu, yeah?
On this platform, I'd like to say that we need to have increase the capacity of the BRICS countries to ensure that our trade can be strengthened and we can have more cooperation. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And that's where we're going to leave it. I think it's a good way to end. Thank you so much. Applause for everybody there. Certainly for the panel. Thank you. And thank you for giving up your time and good lessons learned. And I think there's a challenge certainly to the BRICS community and the leadership as well. Thank you so much. Sense of urgency. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There we are. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So I'll tell you what, we're going to move on. After the next session, we have a tea break. I think it's, and I'll call upon Tshabalala once again to handle this session. And I think in the context of what we spoke about around climate change, the issues of a just transition, well, is a particularly important challenge. So I'll leave it to Nazi to lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready now for our next session, just before the tea break. So allow me to welcome my panelists to please join me up on stage. I'm joined by the Group CEO of Standard Bank, Mr. Tshabalala. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up, please. Mr. Tshabalala, your chair is right next to mine. Representing Brazil in this conversation is the president of the Brazilian Association of Animal Protein, Mr. Ricardo Santin. Let's give him a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome the head of strategy at web.rf. His name is Mr. Alexia Ketchko. Let's give him a round of applause, please. I'm hearing 5 people clapping, and I'm going to ask you to help me really get the energy back up into the room. Thank you so very much. Joining us from India is Mr. Nishant Arya. He is the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of the JBM Group. Let's give him a real round of applause. And it's my pleasure to welcome Chairman Jin Hua, who is the Executive Chairman of the State Grid Corporation of China. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that we are standing between you and a good and well-deserved tea break. So we are going to be sharp, short, concise, and to the point. Mr. Tshabalala, I'm going to start off with you. And I want us to talk a little bit about Standard Bank's support and for renewable energy projects on the continent and in South Africa. My question to you is, what is the funding balance between traditional energy sources and renewable energy, and how does that reflect how the group is supporting the just transition on the continent?
Inácio, thank you very, very much, and thank you for the privilege of being here. It's wonderful to be here, and welcome to our fellow panelists and many people who've traveled long distances. In the case of Standard Bank, the ratio of renewables to traditional forms of energy in the nature of fossil fuels is roughly 4.5:1. Between now and the beginning of this year, we raised 83 billion rand for renewables, and we at Standard Bank have a target of 250 billion rand by the year 2026. That is for corporates, for large companies. We also have solutions for individuals, families, people purchasing their homes, and helping them to purchase batteries, solar geysers, and so forth. And thirdly, we have got in our insurance and asset management business, we've got roughly 13 billion rand of assets under management that are supporting renewables. In addition to that, we've raised a loan of 250 billion rand from the IFC, about half of which will be for green and half of which will be for social purposes. The fundamental principle, just in closing, is to since the 1880s. CO2 emissions, and CO2 is roughly now 420 parts per million. There's just no question, if one looks at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that the science is saying that the environment is definitely changing and getting warmer. It's therefore imperative, on the basis of the Paris Agreement, for us as Africans to insist on differentiated but common commitments and make sure that we are giving effect to a just transition, which basically means we recognize the need for us to mitigate and to adapt, but we insist that it ought to be done in a fair and just way for the people of South Africa and the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tshabalala. And of course, you spoke to us about the ratio, which really shows the support towards a just transition. And ladies and gentlemen, at the core of this conversation is really understanding how can we ensure that within the member countries, the projects that are coming out, the projects that we're supporting are supportive of a just transition. As I move on to Mr. Santin with my next question, might I ask the technical team to please bring us another headset? We're missing one headset for me, please. Mr. Santin, let me come to you. We know that renewable energy projects are going to be an important part of the just transition. Where is the opportunity for us to see more coordination within the BRICS bloc for renewable energy projects in particular?
Well, thank you, Nozi. It's very nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I think there is a lot of opportunities between us. For a just transition, I have a personal statement that say there should be no border for food. And these countries like BRICS needs to work together in complementarity to assure food for our people and a good condition of access and a good condition, a sustainable condition of produce food. And on this field, we have a lot of, as Mr. Bruno said before, we have a lot of knowledges that can be exchanged between our countries. We have a common people, we have the people that are the same situation. We need to develop the agriculture. We can put on the field the renewable energy. I think we could harmonize the legislation between countries regarding the sustainability, and also we can make, for instance, biodigesters, so photovoltaic energy in the farms that produce food. I think this is a big opportunity for our countries because we have this complementarity also in renewable energies.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a very clear call to action. How do we begin to more intentionally harmonize our legislation? And of course, hearing you talking about the fact that there can be no border for food, and it's an emotive call to action that I hope is really going to resonate as we begin to unpack this a little bit further. Mr. Ketchko, talk to us a little bit about some of the adaptation projects that are coming out of Russia, and how are those positioned to really leverage the BRICS bloc market?
Right. Well, first of all, thank you for hosting such a beautiful event in South Africa. I think we shall make a lot of breakthroughs. And regarding to this important question, which you are asking, we call it in Russia transitional projects because they're not exactly green, but they have very positive effects on ecology. And for instance, you have some old infrastructure, which is producing for you heat or energy. And instead of building completely new infrastructure, which is very costly, and the cost of holding such investment is very big for your country, you can modernize what you have today. And for us, when we analyze such two projects, we often see that it is more than 30 times more efficient to modernize than to build from scratch a new factory. Another important thing I would like to highlight here is that many sources of energy like gas, maybe they're not green completely 100%, but they're good for ecology and they're good for economy. That's why in Russia we created a separate chapter in our taxonomy, which is called transitional projects. And we try to invest in them and really give some credit to those companies which do such projects. And I think nuclear energy, I understand it's not green by international standards, but we see that if you do one nuclear plant, maybe in countries such as yours, it may solve a lot of problems without really harming your ecology. So this is the Russian approach, very pragmatic, very efficient, not trying to make everything 100% green.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, an interesting insight, transitional projects that are good for the economy, but good for ecology as we journey towards, of course, a greener economy and towards a just transition. So, Mr. Ketchko, thank you for sharing that, using what you have and making sure that you're making that as green as possible. I'm going to jump to Chairman Jin first, and then I'll make my way back to you, Mr. Arya, simply because I want to talk green jobs with you, and I want to talk to the chairman around this renewable energy phase that we're in right now. Chairman, talk to us a little bit about what actions has State Grid taken to drive renewable energy in China in particular.
Okay, 非常感谢。
Thank you.
大力发展
Thank you very much. And to develop the
气候
renewable
变化
energy
推动能源
actually
转
is
型
driven
的
by
全
the
球共
climate
识，
change and is also by
也
the
是非
consensus
常重要的
of the global
推动能源
people.
转型的必经
And
之路。
also is must
中
take
国呢
part. For
是
China,
可再生能源发
actually
展
we
推动可再生能源发展
are a major
和
player
清洁低碳
of
转型
renewable
的
energy
全球的引
and
领
the
者、
clean energy.
贡献者、
And
先行
we
者
are
和
also
推
the
动者。
contributor, the
我们
pioneer
在新能源的
in
这
terms
个
of
发
the
展方
new
面呢，
energy
应该说，
development
无论从政策、资
from
金
the
和
policy
技术方面，
making,
都有一整
financing,
套的
and the technology.
技术。
We
中
actually
国
have a
的
complete
可再
set.
生能源的装机
For
目
China,
前已经
our
占到
installed
全
capacity
国
of
装机
the
的超过了
renewable
50%。
energy
去年
actually
的
accounts
可
for
再
more
生能
than
源发电量
50%
超过了
of the
2
total
亿
installed
千瓦时。
capacity. And last
那么在
year
推
it
动
was
可再生能源发展方
over
面，国家
200
电网公
million
司我
kW.
们大力的支持。
And for
一
state
方面
grid,
呢，
we
我
give
们
full support
在
to
调
the
度运行
renewable
方面
energy. On
啊，
one hand,
这
in
个
terms of
优先
allocation
调
and
度
the distribution
可
of
再生能
the
源，
让
our
可再生能
energy,
源
we give
因病进
priority
病，
to
因
renewable
发
energy.
必发。
So encourage
引
the
发多发。
generation of the
第二
renewable
呢，
energy.
全额的销纳
Secondly,
啊
we
新
also
能源
fully
和可
absorb
再生能源。
the energy
第二个方面
created
呢，
by
我
the
们大力的
renewable
发展
ways.
电网，
And
加强电网
secondly,
建
we
设。
also enhance the construction of
目前
grid.
呢，我们
Nowadays,
已经投运的
we
特
have
高的
already
线路呢，超过了33
established
条，
the
正在建的还
33
有几
lines
条。
of ultra
同时加强各级
high
电网的建
voltage
设，为可再生能源的发展
so that we
提
can
供
pave
并
a
网
way
和
for
消纳的服
the
务。第
consumption
三
and
呢，
generation
我
of
们
the
大力的
renewable
推动
energy. Thirdly,
终端能源
we
电气化，
also try
这
to
个消费
encourage
水平的
the
提高，
terminal
推动了以电代
electrical
以电代
appliance.
等行
For
动计
example,
划，
we try to
为新能源
replace
在终端能
coal
源
or
的消
gasoline
费
with
提
or
供
buy
更广阔的空间。
electricity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And of course, as you talk to us around how climate change has been a real trigger for us seeing renewable energy installed capacity in China increasing as it has. Away from renewable energy, but related now, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our focus to green jobs and the green economy. Mr. Arya, let me come to you, because one of the exciting things happening in India right now, of course, is the development around the electric vehicle industry. My question to you is, talk to us a little bit about the ecosystem that you've put in place and why that matters. But can you comment on the work that you're doing to ensure that women and vulnerable communities are not left behind as you transition into this electrical vehicle industry?
Yeah, I think this is a very opportune topic being discussed at the right time, because today the EV industry in India is really ramping up and really growing at a very fast pace. And when you look at the EV ecosystem, that's a holistic development, because you look at the well to wheel, from the oil well to the vehicle wheel, and from generation to consumption. When you look at that, you see that India embarked on about a 500 gigawatt renewable energy program by 2030 and about 1,000 gigawatt for 2047. And taking that forward with EV charging systems being set up across the country, energy storage, and multiple kinds of electric vehicles, whether we look at two-wheelers, three-wheelers, buses, or passenger vehicles. And that is what is giving the holistic experience in terms of removing range anxiety for customers. Adoption is increasing at a very fast pace, and we are able to understand that how with every, taking example of electric bus, which is used by 90% of the common man in the country, we are able to knock out about 1 billion tons of CO2 in its lifetime. And clearly seeing that we are making an impact and reducing about 2,500 tons of carbon as well whilst doing that. So I think it's very essential to see that how anything is being executed on ground. And on the other end, electric vehicles is a combination of hardware and software. So India already has a very strong prowess in the area of software, and with the focus on semiconductor power electronics being built in. So when we look at the ecosystem on the other side, we see the upstream and the downstream, starting from lithium mining, going up to production of cathodes and anodes, battery packs. And for that, the government has rolled out a lot of production-linked incentive programs, and investments are being made by local and international companies. On the other hand, it's inclusive growth prospect, because we clearly see that what got us here will not take us there in the future. Whilst doing this, there's a lot of focus on skill development, and that's what you talk about, green jobs. So in skill development, a lot of learning, unlearning, and relearning is happening, where people from the automotive sector, from software, from power, from railway, renewable energy, and many other sectors are getting into this EV ecosystem and building it in a very robust manner. And on the other hand, in terms of gender diversity, we are able to see that whether women or children or other people are clearly a part of this whole growth trajectory which we are having in the country, because consistently multiple new startups, youngsters are coming up, and there are more than 1,000 startups today in India on the EV ecosystem, which are contributing in different ways and means, and leading to a lot of inclusive growth, not only contributing to the Indian green economy and green EV ecosystem, but to the global EV ecosystem as well.
I'm jumping in because I want to push you a little bit, Mr. Arya, because I think that ecosystem really sounds interesting. At the end of the day, the rubber hits the road in how competitive an industry is. The follow-up question to you is, what are you doing to make sure that the electrical vehicle industry is more competitive than the traditional fuel vehicles that we've become accustomed to?
I think EV industry and green industry really works on total cost of ownership. And in total cost of ownership, we clearly see the whole life cycle cost for any such product or service, where we see that compared to different fossil fuel-based or ICE-based vehicles, the operating cost is negligible, about 75% lower, because the number of moving parts reduced from 2,000 moving parts to less than 20 moving parts. On the other hand, the vehicle gets really simplified, and the operations and maintenance cost of such kind of vehicles, the driver fatigue gets reduced substantially, and we are able to understand that the energy security for a country like India, where we import majority of the crude oil which we use in the country, gets addressed because we are generating green with renewable energy, different sources, and consuming in our electric vehicles. And on the other hand, we also try and understand that how with this we are addressing the circular economy, because in different areas we are producing biogas from the waste, and that gas can be converted to power which can be used for such kind of sources. So it's a very long-term strategy which gives us total independence and control over our energy security and the transportation for the common man and the public at large.
Mr. Arya, thank you very much. And of course, you've brought the circular economy into the conversation, which is very important. Mr. Santin, let me jump to you. I want to I would like you to talk to us a little bit around ESG projects in Brazil and how they're doing, and how are they aligned to your own strategy of creating green jobs within Brazil?
Well, we have a lot of legislation on it, and Brazil have a very, very strict forest code, some legislation that impose to the producers to be more green. And so our companies need to work in a circular economy. We use all the, and as Mr. Arya said, it's not only the electric vehicles, this biofuels and biomass fuels that our companies already has this. And so this is a kind of green, and it also has planted forests for to heat the plants. And so we can do this, showing that it's possible. Brazil has a big sustainable model of this. Brazil is supporting, and the government is putting money on, investing money on subsidize the good practice and sustainable practice of this. For instance, to include the photovoltaic energy in the farms, and also the biodigesters producing of pork, producing biomass and biofuels.
You speak about good practice, Mr. Santin. So I want to test some of that good practice with Chairman Shin. Chairman, let me come back to you. Can you talk to us a little bit just about some of the returns that you're seeing in terms of ESG projects in China? And what are the best practices or the good practices that you think are driving those returns in China?
OK， 应该说我们在金砖国家应对气候变化、保障能源供应、推动能源转型和可持续发展方面有广泛的共识。我们这些年呢，和金砖国家一道来共同推进落实我们的这些转型的具体工作。一个是呢，我们大力的促进清洁能源的发展，我们支持通过资金的支持、技术的支持。包括我们的这个清洁能源的新的一些技术的输出，支持金砖国家推动清洁发展。尤其是我们还在海外金砖国家建成了有清洁的一些项目、发电项目、实践项目。最值得我们骄傲的呢，就是我们在巴西建成了2条特高压的石油线路。把巴西亚马逊流域的水电通过2000多公里长距离的送到纽约和圣保罗。我们已经累计输送了1161千瓦时的清洁水电，同时呢，节约了标煤呢6300多万吨，减少二氧化碳排放1.75%，这是我们的最佳实现。同时，我们推进电网的互联互通，我们先后建成了10条跨国的线路，我们在非洲建成了埃塞俄比亚，包括埃塞俄比亚到肯尼亚，以及埃及的500千伏的输电线路，通过加强电网建设， 那
Greek
么为新建
across
能
the
源的销纳
borders
提供
so
合理
that
的
we
保障。
can
第三，我
supply
们
and
积极的开展人
transmit
才
to
和
the
技
clean
术交
energy.
流合作。
Thirdly, we also
我们
conducted
和
the
金砖国家
human
这
resources
几
and
年
the
我们常
training
态化的
exchanges.
通过人
Recently,
员的
with
培
the
训、
BRICS
技术
countries,
交
we
流、
have conducted
互
a
访、
series
报
of
告共
regular
同举办
visits
国
and
际论
training
坛转型，
sessions and international
来
seminars
促进
to
新建能源的发展。
stimulate and encourage the development of the clean energy.
Chairman, thank you very much. I think it's quite a succinct insight that you're highlighting for us. How do we better support just transitions within the bloc? You say the subsidies need to be both financial and technical. We need to be looking at interconnections within the BRICS bloc. And of course, you saying, let's not forget about the people and making sure that we continue with lifelong learning opportunities and training opportunities within the bloc. Mr. Tshabalala, I come to you last for fear of nepotism, because we have the same surname, and I guarantee you that we're not related, but I come to you last with this set of questions. I wonder whether you can talk to us a little bit more about the gender element, because I think we talk about a just transition being inclusive, not leaving women behind, not leaving young people behind. How do we make sure that as we transition to a green economy, as we really become intentional about green jobs, that we've got a gender lens on as we do that?
So, Nazifa, first of all, not only do we share a name, you're wearing blue, and the brand of Standard Bank is blue. So thank you very much for the free advertising. We deeply appreciate that. Secondly, the fact of the matter is, it's in our experience, more than half of our customer base are women, and the vast majority of decision makers are women. And therefore, in thinking about products and solutions that we design for our customers, we make sure that the people that are designing them understand women. Close to half of our executive at the Standard Bank are women, and therefore we're in a position to be able to formulate products and solutions that are appropriate. Secondly, nothing beats actually going out into the field and talking to customers and understanding. So I'll share a story with you. I had the privilege of visiting one of our major fossil fuel projects. I might just add, it's a brown project, which we think is necessary to do because it's going to have the impact of improving people's lives. Yeah. By, amongst other things, helping to remove charcoal and biomass, and therefore stopping people from chopping trees, and therefore improving people's health because they're not going to be using charcoal in their stoves, and it's going to be good for the environment. The important thing about this is the incredible impact that the women have got in formulating the strategies that are necessary for that project to be executed. That's just one example of how one goes about doing that, by making sure that the decision makers, people designing the products, people actually going out to sell those products are women.
So it's interesting to listen to you talking not about women being an afterthought when all is done. You say women are formulating the strategy. And I think that's a massive mindset shift and a reframing around the role of women within these projects and within this process. And it's really encouraging to hear you say that. So I'm going to be a little bit cheeky because we've got about 15 minutes left. I would actually like to have one more voice for each of you. So what I'd like to do is I would like to take us to 2025. And we'll go to you, Mr. Santini, first, because 2025 is when Brazil hosts COP30. Quick question to you, in less than a minute, what is the significance of Brazil hosting COP30? Why would it be important for the bloc?
It's very important for the bloc and for us to have the COP in Brazil. Brazil is the land of the Amazon forests. We work all the country trying to be sustainable. We are a very sustainable producer of food. We are very sustainable of producing of energy as well. And so this COP there will mean to get all the world looking to Brazil, but not only to Brazil, all the BRICS countries, because we are saying to the world, we have more than 40% of the global population. We are here trying to get together and producing all the things in a sustainable way. This is the just transition that we intend to do. We want to show there that it's possible and it is achievable.
So we have the broad framework from the host. So COP30 in 2025 is going to be showcasing that a just transition is possible. It's going to be practical conversations, showcasing pathways to do that. The rest of my panel, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put one agenda item on the agenda for COP30. So as Mr. Santini and his government hosts, what is the one thing that you think we need to be talking about at COP30 that is going to deliver a just transition? Mr. Tshabalala, I'm going to start off with you, knowing, of course, that you're probably carrying a mandate from the African continent as well. What is the one conversation that's going to be meaningful if we really focus on having it at 2025?
The African continent is a carbon sink, and therefore geoengineering is an important element of what needs to be done. And part of that entails the world paying for the fact that the African continent is a carbon sink. And while I'm at it, we need to insist on the right for Africa to use its resources to at once mitigate and also adapt, including using fossil fuels.
So it's environmental justice as a core theme for the African continent, what I'm hearing you saying, but highlighting, of course, that reparations are expected. So that's one agenda item. Ladies and gentlemen, we're building the COP30 agenda as we're sitting here on stage for the conversations that will matter and on those stages in 2025. So environmental justice for the African continent, we've got one. We're going to skip you, Mr. Santini, because you're hosting us. So let me go to Mr. Ketchko. Mr. Ketchko, the one conversation that you're going to get on stage for at COP30, what will that be and why should we be having that conversation?
Well, thank you for the question. It's a very important year because back in Paris, developed countries committed themselves to help developing countries to finance just or green transition. And they're backsliding, of course, on it. They're not providing sufficient. And this is the year of 2025 where we have to build a new system of green finance and agree on more financing, more transparent financing, and not just credit, where they give banking business on other countries, but then they give also subsidies to developing countries to help improve ecology. So let's talk about that in 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're building this agenda one courageous conversation at a time. Mr. Keshko is saying there has been backsliding. We're going to call for a new system of green financing, and that's the conversation that's going to deliver a just transition. Mr. Arya, you're going to fly all the way from India to make your way to Brazil in 2025 for COP30. What is the conversation that you think is going to deliver on a just transition?
No, I think circular economy is a very important element when we look at this, and how each country is able to become self-sufficient and is having inclusive growth is very important. And definitely putting the point across that how the BRICS leadership is being demonstrated with the kind of partnership all the BRICS countries have at this forum would be very important to be demonstrated at such areas where we are able to clearly put across our leadership and the partnership of the BRICS countries with the kind of technologies which are driving value. So technology driving value becomes a key theme along with inclusive growth and circular economy.
So that's 3 agenda items, but I'll let you get away with it. So circular economies, inclusive growth, but how do we leverage technology for value and not just for technology's sake? Chairman, I hope that you'll be making your way to COP30 in 2025. If you do, what is the one conversation that you want to hear that you think will deliver on a just transition?
OK， 这个推动绿色发展是我们应对气候变化全球共识。我们啊，应该全球共同行动。那么我们希望呢，在推动绿色发展方面，首先要推动能源的转型，大力发展可再生能源。推动能源转型最重要的，各国呢要在政策方面要提供支持的政策。 第二，要加大资金的投入。第三呢，一定是要推动技术创新，通过技术创新来推动能源的企业绿能转型。同时呢，我们还要加强国际的技术的交流合作，分享技术经验，来共同推动
which will push forward the sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. It's our final agenda item. We want global action and sharing. We want to have a courageous conversation around policy and policy harmonization. And we want to leverage and unlock technology for energy. So with that, we have not only had a conversation about giving meaning to what the just transition looks like for BRICS, we've made it very practical, and we've also leapt forward to 2025 and said, this is what we want to be talking about at COP30. It does conclude our session. May I please ask you to please give my panelists a big, big round of applause. Once again, if I can ask my panelists to make their way.
Thank you very much. Nodipo Tshabalala, superstar deluxe, thank you so much. Getting us out on time, 11:35, all your tea break. We're back here at 12 o'clock. So ladies and gentlemen, please, if you could be seated by 12 o'clock, tea is taking place at the back of the hall. Through the curtains, you will find you have cocktail tables with your coffee and tea. And we look forward to seeing you back at 12 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Please, can you all get seated so we can get moving? A busy program coming up for the rest of the pre-lunch break, and then certainly post-lunch, as you know, with the leadership of the 5 BRICS nations, right? Okay, we're gonna start. So those who are standing, please be seated as we get moving on to the next part of the program today. If I can just ask you guys to get seated over there, thank you. Right, did you have a good tea? Good tea. I'm hearing some yeses there. Good tea. I hope you had a good tea. Well, we have, and I've enjoyed the networking. I think besides the tea, the meeting of people, which has been tremendous. Because, you know, 2 days ago, I made the point when I came here, I mean, there's such an energy about the coming together of people, which we cannot discount. When people of different countries, in this case, you know, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and my home country, South Africa, when they come together, there's an amazing energy, and I think the responsibility for all of us is to amplify that energy, not just in this room, but across the world. I mean, that is the big challenge, isn't it? Okay, I need quiet on that side. I'm going to call up the next speaker, and we need absolute silence before I do that. So to tell you what's coming up next, right? Two important issues. One is the issue of entrepreneurial opportunities for the BRICS nations, particularly with reference to, SMMEs, small and medium enterprises, and then the issue of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So we'll have two moderated conversations of those coming up. But to get us there, I'd like to now call upon the Honorable Stella Indapani Abrahams. She's South Africa's Minister of Small Business Development, which means when we talk SMMEs and entrepreneurial growth, she's absolutely square on in that space. Stella, I remember meeting you a good few years ago. Your energy then was magic, and hopefully that has continued, because we need the type of magical energy that can translate into growing businesses in South Africa, on the African continent, and then throughout the BRICS nations as well. So please, quiet. We've got Stella, Honorable Minister Stella Indapani Abrahams. Thank you. Applause before she talks, eh? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of the next session, the leadership of Brazil, China, Russia, India, and South Africa, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor and pleasure for me to be standing in front of yourselves just to give this short scene as we're setting the input. The panel, as outlined, is specifically looking at entrepreneurship and market access as key enablers for MSMEs. Of course, as you said, Ashraf, as the minister responsible for the Department of Small Business Development, we can't leave this one out. I would like to bring you to 5 points that I think they're important for us to set the scene. The first one that I would like us to pay attention to is that we need to take an ecosystem approach to building a thriving entrepreneurship system in our respective countries. Our early stage entrepreneurial activity is relatively low for an upper middle income country as South Africa. We are at 17.5% of the economically active population, but reassuringly up from 10.8% from 2019. This presents an increase of more than 1.6 million entrepreneurs, from just under 2.5 million to more than 4.1 million. So we are on the up, but nowhere near where we need to be. Our country was ranked 45 out of 50 countries benchmarked in the last Global Entrepreneurship Monitor Index. The layer of export competitive MSMEs is also very narrow, estimated at around 5% of formal enterprises. To address this as a portfolio, we've just completed our 3rd strategy, and we are mobilizing all relevant role players to support entrepreneurs, especially those from underserved communities. That includes Black women, Black in general, youth, businesses from township, from the rural areas, and other marginalized sectors. We have a huge MSME credit gap, which is estimated at 350 billion rand, with the largest gap being for startups. And we are looking at a whole range of strategies for financial inclusion, including de-risking, alternative credit information systems, and blended instruments. We have since developed and established more than 100 incubators over this term of government, and will continue to prioritize this area of work, which is really showing results. We're also working with the Department of Science and Innovation, universities, and stakeholders to better integrate the national systems of innovation and entrepreneurship support. And then this is the work we are doing on market co-creation, working with corporates on enterprise supplier development, the new Africa Continental Free Trade Area markets, and new export markets afforded by our BRICS membership. My second point, we need to understand how markets and global value chains are changing and what we need to do to strategically reposition ourselves. South Africa and many countries on the continent still play a subordinate role in global value chains as exporters of unprocessed commodities or assemblers of components designed and manufactured elsewhere. We need to ensure that the opportunities afforded by BRICS countries and the collaboration allow for late industrializers like us and other African countries to access the technology and capital to deepen local supply chains. We have to be dynamic and look to areas of future market demand, and this is where innovation and technology will be a differentiator. The large corporates put energy and resources into understanding markets and how to access and service them, but SMMEs do not have this capacity. The fourth and the final point. It is one thing for SMMEs to know about trade and market opportunities, ladies and gentlemen. It is another thing entirely to access and sustain these markets. I think we have all been sending SMMEs to trade shows and expos without the impact we want. We need to do much more to make our SMMEs export competitive. This includes addressing the excessive cross-border non-tariff barriers, which you refer to as red tape, and gearing our SMMEs to meet the prescribed regulatory requirements. We must also understand that many of our SMMEs don't have the scale to penetrate and sustain export markets on their own. We must therefore work together to develop what I would call platforms of agglomeration, where SMMEs can be grouped together to achieve the scale required by the markets, where they can manage quality, share risk, and associated costs of logistics, contracting, insurance, and many others. China's Dragon Head strategy, where larger firms and successful exporters pull along and support new entrant SMMEs, is a useful model to explore further. This suggests also that we should be thinking more about export clusters and about business-to-business partnerships. As the department, we have since met with the commissioners in the BRICS countries and are activating these support measures in an export support program. Ashraf, let me thank you for giving us an opportunity and wishing the panel all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Applause for the Minister, the Honourable Minister Stella Ndabeni Abrams. Thank you for your time. You know, I think the points made about the importance of entrepreneurship that you've touched on, and about entrepreneurship being this vehicle to shift disadvantage into advantage across various sectors. I think is very obvious, and I'm glad that you've punctuated that, right? So thank you for giving off your time. Now, with that in mind, I think our next conversation is a great segue into exactly that, right? Because we speak about the BRICS entrepreneurial opportunity and market access as a key enabler of SMMEs, right? It's a big challenge, a challenge all entrepreneurs dabble with. How then do we address that? So the moderator for this session is Fifi Peters, if I can call her up. Let's find her. Fifi, we're going to come up. She'll come up in just a moment. I just want to check where she is. She may well, there we are. I thought for a second that you've taken either an extended tea or an early lunch. And then?
Important business needs to be discussed right now, so I came out.
You got your priorities right. Now, just to tell you, Fifi Peters is a journalist, an award-winning journalist. She's got 2 gigs that I'm aware of in terms of work, an anchor at the television channel CNBC Africa, as well as on the business section or channel on SAFM radio. And we look forward to, therefore, I think the conversation is squarely the type of things that you talk about every single day. So I'll leave it to you. Big applause for Fifi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ashraf, for the warm introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be in your company today. And it is an honor to be addressing a topic that we have been hearing about throughout this morning, of course, being the entrepreneurial opportunity and the importance of entrepreneurs right now in the economic might of BRICS and ensuring its sustainability as well as its development. So we're going to be hearing from entrepreneurs themselves right now about how the operating environment has been for them, particularly in the past 15 years. We'll also be hearing from finances about what the financing opportunity has been in BRICS and what the future financing opportunity. Panel starting with Mr. Basim Haidar. He is the Chairman and CEO of BH Holdings Group, a celebrated entrepreneur and philanthropist. Could you kindly welcome him with a warm applause? As well as Mr. Diego Perez from the Brazilian Association of Fintechs. Mr. Igor Zelezitsky, the CEO of the Financial Advisory Center of Gazprom Bank. Mr. Biju Patel, who is the Group CEO of the ETG Group, India, Brazil. And last but not least, Ms. Haijing Zhao, the Executive Vice President and the Chief Strategy Officer over at the Chinese Investment Corporation. Good afternoon to you all. I'm looking forward to this conversation. And Basim, I want to start off with you. So right now you are building the second cannabis manufacturing plant here in South Africa, in Pretoria. You essentially have got business exposure to every corner of the BRICS grouping right now and more. The celebrated success, but perhaps the backstory. How has your journey in gaining market access within the BRICS grouping been? What has worked?
Thanks. Basically, as you know, I'm African. I was born in Nigeria, so it was pretty much my home when I started. So I started my businesses first in West Africa, learn the terrain, understand the cultures, the different cultures, the diversity in Africa. But it was a very natural thing to start to expand to the south and North Africa, East Africa, and so on. And dealing with a lot of regulations is still a huge blocker for business, and especially for those that do not understand the African terrain. One of the issues is so many different laws and regulations in each of these countries. On top of that, many of the regulators that have been in power have been there so long, and they need to adapt to the new way and the new youth of how we do business today across Africa, across the BRICS countries. I have seen in some places where there's been, a lot of technological advances, mainly because the regulators understood what SMEs needed and how they could become large businesses. Obviously, I'm in technology, I'm in investments, I'm in agriculture on the medical cannabis side, as you rightly said. I chose, obviously, South Africa because the regulations were easy in terms of South Africa being kind of one of the rare signatories to a UN convention on medical cannabis, and the regulator having very strong standards that were accepted globally, which is unfortunately not available in many other African countries. Besides that, obviously, the availability of land and the infrastructure to be able to export high quality grade medical cannabis out of the continent.
Sure.
You take that into context and you try and apply the same thing in other BRICS nations where we operate. It's impossible. It's just a completely different formula. So the idea was to always try and operate with the local partners that understand the markets a lot better than we do. But I think what is missing here is proper trade agreements between the BRICS countries and the newcomers, hopefully, as the BRIC expands. Today, you've got ECOWAS, you've got COMESA, you've got, I think someone needs to look at all of this again in the frame of the BRICS itself, and maybe reevaluate and refurbish these agreements to better fit today's world.
So I'm going to come back to you for the specifics, particularly around the regulation that has made it difficult for you to expand, and also the trade agreements that you think could make your life and perhaps some of your respective colleagues in SMME sector rather on the continent as well as in the BRICS grouping a lot easier. But before I do, Biju, I'm actually going to hopscotch all the way to you, sir, because your business also quite deep-rooted in Africa. Although you currently connect quite a number of small farmers with their exports in the agricultural sector to many places in the world right now. Basim was talking about the fact that he's managed to grow, notwithstanding some of the headwinds around regulation. What has your expansion story been like, and what would you change?
You know, it's entrepreneurship and the journey has been an extremely rewarding as well as a challenging experience, right? Over a longer period of time. On any given day, you have both extremes, right? Extreme challenge, extreme reward. And so you just have to sort of knuckle down and keep pushing forward and finding ways of getting through whatever obstacles they may be, whatever challenges they may be, and keep thriving towards a common focus or common goal, right? But, you know, one of the biggest challenges we can perhaps talk about across, and we largely see this across most of the markets we operate within, is the regulatory environment. Again, coming back to what my colleague just said earlier. And the regulatory environment needs to sort of enable entrepreneurship. It needs to enable SMEs, MMEs investments, and so on and so forth, right? So whether we talk about India, whether we talk about Africa, a very fair, just, stable regulatory environment needs to be created. I think, and this is something as a BRICS community, we really need to sit down and figure it out, right? We're all sitting here on a wonderful stage, but I think, and just again, we can't expect our lawmakers or our decision makers to sort of drive that. I think it's for business, and that's how, again, the whole concept of entrepreneurship starts, right? It's for business to sort of drive these changes, explore these initiatives, and force leadership and government to sort of create these frameworks. So I think that responsibility starts with us largely, and I think we have to sort of drive a more common framework within the BRICS community. There's a lot of dynamic plays happening, whether you talk about, and from a geopolitical sense, largely, right? But it's important, I think, for us to sort of sit down and figure out what sort of works, find that commonality and build on that.
Okay, well, that's the purpose of this platform. We're here as business to talk about that, and hopefully we'll be able to walk away with the solutions when this all wraps up. Diego, representing the fintechs over in Brazil, the largest economy over in Latin America right now. I imagine that a lot of the companies that you do represent as an association are looking beyond Brazil's borders. How has that journey been for them, particularly within the BRICS cluster?
Okay. Well, first of all, it's a privilege to be here alongside the brightest mind of our groups, the BRICS nations. And in Brazil, the fintech scenario is thriving. We are growing very fast, and we have.
Diego, can you speak a little bit louder? I want to make sure that I catch every single word you say.
So in Brazil, we have a successful use cases from fintechs.
Sure.
You know, so there are companies that can comprise all the Brazilian territory, but also offer services not only in Latin America but also elsewhere, like Asia, Africa, and so on. And now we are now receiving the fintechs from our nations as well to set foots in Brazil, like the major one, the platforms that can provide cross-border payments and services for travelers and so on. And all of this was possible because of a public agenda to foster innovation, to foster technology on the benefit of the financial services in Brazil. The financial services in Brazil is very efficient. This is not the problem. The main problem is because it's very concentrated. We have only 5 big banks holding at least 80% of the financial services in Brazil. So we have to dilute this concentration by opening doors for innovation, for the smallers, for the challengers, for fintech companies that can offer those services for the people or for the small business as well, that sometimes they don't have the proper access for their services, or when they have it, they struggle with the high costs. Okay, so we work together with the regulator, and we try to organize the market to show them the benefits, how to provide a better business environment by considering the innovation and the technology as a key solution to include the Brazilian population and the Brazilian small business on the financial market.
Sure. So your challenge has been slightly different in a sense. Market dominance by established players has perhaps been the biggest difficulty in growth and expansion of SMEs.
Yeah, the market domination is not only the main problem, but they do not have the main the basic services, financial services for the daily operations, you know. And when they have, it's just a small amount, and they don't have a lot of opportunities as a big company that have access to capital markets and to insurances and to foreign exchange services and so on. So it's important to open the opportunities for small business by making these services available for them. And the fintechs are playing a key role for that, because with the same dynamic of a big company in Brazil, they can offer financial services for a small group or for a specific region. So we can work with this, because Brazil is a very big country. We have more than 200 million people. We have a gigantic territory. So you can focus on certain regions, certain groups of population to make this possible.
All right. Okay. Hajin, I want to come to you as the starter of the perspective of financiers right now in operating in the BRICS cluster, and perhaps hearing from some of these SMEs who are looking for access to capital to either start or even scale. But first of all, I would also like to hear your view on the role of SMEs in China right now in driving the growth of the economy in the past as well as the future.
Thank you, Fifi. And I've been in South Africa for a few days because I'm the chairperson for the Women's Business Alliances BRICS. So I have been extremely impressed by the live and vibrant energy of South Africa, and also have been very moved by the hospitality and the warmth of the South African people. And this is a beautiful country, so it's my great honor to be here, and also great honor to be at this session. Actually, the small and medium enterprises for the Chinese economy, they're very important. And also, every Chinese people, just like the people from other BRICS countries, are very entrepreneurial.
Sure.
So ever since the reform and opening up of China, the entrepreneurial spirit has really flourished, and the SME has been really growing to become extremely important. And also, I want to make one point that usually people say that we need technology to enable SMEs, but actually there's the other side to it also, that is SMEs themselves, actually they're the probably very important innovators, because usually for the larger corporations, we say that they have a lot more R&D resources, right? Research and development. So they have a lot of innovation, but for the disruptive, revolutionary kind of technology, actually the SMEs sometimes play a more important role. And for example, in China, for 1 or 2 decades, we have like now the electric vehicle company, BYD, which is now very well known worldly.
They recently,
And also we have companies like Tencent, right? Of course, they used to be SMEs, okay, extremely small. Of course, we have Alibaba, Jingdong, etc. for e-commerce. So all of these companies, they used to be SMEs, but then with technology, they've been really growing and become top companies in the world. So this is one point I'd like to make for, the SME. They're really important for innovation. And of course, earlier, my colleague, Mr. Zhang Shaogang mentioned in China, there is this number, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is easy for people to remember.
Sure.
That's something like, in terms of numbers, 90% of the companies are SMEs, of course. But in terms of innovation, actually 70% come from those companies. And I have to look at the numbers, say, for what is the 8 actually 80% of urban employment come from those companies.
Okay.
Anyway, Mr. Zhang mentioned earlier, so I'm not going to continue to talk about the numbers, but I want to say one more thing about the SME, which is inclusive financing. And it's interesting that, first of all, SME face financial bottlenecks. They do need the financial support. But on the other hand, we are seeing in China that the technology have been making inclusive financing more economical and more feasible. Because with big data and the AI, etc., you are able to track the records of the companies a lot better. Yeah, and also with big data, you can analyze their credit worthiness a lot easier. And also with digital technology, you can reduce the cost of transacting. So all of this, I think, has been very helpful for SME development, and I do think that SME has great future in the whole BRICS countries.
Just a quick one. So what is the framework of inclusive financing in China? How does that work?
Sorry?
Inclusive financing. You were talking about China embracing inclusive financing, particularly for SMEs. What does that look like?
Okay. I think that, first of all, the Chinese government has issued quite a few guidelines saying that our banks, our investors, etc., should try to support the real economy and SMEs. As I said earlier, actually, technology is also making this economical. Because in the past, many people say that, SMEs higher risk, maybe less return, and etc. Right? But now with the technology, you can improve and make it more feasible. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Ego, in Russia right now, I think many people are aware of the operating environment within your country right now. But just talking about the role of SMEs as Russia sees it right now, how much importance would you put on small businesses, medium-sized businesses in Russia's economy?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for inviting me on this panel, and thank you for the people of Johannesburg and to the organizers for such a welcoming atmosphere. It's been fantastic so far. I think SMEs in the current environment with the several years of volatility that we've seen globally showed that they are extremely adaptable, and they actually demonstrated the strengths of the not only of the medium and larger SMEs, but of the small guys as well. The survivability levels were quite high, and it has to be said, it's visible across the various industrial sectors. So it's been the years of volatility have been very fruitful for the future statistical analysis of why they're so resilient and robust. And in many instances, they're more resilient than larger counterparts within the same industries. So it's been quite unique actually to follow it. But since we are discussing the SMEs in an international context, because BRICS, it's probably less about individual countries. It's more about what we can do, which synergies we can find. If we look at the goals that we as finances pursue, or what we can do to support SMEs, the basic goals are quite simple. We strive to provide the lowest possible interest rate to the SMEs to finance them sufficiently. We again, in the BRICS format, if possible, we can improve connectivity of SMEs, improve the supply chains between the countries. And another important aspect is to find the solutions to support SMEs in sectors that are considered to be high risk in terms of high credit risk, such as high-tech, biotech sectors. So we know that survival rates in these sectors are comparatively low if we look across the spectrum of SMEs. Nevertheless, we know that these guys must be supported because, as the colleagues just said, they're to a large extent they're the drivers of the innovation. So the analysis of various dynamics within the SMEs across BRICS is very important. And I think there is a lot of potential in that space.
Sure. I imagine that trying to provide capital right now, you mentioned at the lowest possible interest rates. Of course, we do know that interest rates are at some of the highest levels that we have seen in our recent history for all of us. And so if we just stick on the issue of interest rates and the cost of capital right now, most SMEs will always talk about the fact that the cost of capital and access of capital for the sector is quite difficult. And Bijou, I wanted you to perhaps reflect on this, because it was notable that your organization received a significant amount of money from the CDC, which is the UK's development finance institution. And my question to you is why the UK's development financial institution? Where was Africa and where was BRICS?
Yeah, so perhaps just to take a step back, right? So it's also the cost of financing today. That's a big concern for SMEs, MMEs, right? Where global interest rates are, it's for many startups, it's probably very difficult to take debt onto their balance sheets. And so, I mean, over a period of time, and obviously it's a long-term journey, you build the right relationships, you build the right networks, because what you're doing on the ground, what businesses you're building on the ground creates an impact to different institutions, right? So we're not just banked by the global DFIs or the UK-based DFIs. We're also banked by a lot of African DFIs. We're banked by a lot of Indian DFIs.
Sure.
And the benefit from, you know, the more localized DFIs, when I talk about that, for example, India Exim or Afri Exim, is that they are able to weather and support you with some of the cost benefits when you have a higher interest rate regime. They're able to provide some form of subsidy support and structuring that assists, and not just for entities like ours, but SMEs, MMEs around the world, because that's their mandate, right? Their mandate is to go and support development. Their mandate is to create impact, etc. And I think the thought that we must all take back is, what can we as a BRICS organization do to create the same or a similar type of an institution to support these entities that are really trying to develop and grow from. And as my colleague said, right, there was a time when Alibaba was just a startup, and the same for any African organization, right, or Indian organization. In India, we've had Ola, big conglomerates were startups at some stage. But they had access to the right support in the form of the right financing. And I think that's what we as a BRICS community need to figure out. Is there something we can do from a venture cap perspective with the BRICS Bank that can support these institutions, that can provide finance that, sort of at least keeps these organizations going through these turbulent headwinds until the global markets reflect a better regime? I think that's what we should.
For sure, Alibaba, and of course, Hajing did also make reference of Tencent, which is quite a familiar story in the South African context. Many of South Africans and its other investors that do span across the world know the story quite well. Basim, access to money to have grown. I mean, you're operating in like 30 countries right now. The customer base, particularly in your financial services businesses, ranging over the sort of 560 million customers. Was access to money difficult for you? And I suppose maybe the more important question is, how should access to capital be improved?
I mean, there's a couple of things that we really need to look at here, because when we talk about interest rates, we somehow psychologically link that to the dollar or the pound interest rates. But when you operate across the emerging markets and the BRICS countries, you realize interest rates in some of these countries are in excess of 25%. You want to conduct business in the country and you're trying to borrow financing to grow. Banks are looking at it very differently today. And banks are saying, well, okay, I'm going to lend you in dollars, but you're earning in Naira in Nigeria, for example. The rate in Nigeria started this year at 450. It's 940 today.
Sure.
So imagine borrowing. It's not only about the interest rate costs you got to worry about. You got to worry about how am I going to pay back those dollars or those pounds or those euros when the currency has halved in value. This is the biggest risk that we're facing. So in the absence of a single currency that we can trade with, access to capital is going to become worse and worse as we go on with time, because interest is just a cost. It's a line in the business. Inflation and depreciation of multiple currencies is an issue to the extent, for example, we operate in 42 countries. We deal with about 35 different currencies.
can you imagine the reconciliation in terms of if we had debt? Luckily, we don't have the debt, but imagine we had the debt and we're suffering in this country, or the shilling has collapsed, or the CFR now is being unpegged from the euro. What's going to happen to that, etc.? So we have to worry all the time about how do we continue operations when all of a sudden we see income that is coming in diminishing as a result of depreciation in these currencies.
So you support the BRICS currency?
There has to be. It's not a matter of support. There has to be. If the BRICS nations are going to have to grow, they're going to have their own single currency. The banking system eliminates the risk they then tie to the different basket of currencies that we see today. And unfortunately, until this happens, access to capital not only is very difficult, but it's becoming very expensive. So even when it's available, you have to worry about taking that capital.
Sure.
And this is the problem. The second thing is that, if I may, Fifi, is that, you know, I was researching a lot about the BRICS Business Council and so on. And actually, when you go deeper into it, you look at the BRICS Business Council is kind of there, but it's to promote that specific country's interests within a specific sector. So if you look at South Africa, it's mainly focused on tourism, which is inbound travel in a way, and hotels and hospitality. But what does that say for international trade with the other BRICS countries? What does the BRICS Business Council actually do? Have we looked at trade agreements, for example, between the BRICS nations? Are we still working on the WTO standards, or do we need a new set of agreements that define the businesses, transfer of technology, intellectual property, transfer pricing between these countries? This is the big challenges we're still facing today.
You asked a question, so I'm going to ask you to answer it. Do we need new agreements?
100%.
Okay, perfect.
The agreements we have are outdated anyway.
Sure.
I mean, they're not defining today's world. It's a very new era today.
Okay. Diego, the BRICS currency, the idea around that, you've given the opportunity of Brazil. You look, because of the colonial past with Africa and Latin America, you have a lot of Portuguese speaking people over in Mozambique, over in Angola. Would a BRICS currency, in your view, make it easier for SMEs to penetrate deeper into the BRICS cluster and ultimately improve market access?
Well, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's quite important to standardize this movement. And so if the Brazilian small companies have the willingness to penetrate markets like Africa or China, they have to be able to move the money from Brazil to there, or to receive the money from those regions back to Brazil. Otherwise, you left a lot of money on the table, as we used to say in Brazil, with cost fees and transactions. So in this case, but we have to be careful about the proper standard, the proper technology. How do we do that? Because each region has its own reality and its own way to manage money, to handle money, and to transact. In Brazil now, we have a fast payment system, which called BRICS, which was a great success because mainly 100% of the economically active population have used it once, you know. Sure. So it's impressive. And now we are moving forward for these kind of transactions to send and to receive money. But if the other BRICS nations doesn't have a similar system, or doesn't have the cultural of the population to use it, it's not going to work. So it's important to highlight how you can benefit the technology to transact money, to move money from the regions, and maybe a common currency would help, but I don't know the answer yet.
Okay. Bijou, I want to stick to the entrepreneurial view right now on a common currency, and whether, like some of your respective peers in the entrepreneurial space, you see there's a case for it, or whether you are happy to reconcile the different currencies in which you do get payments and make transactions with at the end of each month.
You know, I think we can perhaps take an example of past successes, right?
and forget the European common currency, but just in West Africa, you have the TEFA currency regime, which is predominantly driven by the Francophone speaking part of West Africa. And to invest and do business in those markets is just a pleasure. It's easier to externalize currency there. It's easier to make investments. It's easier to channel and get support from the central banks there. And I mean, it's still relatively young, I would say, but that experience has been extremely, extremely positive. So, you know, from our end, it would be 100% support towards a common currency.
Okay, so let's put the idea of the BRICS currency to bed right now and move on. Haijing, I think it is important to reflect on the fact that the China Investment Corporation, the China Investment Company, is one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, and therefore how you view investments and the criteria of how you select where you put money in, where you don't, which SMEs you support, which SMEs you don't, is pretty important for the people in this room to hear. Can you give us that detail?
Yeah. Thank you, Fifi. I think that one lesson we all have learned is that freer flow of goods and the investment is crucial for economic prosperity across the globe. So before I answer your question, I'd like to say some of my personal stories, right? For example, I think with the new technology, actually space and the distance is a lesser problem for many companies, even for the smaller companies. And for example, in China, right, I can order from the internet a box of apple from a faraway province, for example, Guizhou, which is in the mountain, okay, very far away. I can order that, and then which helps the employment in that province and also helps reduce poverty, okay, because I order more products. The other example I want to give you is that a few years ago, I traveled to India, and they discovered a very good product, which is neem facial cleanser, okay? Okay. Which is cheap and high quality, actually, very good quality. Ever since I discovered that, the name is Himalaya, okay? Anyway, ever since I discovered that product, I have been ordering that product through internet.
Okay.
And also, of course, you know, if you read President Xi's recent article, he mentioned that from South Africa, the South Africans' wine, tea, aloe vera are what he called the trending products. Actually, in China, there is a nickname for these trending products. They're called internet celebrity products.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so once you become the internet celebrity products, many people will buy from you, all right? So I think those have been really good businesses. Now, of course, you know, the list can go on. You know, you can buy beef from Brazil and chocolate from Russia. You know, this is really amazing. I think this new technology in terms of promoting international trade, consumption, etc. Now, in order to make this possible, I think there are a few preconditions. For example, one is that we need the regulatory environment which promotes open access to market, okay? We also need infrastructure like the financial infrastructure, which allows international payment, money to flow around, okay? We also need physical infrastructure and the logistics. For example, I order something, they have to be able to transport to me, right?
Sure.
So all of this, I think, are important preconditions for a good flow, quality flow of goods and investment. Now for CSC, we are China's sovereign wealth fund, and indeed we are over $1 trillion asset under management. We try to contribute to international prosperity by investing in several areas. So one area is actually infrastructure and logistics. The other area would be private equity, VC, venture capital, in order to help the, you know, whether it's small or bigger companies to grow. So that's the private equity. We also invest in areas like agriculture. For example, recently, I'm happy to find out that we recently invested a company in South Africa, and we're going to visit them the day after tomorrow. And 20% of the revenue profits from China, we sell to China, okay? So I think those are good examples where there's tremendous opportunity. And with those opportunities, I think China Investment Corporation, we can invest in those areas, you know. And also, of course, I forgot to say, energy transformation.
Sure.
Power generation. I think those are the area that we really want to put money in. So I do hope that we have a better governance and we have a better international governance also at the same time, so that we can invest and make financial returns, at the same time helping the local economy and helping people getting more employment, high quality employment.
Sure, sure. No, thanks for those reflections. Igor, I suppose the same question can be extended to you as a Gazprom bank in terms of how you approach investments. But also, I wanted to speak to you about an idea that you shared prior to this panel. And it was an idea that actually kind of dovetails from what the Minister of Small Businesses here in South Africa mentioned, the idea of this entrepreneurial ecosystem. But you were talking about a cross-border entrepreneurial cluster of firms that shared a common strategy to improve competitiveness of SMEs. Practically, what would that look like and how would it work?
Yes, thank you. So I think it's important to acknowledge that the finances available to support SMEs, among other sectors, in this jurisdiction as well as, say, across the BRICS, the resources are finite. So we probably should not approach it from the point of view that there is endless amount of money that we can just allocate in order to support the green shoots of the SMEs. So from there, we have to understand again, in the BRICS context and in the context of cooperation and harmonization, we have to understand the broad universe of the SMEs that are out there. If anyone ever sort of get involved in the analytics which are relevant to the SMEs, portfolio analysis and so on, they know that the SMEs are the most difficult sector to analyze. Why? Because the SMEs differ by size. So the what's considered to be SME in Europe is up to turnover 50 million euros. What's considered to be the smallest SME in Africa, it's or individual business, we're talking about $100 equivalent and so on. So it's a vast and diverse universe. There are diversification of sectors, diversification of financial products that are being provided, and the jurisdictional specifics, the regulatory framework that colleagues were discussing. So it's harmonizing that in the BRICS context will take a lot of understanding. So information has to be collected in some sort of database that will create a universal common language that all BRICS countries, all lenders, for example, and to the extent consumers, will understand. It would be much easier to lend cross-border if you know the credit quality profile of the SME that you're lending. And it doesn't mean that the money will flow only to the cherry-picked few. Of course, that tendency will emerge as well. But a sober approach by, say, a fund, which we actually talked about at our working group, a fund that would be designed to support SMEs. A more sober approach would be to create classification, say, of various SMEs. For example,
sure,
we have SMEs with a proven track record that are repaying regularly for last several years. These guys deserve, as local champions, they deserve a lower interest rate.
All right.
Right. So we already provided funding to a bucket of companies that will return, and then remaining of the funds we can direct to companies with a higher risk profile and so on, because we want to support them, knowing fully, going with open eyes into the sector that they will. That we need to support them. So in order to create this, if you like, infrastructure, the database, which is critical, which is actually exists in most banks, especially those who work with SMEs, sure, we need cooperative efforts. And a lot can be done by the SME lobby groups in each of the jurisdictions to combine these forces and to improve transparency and inform the lenders as to the what these guys are, and then we can devise a strategy who to support, which funds to direct where, and again, in terms of funding potential of BRICS, it's as big as anywhere. If we pull it together, it's incredible.
All right. Lots to say about this topic. Unfortunately, not a lot of time left. We have less than 2 minutes between us. So I'm going to be a bit biased, and I want to ask the Africans perhaps to give us a parting shot here, because the theme of this conference is BRICS in Africa. And right now we have a tool that is expected to really help the continent rise to the occasion. That's the AFCFTA, but from an SME perspective. So I'm giving Basim and Ebrahim 30 seconds each. From an SME perspective, how should that AFCFTA be fine-tuned to accelerate and capacitate a lot more SMEs, not only those on the continent, but also those in the BRICS grouping looking at the Africa opportunity? Your 30 seconds starts now, sir.
Look, it comes back again to the same thing we always say. To solve a problem, you need to understand what the problem is. And we need to dig a lot deeper into how can SMEs become large entities. They can only become so if there are frameworks and understanding from government and regulations, because we're interconnected with government, whether we like it or not. One way or the other, we're working in a definition of a policy defined by each country individually. And until we have some sort of a policy that enables these SMEs to have better access to capital, better regulation, updated regulation, and then most importantly, cooperation between government and business. I always hear about business councils and advice, but this is the key element. We need government and business to sit together so we tell them what we like, and they can also advise us and hear from us what the challenges we're facing.
Got you. Viju, do your best to give us the last
Just
word.
to add on to what he said, and it's just a small addition, it's actually reflecting from what our colleague from China just said. Supporting through venture capital structures and private equity funds, etc., that have helped build a lot of these startups into large corporations. That's it.
We'll make that the last word. To all of you, thank you so much. I think that you have provided valuable insights into the SME opportunity in the BRICS cluster and how to realize it further. I know that a lot more conversations are going to be taking place in the next 3 days, but I do believe that you have given us a wonderful starting point on which to continue those deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank my panelists for their valuable insights. And we can make our way off the stage through there. Thank you.
Okay, there we are. I hope you took a lot out of that very important conversation. I mean, I'm just picking out the last bit about, how do SMMEs become bigger? Basically, how does an SMME become a BMME, something along that line. We need to, and that's the big challenge, I think, not just in Africa, but certainly around the world, and the level of enablement that allows for that to happen. Now, with that in mind, I think our next conversation is really important. We'll have a debate, a moderated debate on the free trade agreement, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Before we get there, some points I need to tell you. One is, the talks and the moderator sessions are all available. They're recorded. If you just scan the QR code, you'll be able to download all of them. So you've got that. That's one. The other is, oh yes, by the way, there's a laptop has been missing. If somebody has, by chance, erroneously picked up a laptop bag that contains a laptop, please perhaps bring it up here if you can. It really would be appreciated. It's been missing for about an hour now. So laptop by mistake, just bring it up here. Right. So this is the last session we'll have now before the lunch break. And thereafter, we'll switch into leadership mode, where the leaders of the countries, the 5 countries that make up BRICS, will be present. That comes up later on. To get us there, I now call upon His Excellency Wamkele Mene, who is the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. That, I think, in the context of what was discussed before and what may happen just now, is particularly important. So if I can call upon His Excellency Wamkele Mene to come up onto the podium, we look forward to your talk. He'll come up in a moment. Thank you. There we are. Give him an applause. I think he missed the first round of applause there. Let's hear it louder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It's a pleasure to join this session of the BRICS Council. For the first time, the AFCFTA has been invited to be part of this very important dialogue. And I want to start by appreciating the business leaders, the ministers that are here, and of course, the supporting officials who have come from all the BRICS countries. You may be aware that as we speak, there is a trade agreement that is under implementation and operationalization, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which today has been ratified by 47 countries, and only one country in Africa is yet to sign this agreement. It's a very, very high-level ambition agreement, sets timelines for elimination of intra-Africa trade barriers, intra-Africa investment barriers, and more importantly, seeks to position the continent for foreign direct investment. And that is why the dialogue that you've invited us to participate in today and yesterday is so critical, so that we can jointly explore these synergies for investment, for infrastructure financing, for trade support, to ensure that countries of the global south indeed do become globally competitive, and that they do establish an alternative set of supply chains, so that when we see these disruptions taking place again, developing countries, African countries, can sustain themselves even in the middle of a crisis. And so this AFCFTA, as I said earlier, is a very ambitious agreement. It includes trade in goods, trade in services, intellectual property rights, investment protection, digital trade, and of course, a very important protocol on women and youth in trade. And so I hope over the next few days, since this is the first time we've had an opportunity to discuss this in the context of the BRICS, I hope that in the next few days, we will ensure that the investment opportunities, the trade opportunities that the AFCFTA will create across the 47 countries, that in the next few years, we will see mutually beneficial investment. And so I look forward to talking to many of you individually from the various countries that are represented here today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Stick around there. So, you know, when they talk about discounts on free trade, we told you 5 minutes, you spoke for 2.5 minutes or 3. So you gave us a 2-minute discount, which is appreciated. And maybe that will translate into other aspects of free trade. Thank you so much for that, right? Stick around, because I'd now like to call upon the moderator for the next session, which will include our speaker, His Excellency Wamkele Mene as well. And that's on the issue of building a partnership between BRICS nations and the rest of the African continent for mutually beneficial opportunities for increased trade, investment, and infrastructure development for the integration within the African continent. So it's a particularly important issue. To do just that, it's let me call upon Gugulethu Mfupi, who's an award-winning financial journalist with the radio channel Kaya 959. So Gugu, I trust you behind me. Thank you. I'll leave it over to you. Thank you. Thank you.
No, ladies and gentlemen, I think we could have a little bit more energy than that, right? We are the panel that is up between our lunch break, but yet we have an invigorating conversation to participate in. Thank you so much. We appreciate the applause, and of course, the conversation that we are going to focus on is one that has featured and has peppered many of the earlier panel discussions earlier today. We've underscored the importance of BRICS nations, and of course ensuring that we continue to spear ahead with the objective and the goal of enhancing investment as well as trade, not only amongst BRICS nations, but how best we can use this as a springboard to leverage opportunities right across the continent by taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Well, this next panel is going to do exactly that. So I'm going to welcome each of them up on stage. Please warmly welcome them as they start by taking a seat to the closest chair to my right-hand side. We'll start with yourself, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the African Free Trade Area Agreement. Please warmly welcome, as we know, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, who joins us on stage. He'll be followed by a representative of South Africa, the BRICS Business Council leader of the SA chapter, also representative of Aspen Pharmacare, leading pharmaceuticals company across many emerging markets, Dr. Stavros Nicolaou, joining us in the second chair. Representing Brazil, we have Mr. Angelo Oselame, who is the head of Middle East and Africa at Marco Polo, well-known passenger vehicle manufacturer across the continent. Warm welcome to you, sir. Representing Russia, we have Mr. Mikhail Makarov, who is the chair for Trade and Investment Working Group, also the director at the Agency for Strategic Office within the presidency. Warm welcome to you, sir. Representing India is Mr. Onkar Kanwa, who's the chairman of BRICS Business Council India chapter, as well as chairman of Apollo Tyres, with operations in many markets, including right here in South Africa. A warm welcome to him. And of course, our last guest is Mr. Wang Tongzhou, who is the chairman of the China Communications Construction Company. A little musical chairs there at the end, but a warm welcome to each of you gentlemen, and thank you so much for your time. All right, to my panelists, we have to wake this audience up, right? You can tell that we are standing between lunch and a much needed break for many participants. But the truth is, this has got to be one of the most invigorating conversations we're going to engage in. It's very clear that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement presents the opportunity to create the largest free trading bloc across the globe and unlocks opportunity for socioeconomic development, the advancement of infrastructure, and of course, increased investment flows that need to come into the African continent. But I think it's only fair that we characterize the conversation by getting some context and an understanding of where we are right now regarding AFCA. And perhaps, Secretary General, this is where you can pepper the conversation with a lot more detail. As of this year, in January 2023, we understood that 54 of the 55 nations had already ratified AFCA as a significant role of regulation. But we also understand that there has been progress that has been made by several governments in order to facilitate trade across our continent, literally connecting the West and the East. Give us some perspective as to how far we are in terms of this progress.
Well, thank you very much. And again, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me today. As we speak, there are 47 countries that ratified the agreement establishing the AFCFTA. Only one African country is yet to sign the agreement. And all of these countries that have ratified have accepted the legal obligations, the commitments to significantly reduce barriers to intra-Africa trade. Intra-Africa trade is estimated to be at around 18%, which is very, very low. The African continent cumulatively trades more with the rest of the world than with itself. And so we have to take concrete steps to eliminate those existing legal barriers. There are other barriers. Infrastructure is a very big challenge. I know that that is a matter that came up yesterday. But at the starting point is to introduce laws, regulations that eliminate the intra-Africa barriers that we've seen for the last 60 years. Over the last 3 to 4 years, the ministers of trade have been negotiating, hard at work, negotiating the various protocols. They have concluded all of the protocols except 2, which will be concluded by the end of the year: the protocol on digital trade and the protocol on women and youth in trade. But all other protocols have been concluded. They are at a national level in terms of ratification. There's additional work that the ministers of trade are doing, and that is to introduce tools which will take the agreement to commercial meaningfulness. So in other words, we know we have a big challenge of payments in Africa. We have 42 currencies. So if you are in Kenya, you want to trade with somebody who is in Ghana, you have to use a third currency for intra-Africa trade. You will have heard President Ruto a few weeks ago saying, when Kenya trades with Djibouti, why is the dollar involved? Two African countries trading using a third currency. And so we've introduced the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, which will enable payments for trade in Africa in local currency. You will no longer have to rely on a third currency. You will no longer have to buy a third currency to trade in Africa. We have also introduced the
That's fantastic to hear. The fact that you're getting this positive feedback from the audience certainly tells us that you're making progress there.
We certainly believe that one of the biggest constraints to trade in Africa and one of the biggest constraints and barriers to SMEs and young entrepreneurs is the cost of trade. So we want to move beyond just the trade agreement and introduce tools that will enable the trade to happen. I will mention maybe one or two other areas. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, for example. We have mobilized over $1 billion through Afreximbank because we know that there will have to be the trade finance support to enable SMEs to trade, to enable young entrepreneurs to take advantage of this market. So a market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP as we speak of 3.4 trillion United States dollars has the ability, as we said in your opening remarks, has the potential to enable the African continent to be globally competitive.
And that's exactly what we want, exploring those opportunities and ensuring that we claim that particular role and function. But that's the context of the Africa Act. But this also needs to align fully with the collaborative efforts that we have as BRICS nations. Dr. Stavros, this is where I'd like to come to you, Dr. Nicolau, to give us some perspective with regard to the trade patterns, the numbers and the outcomes that we witness here, in order for us to understand how, when we do align and tie in Africa as an act, that we're able to leverage on those opportunities. But let's start off by just getting context on the levels of trade that have taken place between 2017 and 2021 that actually speak to South Africa remaining an important and critical hub in order for BRICS nations to access the continent.
Let me firstly thank the organizers for this opportunity. And this is a very relevant thematic and one that at a BRICS Business Council level we've been significantly seized with. Let's unpack some of the numbers because the numbers kind of never lie here, right? So my colleague, the SG, has unpacked the African potential. So he's indicated Africa is a market of around $3.4 trillion. I understand that by 2050, that will grow to between 16 and 17 trillion dollars. Now, to give some perspective to that, China's, the PCR's economy is around $17 trillion in today's terms, of course. We should also bear in mind, and I'm going to come to the trade patterns in a minute. I just want to link the two here. That's what I'm trying to do. But with our continent, the population will double also by 2050 to 2.5 billion. Yeah. So from 1.3 to 2.5 billion. And this is going to be mainly young, tech-savvy consumers. They will be the productive workforce of Africa going into the future. And it is going to be and remains at present the youngest continent of any continent. Okay, and one final statistic I wish to cite is we currently have 2 countries in the world that exceed a population of 1 billion. Yeah. It's India and China. And the estimate is that by the turn of the century, the only other country, the third one, that will join the billion inhabitants club is Nigeria. So I just want to put this thing of Africa and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and the relevance of aggregating markets, both for scale and size, in perspective. Now let me move on to the trade patterns. Yeah. So there's constantly a question, is BRICS working for South Africa? Okay. So let's look at some of the detail around that. I think firstly, no one can doubt that the trade statistics demonstrate that it is working, as are the investment flows. But let's drill down on the trade statistics, because you mentioned in a 4-year period between 2017 to 2021, South Africa realized a 44% growth with the 4 BRIC partners. So clearly it's worked, because that outstripped our average growth, and in fact was the fastest growing geography for us. Not that BRICS is a geography, but it is a formation. When we drill down to the detail, however, we do run trade deficits as South Africa with these 4 countries. Now that's no surprise, and neither is it a negative, because these are 4 big economies. Number 2, 5, and 8 economy find their way in BRICS.
Yep.
So it's China, India, and Brazil. So no surprise that we are running a deficit. What is important for us is how do we turn that deficit into opportunity for our businesses here in South Africa, and the nexus and the link back into Africa by default for other African businesses, which is what my colleague the SG has been referring to. So lastly, I'm going to give an example, just as an illustrative example, because the patterns demonstrate that we export raw materials and we import added value finished products.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to cite Brazil as an example. South Africa's 2nd largest export to Brazil is centrifuge machines. Okay. I didn't even know we made centrifuges in South Africa, to be frank with you. Now, if we can sell centrifuges to Brazil, there must be some element of competitiveness there. And then we've got to look at, can we do the same with Russia, India, and China? Okay. That's the exercise that we seized with at the moment. That is the type of mindset we want to change in the BRICS Business Council, where we're looking at opportunities on a complementary and supplementary basis. I don't expect to close the deficit or convert it into a surplus anytime soon, but it's about identifying those opportunities that give you an export orientation.
That's a very relevant point, especially on expanding the various products and services that we're able to exchange with our partners. But to stay with you just a little bit longer, Stavros, I am keen for us just to interrogate where South Africa is at the moment. Many have questioned the lack of, energy in terms of power supply, of course, vibrancy in terms of economic growth. But help us understand how South Africa still remains a critical springboard to allow BRICS partners to access the rest of the continent.
Look, firstly, I think we need to recognize that we are the 2nd biggest economy on the continent. Nigeria and Egypt are jointly the 1st, neck and neck. However, South Africa remains the most industrialized, the most diverse, and the economy with the strongest financial services sector on the continent. And as much as we are lamenting our infrastructural and logistics supply chain constraints at the moment, in relative terms for the context, our supply chain is relatively effective. Okay, I'm not saying we don't have constraints. Please don't get me wrong. We do, and we are addressing them as a country through the B4SA initiative, by way of example, which we can unpack a little later if we wish, if we have time. But suffice to say that South Africa, because of its diversity, the makeup of its economy is the natural fulcrum between BRIC and the African Continental Free Trade Area, because of what I've just said.
Definitely. Glad that you've elaborated on that, because it also speaks to a sense of stability that we see in terms of leadership and the collaborative efforts, as you've highlighted, between both the private as well as the public sector. Well, you mentioned Brazil, and it would be remiss of me not to come to Mr. Osalame to get some feedback here. And you yourself are a mover of people, quite literally, given the manufacturing of passenger vehicles that Marco Polo actually participates in. And this is where I'd like to fully understand, given that motor vehicles do form part of the top 5 traded items between South Africa as well as Brazil. Perhaps you can expand on some of the opportunities that you've also identified right across the continent that have proved to be fruitful for Marco Polo.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much for the question, Google. Yes, the continent as it is for Marco Polo has always, for our company, has always been an important place, because essentially for what we do, which is move people, and we have been present here since the 80s. In several different countries, you can see our products and our combinations, and how we manage to support many of the African cities, such as Joburg, Lagos, Accra, Abidjan, Kinshasa, Luanda, and many others. What I do believe that I could add up a little bit to this panel is a little bit about the experience that we have being present in so many countries and having to look every one of them individually from a regulatory perspective. I think this is something that the African Trade Agreement can bring to the table to really improve this trade between the countries. If I can give you a couple examples, we have a factory here established just outside of Joburg in Germiston, where we have managed to comply with all the regulatory requirements in terms of local content, in terms of specification. And sometimes we cannot benefit from that if you're going to export to another country. So this is a very, let's say, simple example, but maybe it says a little bit about how maybe a bigger market, a bigger universe in terms of market could represent and give even more incentives from the private sector to invest in the country.
Fantastic. Mr. Osalame, I'm also assuming if we stick with you that the AFCA does provide a great opportunity for you to expand on some of these opportunities by leveraging on the investments that you have in different markets. How have you analyzed this in your view?
Yes. Okay. So we have currently these investments here in South Africa, right? But we do believe that the logistics aspects, we could have even much more places that we could benefit from that. So having this agreement and facilitating the trade, we believe that the exchange and the trade between the countries could be very much benefited.
100%. But we're going to take a look as well as other commitments and opportunities that have been identified by many of our BRICS partners, and perhaps Russia is a great one to start with. We would all recall that earlier this year, we witnessed the Russia-Africa Summit, where again, the levels of trade, investment, and partnership were also aligned between these particular nations. And Mr. Makarov, I'm keen to get your understanding here as to how this has, I guess, reinvigorated an opportunity to enhance trading opportunities between Russia and Africa, given that there is significant scope for growth there.
Yes. Thank you, dear Google. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to take participation in this session. And, dear colleagues, today is the official day of the Russian flag. And I was very asked to make my, let's say, speech in Russian language. So, and probably пока, наверное, наши коллеги надевают наушники и переключают
sets and switching over the
six.
Equipment.
Yes, 6 would be for Russia, that's correct.
And English, yeah. Давайте я расскажу немножко пару слов об агентстве стратегических инициатив Российской Федерации. Оно было создано 12 лет назад президентом Владимиром Путиным, когда он был премьер-министром. И, по сути, это проектный офис президента. Чем мы занимаемся? Мы поддерживаем проекты, которые нацелены на системные изменения в экономической и социальной сферах. Как офис международных связей у нас есть два больших направления. Первое направление – это поддержка проектов, которые заинтересованы в международной экспансии. И такую программу мы называем программа Go Global. В рамках этой программы на этот форум, на экспо этого форума мы привезли 17 компаний. Я приглашаю всех присутствующих найти время и ехать на экспо в Галлахер, где в поле 2 есть удивительный и уникальный стенд Российской Федерации, где эти компании присутствуют. Спектр этих компаний – это топовые российские компании. Их спектр огромен. Спектр деятельности. Это здравоохранение, это пищевая промышленность, это робототехника, это образование и даже индустрия дронов, которая сейчас так сильно актуальна, в том числе для Южной Африки с учетом сельского хозяйства. В том числе. Второе большое направление – это консорциумы. У нас есть большой опыт. Почему я говорю про консорциумы? Консорциумы институты институтов развития так называемых наших союзных государств. В июне этого года в рамках Евразийского союза мы, как агентство стратегических инициатив, подписали создание консорциума аналогичных институтов развития Евразийского союза. Я напомню, это Казахстан, Армения, Киргизстан, Россия и Беларусь. У нас разнообразная повестка. Мы, как агентство, готовы делиться лучшими практиками. И, наверное, в рамках вот консорциума Евразийского союза это наш основной функционал. Республика Армения уже взяла на вооружение наш рейтинг регионального развития инвестиционной привлекательности регионов и уже успешно его внедряет. Также мы активно занимаемся зеленой повесткой, то, что касается низкоуглеродного следа. И в этом году в рамках, опять-таки, вот Евразийского форума, который был в Москве, мы провели очень успешный конкурс, премию проектов зеленых проектов. Это экологические проекты, климатические проекты. И мы не ожидали, что будет такой большой запрос. К нам пришло более 300 проектов, что на евразийском пространстве для нас было более чем удивительно. Также мы планируем в следующем году аналогичный конкурс и в дополнение организовать премию по проектам евразийской интеграции. То есть мы считаем, у нас также 5 стран, как страны БРИКС, и что мы считаем интеграционными проектами, это проекты, которые участвуют более чем в 3 странах, то есть 3 и более. Поэтому к чему я это все веду? К тому, что у нас есть сегодня на этом форуме сейчас есть предложение от России к нашим аналогичным институтам развития наших дорогих партнеров, стран-участников БРИКС, рассмотреть возможность организации аналогичного консорциума институтов развития. Какова может быть повестка? В первую очередь мы видим большой потенциал, опять-таки, для стран-участниц. Это разработка альтернативных подходов к существующим правилам устойчивого развития, к нашим правилам ESG. Мы понимаем, что нам нужна некая альтернатива, в том числе и декарбонизации, и в том числе по инициативам в рамках глобального потепления. Второе, что могло бы быть, это анализ и реализация синергий между странами БРИКС. Очень много говорится на форумах про то, что у нас есть большой потенциал, но, как обычно, этим, к сожалению, очень часто все заканчивается. И год от года этот потенциал, к сожалению, не реализовывается. Поэтому здесь у нас есть конкретные предложения по поводу синергии. Это и оптимизация логистических маршрутов, и увеличение продаж в национальных валютах, естественно, и упрощение сертификационных барьеров, и кооперация в области защиты интеллектуальных прав, потому что это очень тоже важный аспект, проведение совместных акселерационных программ и возможное взаимодействие и сотрудничество. И мы в этом видим отдельный большой приоритет и также большую перспективу в нашей гуманитарной повестке. О чем я говорю? Это в том числе взаимовыгодное сотрудничество в образовательной, научной и культурной сферах. Мы можем потом отдельно поговорить про так называемую креативную экономику. И третье, здесь мы предлагаем опять-таки в рамках вот такой повестки.
I'm going to ask you to pause it there, Simone, because you really elaborated on a significant number of opportunities that we can definitely tap into. And I do believe that these speak directly to the needs not only of representatives in the room, but also many more participants, that we can expand this and open this up when it comes to tapping into these opportunities. I'm keen to also get your understanding and I guess your perspective as to how the diversification of sectors plays a. You touched on themes like robotics, you touched on green energy, which is much needed on the continent, but I'm aware that the creative industry is also a sector that you look into to actually enhance the level of trade between Russia, its BRICS partners, and capitalizing on that across the rest of the African continent. Give us some perspective on that very briefly.
Absolutely. You mean about creative?
expanding on the creative economy as well as other sectors.
Я, наверное, опять продолжу на русском, коль уж я
I
начал.
will continue in
О чем мы говорим? Если мы
So
говорим
what
про
we're
креативную
talking about,
экономику,
the
во-первых, мы
creative economy,
считаем,
we
что
first
это абсолютно недореализованная сфера,
that
и
it's,
у нее будет
actually
очень большой
the
потенциал.
sphere is a
Мы
big
считаем,
potential
что
there. We think
это
that,
будет, наверное,
it
одна из
will
трех
be
наиболее
one of the
быстрорастущих
most
экономик
rapidly
во всем
growing
мире.
economies in the world.
Второе, мы считаем,
And
что у
secondly,
России
we think
здесь
that,
есть
Russia
большой задел,
has,
и
also
если
have
посмотреть
good
на такие
experience,
сферы, как
and if you look at such
дизайн,
spheres as
электронная
design,
музыка,
electronic
сфера
music,
анимационных фильмов, сфера игровых и вообще игр, видеоигр, и вообще сфера программирования, я уже не говорю про молодых русских художников, во всех этих сферах мы понимаем, что мы можем дать больше даже, чем получить. Поэтому основная задача – это интеграция именно в первую очередь со странами БРИКС. И здесь в качестве такого практического действия у нас запланировано до конца года несколько таких креативных миссий в наши дорогие страны-участницы БРИКС. Это именно сообщество, например, сообщество российских дизайнеров. Это 20-30 дизайнеров, которые едут в Китай. Никто не знает, что электронная музыка была вообще создана в России 100 лет назад. И это тоже отдельная история. Мы можем устроить такой же фестиваль, как делается в Берлине. И много-много другое. Я просто вот про это могу говорить очень долго.
That's quite refreshing to hear, and also educating us on the perspective of creative economies and how electric music is actually started in Russia, but of course presents opportunities for us to look broader and beyond just natural resources and the current commodities that we exchange. And I believe that that's critical, because if you do take a look at the level of creative input that actually comes from the African continent, there are key markets like Nollywood in Nigeria and many others that have actually seen a significant amount of growth. So that does present a heightened level of opportunity. Well, we've touched on the new aspects of sectors and trade that we can look into. We've obviously highlighted opportunities that do exist when it comes to the manufacturing field with passenger motor vehicles. But I do think it's also imperative for us to actually reflect on some of the learnings as to how trade and trade relations amongst the BRICS nations and opportunities across the African continent have evolved in a post-pandemic world. However, the opportunities are still there. And perhaps, Mr. Khan, this is where I can come to you to give us, coming from an economy that has really managed to bolster economic growth and its economic performance. Give us your lessons and observations as to now that we live in an environment where we've got BRICS, we've got AFCA, and we understand the learnings of the pandemic. How does this leverage and propel us further to enhance and, of course, develop further growth across the African continent?
Good question. I think you raised a very valid point. Today, African continent has 1.2 billion people. By 2030, the total population will go to 1.7 billion. And you have a useful population. You have a lot of arid land which is not being used. Whereas India is importing a lot of pulses and other things. So I think that's another area on agriculture where you have to deploy people so that employment is created. At the same time, the land is used. Instead importing, today a lot of things are imported into this country. It's important to see how we can deploy the youthful people, youth of this young youth, which you have plenty of them. They make them employable. Apart from that, you have a mineral wealth. Now, what is happening is today mineral imported. Now, also there is a saying, you have 50% of the gold reserve. I think you have 100% of the gold reserve. For 50% is gold, 50% in the hearts of African peoples.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
So
50% is the hearts of African people. I'm not too sure if you caught that one. Continue, sir.
So I think a lot of things can be derived, especially I see a lot of opportunities in terms of, improving skills. Now you have youth, there's no sense if they are not good in education. Important is educate them one thing. But if the person has no interest and not able to do well, what do they do? You don't have unemployable youth, which can be a challenge for the nation. So it's very important that start skilling. And I think this we can share from Indian example. Because every youth is not that good in education. He may not be having that kind of marks. There's a lot of, even if they graduate, a lot of them don't get jobs. So I think two, three things I recommend. One is on the skilling side. Other is trying to see how we can improve the agriculture side. That we become exporter rather than importing everything. So you have so much arable land and so many people to feed. Now we had the same problem in India. If you go back to 60s, early 60s, we were importing wheat from US under PL40, PL420 or 480 regularly, feeding the people. We are short of feed. Then we developed technology. We got technology from US, and we were able to triple our production. Today, the situation is we become a surplus nation. Not only we are able to feed 140 billion people, 140 crores people, but we are able to export. So this same can be done. You know, it's very important to take some lessons. Even in terms of milk, there's usually shortage of milk in the country. People would stand in a queue. So we had a white revolution. So what happened? Cooperative societies were created. Farmers are kept busy making milk, and that milk was converted into cooperative company, and then they bottled it, and today it's freely available.
Yep.
And they were able to get a lot of villages involved in this. So I think these are some of the basic things which you have to do, because food security is very important.
100%. And speaking of that, I do understand that there's a lot of fluidity in terms of how we need to manage these trade relations and these dynamics, especially on the back of macroeconomic climate change, and of course, key considerations that need to be brought to the fore. But staying with you a little further, Mr. Kanva, as you mentioned, we need to prioritize skills and human development, right? And as we know on the African continent, our demographic dividend is one of our most critical resources. Maybe you can expand on how Indian businesses or Indian-based businesses have been spotting opportunities across the continent on the back of Africa, but also prioritizing social development as a key priority to the sustained development of the African continent overall.
So India has a very large population. There's a lot of villagers, not well connected, educated. So we had a broadband, and then we had the infrastructure for digital infrastructure. So the problem we were facing earlier was that whatever the government subsidies were going, 90% was being taken up by the administrative staff. They were not reaching. So through the digital infrastructure, the bank accounts were created. I think in the Guinness book, it's a record that 8 billion, 1 billion, 1 week, the bank. India is also on the digital side, they're able to transfer money. And especially on the education side also, with the broadband, education is also being imparted in the villages. So these are some of the things. And I think you have to apply the mind so that the youth is deployed, and especially with this the biggest stage, and center which is being opened just now, the gentleman said there.
Sure.
So I think there's a lot of opportunities. We have to see how do we create a continent. Today, Europe is going down. As per IMF studies, 5 African countries are surging ahead. Their economies are moving up. 5 countries. So why can't it be done in all the countries in Africa? So I think you have good, talented people. I think time has come. You have to create environments so that people can be employed. There's no sense of giving subsidies, and every time it is better to have him, don't get the fish in their pocket, in the mouth.
Yep.
Have him fish themselves so they can be there for good life.
Going
Not
back
that they
to
ask for the
fundamental
money every day.
principles. Exactly. It's exchanging skills and, of course, affording them opportunities to embark on opportunities themselves. I've kept you quiet for way too long, Mr. Wang Tujo, and I'm keen to get your perspective on infrastructure. Digital infrastructure is one that we will revisit to explore further opportunities, but we know that on a continent like Africa, infrastructure was by both your peers and colleagues on the panel as a across and was capitalizing on Africa. I'm keen to understand from your observations as the chairman of CC, if you can give us a perspective as to how you've identified opportunity for across the African continent. What has made the attractive?
decide, like.
Oh, my apologies, Mr. Kanda. My question's addressed to Mr. Wang Tongzo, to give us some perspective from China, from a Chinese perspective. We'll certainly come back to you in a minute. Mr. Wang.
十分高兴参加这个
Thank you very much for the
感谢
opportunity to be at this
这个非洲啊，
platform
一
and
直
thank you for
是宗教集团的长期以
When
来
it comes to
重要的
Africa, the China Communications Construction
那么
Company is one of our
我们
biggest
始终啊
markets.
响应我们习近平关于
We have
中
done
非
is
发展理
implemented
念中提到
Chairman
的这
Xi's
个真实
policy
倾城的
of
这个理念，
sincerity, real
积极发
results,
挥啊
harmony
宗
and
教
good
集团
faith
的全
in
产业
terms of
链的
our
这个
cooperation.
优势啊，我
And
们
therefore we
参与
are
和推进在非洲
increasing
的
the value
比如说
chains
综合交通这个体系建设，
propositions.
还有
And
产
we
业
have
园区的
got
建
a
设，
lot of
还有和开发建设，以及啊工业和资源
transport
能源
infrastructure
这
that we
个
have
的发展方面的基础设施
built.
的
And this is
建
basic
设。那么上个世纪呢，宗
road
教
and
就
other
参与
types
了
of
莫里塔尼亚的友谊港的建设。从那个时候
For
开始啊，
example, we can
我
give
们
example of the
有
Mauritanian
了
friendship
许多在非洲的基础设施项目，
in
比如
Africa.
说啊，肯尼亚的机场
And
快速路， 还有
the
蒙内铁路，
Kenya,
还有这个莫桑比克的
the Kenyan airport
马普多大桥，
highway that was
尼日利亚
constructed,
的这
the
个莱辛
Mombasa Nairobi rail
这些一大
construction
批啊，
project,
我
the
认为
port
呢，
of Lekki
是
bridge that we've
为
seen.
非洲的经济上做
And
出了
this has
很重要
been
的贡
for the
献，
economy of
同时
Africa
呢
a，very
也
important
为非洲实现这
aspect.
个基础设施互联互
When it
通啊，
comes to this
起
type
到
of
了很大的作用。
infrastructure, we
那
have
么
had
这次
a
在
huge impact in this
南非
regard.
召开这次会议啊，
And
应该说是一个重要的相互沟通
this is
和
a very
这
important
个展示的
place
机
where
会。
we can
大家
share
知道啊，南
information on
非
this
呢，第一个和中国签署
And
一带
we
一路
know that South
这
Africa
个
plays
合
a
作
huge
协
role
议
in
的
the
国家，
Belt and Road Initiative
也
in signing
是
this
这个
with
非洲
China.
国家，
And it's a
也
very
是连续
important
13年啊
over the last 3 decades. It's played a
在
huge
非洲国
cooperative
家里
role
和
and
中
been a
国
big
实现贸
partner
易量
to
第一
China
的
in terms of
国
this
家。
development.
那么这次会议呢，在南非召开，我们觉得呢
And
很
so
高兴。
we are very
宗
happy
教
that
集
we
团
have
呢，
this
始终
opportunity
呢
to be in South Africa
这
for
个
this
秉
BRICS
承
Summit.
啊，包容
And
绿色
we
创新的这个
believe
发展
that
理念，
using a
所以顺应
open
世界
and
全球化
inclusive
的趋势啊，
cooperative and
我
win-win
们
mutually
致力
cooperative,
于规则
mutually
治理和民生的所
beneficial
需。
method is a very
你比如
important
说
BRICS
那个我们在
attitude
南
to
非
adopt.
推进的这个蒙塔图大桥的
And
项目，
we
是
also know that there has been
南非
the
东部阿尔收费高速公路
Bridge
的
project
一
and
个重要的
another
地点，
very important
也
one
是东南部非洲的一个
is in the
拉
eastern
通的
part
一个
of
重要
Southern
的
Africa, the
交
N2
通设
toll
施
road
项目。
highway
那么
project.
这个项目应该说对未来啊，
And
南非
this
未来的
project
经
is
济
very
和
important
旅游
to
业
the
的发
future
展呢，提
development
供
of
重要的支
the
撑，
economy in South
也
Africa.
减轻啊日益加剧的这种交通
Mr.
压
Wang
力。
Will be part of
If I may come in, and we appreciate the examples that you've shared because they do make it a lot more practical to understand how these infrastructure investments do facilitate the movements of goods and services across various markets and regions across the continent in the economic blocks and, of course, taking advantage of Africa. But I'm keen to understand, you've had the opportunity to work right across the continent in different markets, and I'm keen to understand from your observations what opportunities, but also concerns and threats have you witnessed that continue to derail the level of investment that we see? If you can highlight that for us and give us an understanding as to how we can navigate this to bolster further investment.
这个挑战嘛，应该说是多方面的。一个呢，就是首先呢，世界呢面临这个整个的经济转型，那么很多新兴的产业在随着绿色低碳的发展需求和数字化技术的提升啊，都在不断的这个萦绕出来。我觉得创新和适应新的业态和企业面临共享和机遇合作的一个很重要的挑战。那么随着这些呢，那么随着国际的治理评论的变化和规则性的变化，企业的这个合规管理和适应 本土法律法规的这种，也是一种很重要的挑战。再一个呢，就是目前呢，从全球化到区域化，比如说您刚才提到的这个非洲大陆这个自贸协定，那么就是给非洲大陆呢带来了很多机遇。同时也为这个第三方国家参与非洲大陆的合作会有新的一些挑战，比如说顶层设计和顶层的沟通，和整个非洲一体化经济推进以后带来的一些业态和规则的变化的沟通和认识，这些应该是很重要的。谢谢。
Got you. Thank you so much for that clarity, and really does help us understand the ongoing efforts that are being made by your business and many other peers to ensure that infrastructure investment remains critical on the African continent. And maybe we can expand on this just a little bit further, right? Because we're well aware that infrastructure really does cover quite a broad scope. And perhaps, Stavros, this is where I can come to you to get further perspective on this. When we take a look at the opportunities presented by infrastructure investment, we also can't ignore the fact that a just energy transition also plays into that particular role. And I'm keen to get your thought. It was highlighted in earlier conversations earlier on today as to how we ensure that a just energy transition and, of course, energy efficiencies, whether in infrastructure investment, whether investment coming through from our BRICS partners across the continent, remains a priority for the sustained development of the African continent. So how do we ensure that as we plug and play, we're already thinking of operating in a business environment that prioritizes sustainability?
The best laid plans will never succeed unless you have the ability to execute on these plans, of course. I mean, that's stating the obvious. Now, in an African context, what does that mean? Where are the constraints, disenablers, deficiencies in Africa? First of all, energy supply. And we've felt that in our country. Infrastructure, rail in particular. There's an ambition to build rail from Cairo to Cape Town. Okay, these are all very important elements to being able to execute, because we can put up capacities, we can develop capabilities, we can get the technologies in, but unless you've got the basic infrastructure in place, you will never succeed. Now, that brings me to just energy transitioning. Of course, our country, South Africa, at COP27, made certain commitments. We have every intention, and certainly as a business community, and I'm speaking as a business person, not as a politician, the commitments made at COP27 have to be lived up to. And I think as business, we would support living up to those. However, we also recognize the here and now. The here and now is that you've still got an economy that you've got to take care of. There are still jobs that need to be saved and or created. So striking the appropriate balance between transitioning into greener forms of energy, reducing carbon emissions, but at the same time, not further hampering your economy, because we have many headwinds at the moment that we've got to deal with. So you don't need further headwinds. We need to fix the headwinds that we're currently experiencing. But the single biggest thing for me here is, as much as we're lamenting that the energy crisis is a crisis, the crisis should be seen as an opportunity. And the opportunity, and that is why as business we've been agitating for electricity reform. There's a bill, you would have read in today's paper, even that business is saying has to be implemented with speed. We're telling the government that, because we're in a partnership with government on this. And unless we accelerate that, we're not going to fully realize all these other alternate sources of energy that will solve our current problem. So I'm talking about solar, I'm talking about wind, I'm talking about battery, I'm talking about gas. We've got fantastic gas reserves in KZN. But unless we keep pace with regulatory reform, we're not going to implement these things, and we will further hamper the infrastructure required to grow the economy of this country and the continent.
Definitely. And I'm assuming this also speaks to the products that we actually produce as well, which do need to be relevant and competitive on an international scale. And perhaps, Mr. Osalame, this is where you can indulge us, given that you work for a vehicle manufacturer. A lot of conversations that have been bold as to how South Africa, which has a significantly strong vehicle manufacturing center, can actively transition to meeting the needs of the global community, moving from internal combustion engines to new energy vehicles. That in terms of manufacture. Some progress has been made, but I'm keen to understand how as Marco Polo you take into account these observations and prioritize them for the sustained development, not only of your investments in South Africa, but across the continent.
Yes. We do see what we do see this shift in the market towards green transportation. What we do believe is that the center of the discussion should be the decarbonization and not necessarily what type of energy is going to be used. You just mentioned a lot of challenges that we face. It is not an exclusivity of South Africa or Africa, for example. In Brazil, we do face similar scenarios as also a developing country. So we do believe that the center of the discussion should be the decarbonization. When we say that that's not one way to do that, we do see investments on biofuels as an alternative, using other natural resources that we could have in the country to reach this level. We just had a forum regarding this subject a couple hours ago, where I heard a very interesting thing that we do believe, which is a transition towards reaching the goal that we plan to use, considering the African landscape. So we do believe that this is something important. We as the industry should be on top of that, leading the market and investing and doing the researches that we feel supporting with local entities to go for the right direction, country by country.
100%, very critical, and of course really does speak to the deliberate investment opportunities that are being made by vehicle manufacturers like yourselves. I'm aware that we have about 5 to 10 minutes for this conversation, and we would like to get some strong takeaways as to how best we can implement changes and actively embark on the journey to ensure that we use AFCA as a key enabler for growth across the continent as we leave here and prepare for lunch in just a moment. And I'd like to come back to Mr. Canva just to get your perspective on this one. There's clearly some learnings that you can share as the leader of Apollo Tires, again, based in vehicle manufacturing. You've had opportunities to expand not only in South Africa, but witness the business landscape and as well as the climate in this particular regard. As you look forward to implement AFCA, help us understand how you're taking some examples from your operations in South Africa and will likely apply them to some of the external markets that you choose to operate in across the continent. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you're talking about the manufacturing.
Yes, 100%.
On the manufacturing side, you see, we looked in this country and we sent our people to look around and, in the tire business, and they said, you start making a tire. Then somebody came to me, the roads are not, the roads are not right. This not, so many problems. So they said, why can't you make roads? I said, that is not my business. So I sent my R&D people to study the road conditions so that, you cannot make one type tire, which can be used for anywhere. So the idea was to adapt the local environments and try and develop products on the basis of the requirement of that place, keeping in view what conditions which are there. So in the manufacturing, whenever you're doing, it's very important to do these things. Of course, the challenges are that you have to have the skilled people. Like I already said, it is important the youth who are, even if graduated, do not get jobs. Now, if you don't have a job, then they are not able to feed the family. So it's very important to develop youth for the skills. And we have a lot of skills, places where we have ITIs, where we train people who go there and they understand the machine learning, some of the basic skills. So that is one reason you can do it. And some of them can become an entrepreneur. I mean, you look at some examples, there are people like Steve Jobs. He was already twice or thrice, he was rejected in the college.
The only challenge
went
is
to the
Steve
college.
Jobs is not a member of BRICS, right? That's the only concern.
And he invented the telephone which we are all using. Why can't people from here do the same thing? He was one of us, a human being. It was only that he was deploying all his energies in one area with a focus. So we lose focus. So the question is, human being, if they focus and they have a passion and they have a little patience and they persevere, they'll get there. These are basic principles.
Definitely.
So personally, I think there's a lot of opportunity. Like I said, diamonds. Now diamonds are, now we have almost 95% of diamonds are cut in India, in Surat. And you go to anywhere in the world, all the small diamonds are coming back and going from here. So why can't we do that? It's very important to create employment for this, our own country, African regions. Unless we do that, we'll have always unemployment and we'll have always challenges. And I think there is a good youth who are willing to work, but they need guidance, and you should have some kind of a special, where people can be, do some, basically counseling. So the counseling, people do, every parent wants the children to be educated. Now, counseling is very important. Psychologically, one has to study. In some countries, they do psychological tests to say whether this guy is good for studies or not. Is he good for skills? Accordingly, they develop children on that basis. Germany, the classic example. They will not allow everybody to, and they give free education. And they have the maximum skills. We are also moving in the same direction in India. So I just thought, in the manufacturing, you have to have the base. Base is people. And then whatever, you start to look at the juices. All the juices are being imported. I went to a store. Why can't, once we have air and land, develop that? And if somebody is producing juices here, somebody is making the boxes, somebody is making something else. So you are creating, multiple employment for the people on a small little thing. Similarly, there'll be many such things. In India, we used to have 40% of the food and vegetable perishable, 40%. Now, India, what our Prime Minister has done, connected all the little villages. And at the same time, we didn't have any, this cold chain. So we created that. And today we are able to export. So why can't it be done here?
100%.
You put cold chain, allow people to dwell, use this thing. You have beautiful land. So African continent. And these are the things which has to be done.
100%. We appreciate that, Mr. Canva, because it does provide us with a lot more perspective, especially in light of the fact that BRICS nations do account for almost half of the workforce of the globe's population. So we need to ensure that we continue investing in our people, leverage opportunities for them to be economically active and entrepreneurial, and that in itself will have a direct impact on the vibrancy and buoyancy of various economies. I am aware that as we walk away, there are various aspects that have been touched on. Definitely the diversification of the items that we do trade, expanding and exploring new avenues, especially that do delve into technology, the digital economy, and even the creative space. We've certainly highlighted that looking at the trade numbers, opportunities are there to improve and enhance trade, not only amongst the BRICS region, but across the African continent. Africa is a key enabler in terms of policy that we need to be mindful of, and of course needs to be top of mind when it comes to businesses looking to leverage and expand on the investment opportunities, not only in South Africa, but leapfrogging that into the rest of the continent. But of course, the policies might be there, the people and their talent, and businesses who are going to not only prioritize profit, but also purpose and an impact in the livelihoods of people matter. But another aspect that we need to bear in mind as we start concluding is political stability. Secretary General, perhaps this is one that I can throw into your lap as to how critical political stability remains as a key factor to the adequate implementation of AFCA in alignment with the success that looks to be explored by BRICS nations.
It is absolutely. It's an essential feature of establishing market certainty and predictability. You have to have political stability. What we have seen in the recent months, particularly in Sudan, in Niger, is very, very worrisome. Of course, as you know, the leadership of the African Union has been very, very clear and firm on this. The coup d'etat in Niger, totally unacceptable that a democratically elected president is removed by a soldier. And in fact, in the case of Niger, we know the development strides that Niger has made in less than 10 years under President Mahamadou Issoufou. And so sadly, it seems as if in West Africa, we're beginning to see a re-emergence of these junta that are unelected. But again, as I said, both ECOWAS and the African Union has been very firm that these unconstitutional changes of government are totally unacceptable. The people must be allowed to elect their leaders. The practical impact that you see, immediate practical impact, when there are these instabilities, informal traders are shut out of markets, informal cross-border traders, small, medium enterprises, they lose market share. So the instability is not, it doesn't have only a political impact. It also has a trade, a political economy impact. And we have to redouble our efforts to make sure that as the African Union, and in this case, ECOWAS, that we do everything that we can to restore stability on our continent. There will be no trade if we do not have political stability.
That's true. There will be no trade if we do not have political stability. I also want to give it back to you, General Secretary, as we just wrap up, that we do have international participants here from across various parts of the continent who might not form part of the BRICS nations, but have a vested interest, partnership, and perhaps a level of heightened curiosity that they'd like to participate with. For anyone who's representing those markets in the form of SMMEs down in the exhibition stalls, in the form of private meetings that will likely take place with business leaders, how do we instill confidence in other African states to understand that BRICS, in alignment with AFCA, will benefit?
I like what you said earlier, that it is not only about South Africa, that will arise from this that there are opportunities not just for South Africa, but the entire continent. The value proposition is, if you are sitting here as an investor, the value proposition is 1.3 billion people. It's an independent market beyond just South Africa, which, as staff said, is a critical market. But the opportunities go beyond what South Africa has to offer. We heard some of our fellow partners mention the auto sector. Liberia produces rubber. Why don't we establish a processing capacity in Liberia or Sierra Leone for processing rubber into tires for the continental, the African continental value chain on the auto sector? So there are practical steps and interventions that I believe can be made. Agriculture, similarly, we spoke about the amount of imports, agricultural food imports, over $50 billion worth of annually worth of imports of maize, soya, rice from other parts of the world. But look at Zimbabwe, as I mentioned yesterday.
Yep.
Zimbabwe has 2 million tons, metric tons of excess grains a year. Similarly with Ethiopia and wheat, Uganda, 2 billion liters. 2 billion liters, excess liters a year. What has been missing, of course, is a legal instrument, which is now presented to us, the AfCFTA, the legal instrument to enable that trade to happen so that the investors can come in to establish in a market that has certainty, predictability, and adheres to the rule of trade law.
Definitely. Well, I think it's quite clear that the investors in the room have confidence in some of the opportunities that they've been able to participate in. Of course, highlighted that whilst there might be challenges, they are keen to navigate there and, of course, work to the benefit of the people. Policy has also been put in place as we actively recognize, and of course, purpose has been established through the role, function, and the end goal of the policies that have been instituted. But we need to invest in our people. We need to ensure that we're able to progress and, of course, enhance the development of African economies right across the continent. We'll leave it there for today as we give you much more to think about, and of course for various participants, not only as BRICS member states, but those of you from across the continent. Hopefully this provides you with an opportunity to understand that there's a greater purpose to leverage growth and of course uplift opportunities across the African continent. Please give my panelists a round of applause as we do make our way off of stage. And of course, an opportunity will be available for many of you to engage with them offline as to how we can actively participate in advancing the continent going forward. I'd like to hand back to my colleague Ashraf Garda as we make our way off stage to my right-hand side.
Right, thank you. I trust that went well, right, Gugu? Went well.
Of course, fruitful.
Of course, Suzanne. Thank you. Listen, some important announcements. Just I need you to hear this before you go, right? So, you know, the next item is lunch, right? That's point one. Point two, I need you seated here at no later than 3:15. So 15:15, please. It's really important that you get seated here by that time. You are aware that in the next section, we're turning to leadership. So the heads of state will be present, and therefore the time issues are particularly important. So 3:15. Number three, you know, from a seating arrangement point of view, we asked the people to come forward in the initial stages. So now we will revert back to the original plan, right? And you need to allow for the seating arrangements for all the dignitaries who are going to take the front line, and they know who they are, right? So please, whatever that original plan of seating that you were designated to after lunch, go back to that. But this is important as well. When you do that now, that is, make sure you take your bags with you. I'm amazed how many people have forgotten their bags. Take your bags with you. And the last thing is the headset for translation. Leave that on the chairs as well. Don't take it outside. It could cause some serious confusion. So after lunch, there are only two significant things. We will have the heads of state. Minister Ebrahim Patel will come back on stage to introduce the heads of state. Before that, we'll have Ronald Nielsen, who came up here earlier on. She will chat to Patrice Motsepe, who you've heard mentioned earlier on. Besides being a leading businessman in South Africa, he was the inaugural chair of the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. So there'll be a fascinating one-on-one conversation with the two of them, which I certainly absolutely want to see. Now, we spoke earlier on about the need to have a seat at the table, and we also spoke about the need to have lunch at that seat at the table. You've got over an hour and a bit as you network. Have your lunch, try and create your own seats at the table by some serious networking. Thank you so much, and until later on.
Hi everyone, we are from BRICS Business Council and we are based at Train, Sandton Station, and we are transporting delegates from here to the Gallagher Convention Center. Welcome to South Africa!
So on behalf of government, we would like to thank you for this partnership and for the support. These vehicles are beautiful and they fit the class of people you're going to be transporting. So we would like to thank you for this very generous support. It helps us as government because then it means we don't have to spend money and hire vehicles. Your support is going to help us to have a very successful summit.
We are honored that Cherry South Africa was selected as an official presidential vehicle partnership for the 2023 BRICS Summit. It is a privilege to part of this history and making and contribute to the undoubted success that this summit will have. I want to thank you, all the delegates and colleagues that have been working on this project and ensure that this partnership between Cherry SA and DIRCO can be realized.
the amount of new people you meet and the incredible energy that we feed off each other. I've always said the essence of building any society is focused on the people, and the connections you make with people inevitably passes on into meaningful relationships that for us can mean into building meaningful nations wherever we may be, right? Okay, the plan now, and I need silence, please. Let me tell you what the plan is. We will have a session with Bronwyn Nielsen chatting to Dr. Patrice Motsepe imminently. That will happen now. At that time, sometime in the next maximum half an hour, we expect the leaders of the BRICS heads of state to arrive. I then will introduce Minister Ebrahim Patel once again, who will come onto the stage, and he will take over the introduction, firstly to Mr. Tshabalala from the Standard Bank Group, and then the heads of state, and they will address us. That session we expect should take around about an hour. So from the time the heads of state arrive to the time they're done, that should take an hour. To get us there, we've got about a half an hour session approximately with Dr. Patrice Motsepe. So having said that, let me tell you where we are. Let me call upon two people, Bronwyn Nielsen, who was here earlier on. She's the CEO of the Nielsen Network. They are part of the knowledge partnership, really, of the BRICS Business Forum for the day, right? And then Dr. Patrice Motsepe, who is a leading businessman in my country, but he also is the inaugural chair of the BRICS Business Council, the South African chapter. So I want you to put your hands together for both of them, Bronwyn Nielsen and Patrice Motsepe. Thank you. Enjoy. that applause was a bit muted. Let's get it louder. Thank you.
I'm going to show you to the middle chair.
This one. Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, and Ashraf, thank you very much for the introduction. Dr. Patrice Motsepe, the inaugural chair of the BRICS Business Council South African chapter in the flesh. So thank you for joining us. Now, in 2013, Patrice was appointed the chair of the BRICS Business Council South African chapter. It was a milestone for you, but possibly what you don't know is that in 2014, his fellow BRICS chair, comprising the BRICS Business Council, issued an outstanding leadership award in 2014. Now, this is what we need to drill down into. An outstanding leadership award across BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Let's start there. In terms of whether your aspirations have been met.
No, it wasn't my aspirations as such. It was aspirations of the collective, the business community, the governments that saw the need for a BRICS Business Council. And the objectives were clear. The aim was to significantly increase trade, investment, and partnership relationships between South Africa, Africa, and the BRICS countries. But I think in the beginning, we looked at it essentially from a business perspective, because as business people, our focus is on sustainability, it's on competitiveness, it's on profitability. And we have been doing business in many countries in Africa, have got investments in India and other parts of the world. And there was always a clear understanding that South African CEOs and CEOs on the African continent have traded and have done business with the BRICS countries without the BRICS Business Council. So there had to be a unique value add that we were going to bring to the party. I think at the time, the trade between Africa and the BRICS countries was $342 billion. And of course, this was around about in 2013. It has diminished by 2017. But when we started,
the objective was to increase their trade significantly. For example, the trade between China and Africa was about 200 billion at the time, and the objective was to get it to 250, to get it to 300, and the 342 billion that I spoke about, the totality of BRICS countries doing business with Africa, the aim was to increase it to $400 billion, $450 billion and above. Of course, it would take time.
Have you seen remarkable progress over the last 10 years?
There's, I was listening to what was said this morning, and there's a huge amount of progress that has been done. And it's just that in the business world, we set very high standards for ourselves. We set very high expectations, very high ambitions. And the relationships, of course, the BRICS country from Africa is South Africa. And there was a clear objective to focus on the trade between South Africa and the BRICS countries, but there was a fundamental commitment and an obligation that even though South Africa was the sole country in BRICS, the focus was on the African continent. Because there's a bigger focus for the future. If you look at the EU, you've got about 30 odd countries. It's a big market. They trade as a single entity. If you look at the American market, it's a huge market, 380 to 400 million people. You look at other parts of the world. So South Africa, with about 60 million people, to be a comparative trading and negotiating partner in terms of doing deals and transactions and policies and engagement, the African continent is a critical part of making sure that all of a sudden we talk as people say 1.3, but we really think the number is more like 1.4 billion people on the African continent.
We've celebrated cooperation, collaboration today on this stage. In terms of cutting across cultural, economic, political differences, we've done that effectively. And as the numbers were quoted earlier, BRICS comprise 41% of the world's population, almost 30% of GDP, almost 30% of global trade. The essence to cutting across those differences that I highlighted, the political, the cultural, the economic differences.
Yeah. You've got to look at this BRICS relationship as a long-term partnership, as a long-term relationship, at the heart of which has to be mutual benefit. I've got relatives I love immensely. When they phone me and tell me that, we need money for my child at school, or we haven't paid the installment or the mortgage, it's a duty from a family perspective to assist. But in relation to South Africa and the African continent in the BRICS relationship, we have to position ourselves as a country and a continent that produces goods and also has services which the rest of the world, which the BRICS countries want. And so in essence, you can't have relationships based on aid, relationships based on philanthropy, relationships based on donations. They don't last. And that's why I remember, I think a few months after we started the BRICS Business Council, I called 4 of the top CEOs, the most successful CEOs on the African continent. And our focus was, what has South Africa got? What has the African continent got that the other BRICS countries need, want, and where there's mutual benefit? I mean, we talk about the African continental free trade area as the biggest continental free trade zone in the world. Excellent.
Well, the ambition is $3.6 trillion if we get it right.
Well, that's correct. Now you said something important. If we get it right, but as Africans, we have to focus on the positive. There's a lot that justifiably pulls us back and where there are weaknesses and deficiencies, but you don't build an economy, you don't build a continent by focusing excessively on the failures and the deficiencies and the weaknesses, no matter how realistic they may be. So we've got to focus on those, what goods, what commodities, including services, because I was surprised this morning, the head of the BRICS Business Council from Brazil was talking about tourism. And we saw tourism as a low-hanging fruit. It's one of the means that we could create millions of jobs. But bottom line is the future of African business, the future of the African continent depends on its capacity and ability to prove to the rest of the world that we can conduct partnerships, do trade, do investments, and have business relationships that are mutually beneficial. That's what lies at the heart of any mutually beneficial relationship.
It's brilliant that you mention the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's taken center stage today in discussions, as you said. We had the Secretary General of AFCFTA, Wamkele Mene, taking to the stage and holding down that discussion where it really is BRICS and Africa. Have you seen transformation? Now, obviously, we kicked off the AFCFTA in January 2021. It has had teething problems, as does everything. But it appears that real momentum is starting to build now.
Well, in 1995, they were talking about the trade. The year 2000 is the African continent. In the year 2000, 2005, 2010, there was always discussion that it is Africa's time. I mean, it has always been Africa's time. The key issue for us is we have to consistently produce results and indicate that the standards of living of our people are improving, because at the heart of these trade ties is the poor, the unemployed, the marginalized. And how do those trade ties translate in a significant improvement in the living conditions of our people? So we have a clear understanding of the magnitude of the challenges that confronts us, but we are equally absolutely confident. There will be problems. There was discussion about what's happened in Niger. There are a few other countries in Africa where there have been military coups. There's Sudan and the other parts of the continent.
Social riots in Kenya.
There'll always be challenges. But the issue for us is we are confident more than ever before, and confident based on the facts, not just some kind of exuberant self-belief and emotional inspiration that the time of Africa has come and we will do well, but more so because 7 of the fastest growing economies in the world are on the African continent. And I think the most exciting thing is that the amount of intra-African trade is increasing significantly. And of course, the partnership with China, the partnership with Brazil, India, Russia, very, very important. The relationship with the BRICS countries, of course, and the partnerships and doing business with the rest of the world is also important.
Which sectors do you see the biggest opportunities in now when it comes to the BRICS nations?
In 2013, we asked each of the BRICS countries to focus on those specific industries that they would like to promote and advance, but more than just saying industries, identify specific investment opportunities, projects in those industries. So we had a whole list of opportunities and industries. China gave us a list and said, these are the industries that we promote in our trade and investment ties with Africa. Russia did the same, Brazil did the same, and India, and we did the same. So if you look at the working groups that have been set up, I think those working groups largely reflect the common understanding of the identification of those specific industries where the greatest potential for partnerships exists.
When it comes to BRICS and the future, just look 5 years ahead now. We're talking a decade, but look 5 years ahead, and where do you see the BRICS nations?
I think the starting point for us on the African continent is we've got to accelerate the implementation, the advancement of the African continental free trade area. Critically important. there's the right spirit, the right commitment, the right will. We need a sense of urgency, extreme urgency, to make sure that those barriers, trade barriers, both tariff and non-tariff, are significantly diminished and eliminated. I mean, we do business in about 35 countries in Africa on the financial services side. And we've got huge investments in India, we've got investments in other parts of the world. But Africa for us is the most exciting area to do business. Will there be challenges and will there be problems? Absolutely. But still the most exciting and the most attractive.
I've heard Juan Kelimene speaking on many stages, and he does stress the point that AFCFTA needs to go beyond policy and into implementation. Is that shift actually happening? And Patrice, I suppose it's the same thing. If you look at Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, are we moving beyond policy to implementation?
Let me tell you, South African companies are the largest trading partners on the African continent, from the continent. We sometimes don't give the CEOs and the companies on the continent the sort of credibility and respect they deserve. They're world-class. Many of them are as good as the best in the world. So, and these are some of the things that excited us immensely because, I go to Nigeria, I go to Kenya, I go to Egypt, I go to Algeria, I go to Morocco, I go to Tanzania. I see South African companies there. Of course, I see BRICS companies as well. So I think the key issue is that the governments have to increase their partnerships with the private sector. And these discussions between the governments and the private sectors must increase significantly. And part of the purpose of these discussions is for the private sector to indicate to the governments what sort of impediments, barriers, hurdles are there to the free trade of goods and services on the African continent. But we are immensely optimistic.
We had the entrepreneurial focus today, and of course, center stage, small, medium enterprises. To what extent, as you say, the BRICS Business Council has the power to impact regulation, to impact policy?
Let me give you an example. In 2013, we spoke about visas. If I go to China as a businessman, if I go to Brazil or India or Russia or any other part of the world on the continent, we have to fast track the visa process. And we understand that there are legitimate concerns about making sure that governments maintain the sovereign control of who comes in and who comes out. We don't just agree with it, we support it as well. But these are some of the low-hanging fruits. We can immediately give preferential access to businessmen from China, from India, from Brazil, from Russia, from a BRICS perspective. Give them visas, allow them to come in and look at opportunities in South Africa, on the continent. And what we spoke about was a reciprocity. The company, one of our companies has invested several $billion in India. And India is an amazing place for business, and so is China, and so is Brazil. And
let's stay with this theme for a moment. Are the policymakers open to the guidance that business is giving them? As you say, the low-hanging fruit is priority visas across the group.
I've got no doubt whatsoever that the commitment and the will is there. No doubt. What is required is an extreme sense of urgency to translate that commitment and will into effective, pragmatic policy implementation. And politicians have got all sorts of pressures and demands and expectations. And it happens with me as well. My son comes to me and says, yes, when the business people call you, you come. And when I call you, you don't come. You take a long time. I understand that. But the bottom line is the BRICS Business Council is a unique platform, a unique foundation for consistent engagement with the governments, with the heads of state, but more importantly, maybe equally importantly, for consistent engagements amongst the business communities to find out if I'm a Chinese businessman and I want to come and invest in South Africa, What problems are you, and how can we eliminate or reduce those problems? If I'm a South African businessman and I want to go and open a business in India, what are the hurdles and the impediments? The Business Council, part of the purpose of the Business Council is to identify those impediments and with a sense of urgency, eliminate and remove those impediments.
As we remove the impediments, one of the biggest opportunities has to be market access. When you look at an entrepreneur and suddenly opening up the BRICS nations as a market, that has to be groundbreaking.
Yeah, but you see, a market, it's an opportunity until you realize, okay, until you invest, and sometimes your investment take 5-7 years before you realize value. So, and this is in this instance where the partnerships with the governments, with the heads of state, with the ministers is critically important, because a lot of our investments are long-term investments. And the appropriate policy, legislative, economic, tax, in some cases even judicial dispensation is critically important. So I have no doubt that there is the opportunities in terms of what we can do, the magnitude of how we can grow the trade, investment, and business ties between South Africa, the African continent, and the BRICS countries. The potential is enormous. But again, sense of urgency, sense of immediacy, sense, all of us with our governments and with our policymakers, we need to translate these good ideas we have, these big plans, into effective legislative or policy instruments that allows for the effective and free flow of goods and services.
One of the criticisms has been that BRICS, the BRICS Forum, the BRICS Business Council is still at that talk shop level. And many people on the ground, the man on the street, so to say, or the woman on the street has said, how is this going to help me at the end of the day?
Listen, we don't have time for talk shops. That's why I seldom go to meetings or to conferences. I mean, I came today because I've got an emotional connection with the BRICS countries. Of course, I've got ties with the rest of the world, but we've got a history as South Africa with many of the BRICS countries, which emanates during the years of our fights for democracy. So that history is very, very important. Of course, we've got a similar history with other parts of the world, but we build on those historical support that they've given to initiatives and the struggle towards democracy. And we want that history we use as a basis to build very strong, mutually beneficial business and investment ties. But I need to emphasize economic growth. I need to emphasize that, let me make a bad example. In football, you've got a football team that plays beautiful football, or some people will say beautiful soccer, but they don't score goals. And at the end of every year, they don't win the cup. And we don't remember the beautiful football you played, or neither do we remember the beautiful policies you've got in place. And the same applies with cricket for India. Tendulkar, wonderful. But what makes him great is because he won. So we've got to do the same in the BRICS partnership. This partnership has to translate in accessible, quantifiable investment and trade ties, and it is doing that.
You mentioned football, and in your capacity as president for the Confederation of
I just want to add that partnership has resulted in benefits, but in relation to where we should be, there's still a long, long way to go.
Sport as a unifier, this must be something very close to your heart, and you've seen it in action. Again, you brought up the football, and as president of the Confederation for African Football, I want you to highlight that opportunity that sport can play as a unifier.
We went as a family into football as part of our philanthropic obligation. I mean, we are made what we are by the people of this country and the people of the continent. And football is one of the areas where we are trying to connect with the youth and say to the youth, because, you know, you've got to be where the youth is to try and engage with them and influence them in directions that you think is appropriate. So the key for us is Africa has got about 400 million young people between the age of 15 and 25. If we don't give a future to those 400 million people, I mean, the number is 300 million currently, and by about 2030, they expect it will be more than 400 million. If we don't give a future to those young people, all of us don't have a future. So we use all sorts of vehicles and instruments and tools we have to connect with the youth. And football, like music and various other forces or means, is an important tool to engage with the youth and to say to them, go to school, get an education, study maths and science, prepare yourself for the technological jobs of the future. But also importantly, don't do drugs, you know, don't commit crime. And so football plays an important part in bringing people together as well and uniting people across racial, you know, ethnic, religious and cultural ties.
You've been present throughout today's sessions. What stood out for you in terms of the conversations? I mean, we've had just transition, obviously the focus on climate change, especially as Brazil moves to hosting COP30. The reality of, as I said, electric vehicles, manufacturing. Agriculture took center stage today. Entrepreneurship, the African Continental Free Trade Area. What stood out in terms of those conversations?
You know, you've got to focus on the detail. You've got to look at the totality of the relationships between South Africa, Africa, and the BRICS countries. And at the heart of which we must identify in which industries, in which sectors, which specific opportunities present or has the greatest magnitude to increase the quantum of trade, and side by side with that, because an increase in trade, an increase in investments results in creating jobs, results in opportunities for further education, results in improving the living conditions of our people. And as I said, that's what should lie at the heart, and that is what indeed lies at the heart of our relationships. But I still think that, let me give you an example. The trade between South Africa and China was about 28 billion in 2013. China is the biggest trading partner of South Africa. And as I said, the trade between the BRICS countries in Africa was 342 billion in 2013. The trade between China and South Africa has increased from 2013 to about, from 28 billion US dollars to about 34 billion US dollars. The issue for me is that the potential is to get it to 40, to get it to 45, to get it to 60. What does it take to get the trade ties to increase significantly? The same applies with South Africa and Brazil, Africa and Brazil. You can say the same thing, South Africa and India, Russia, all of the BRICS countries. But at the heart of the trade also is the mutuality, because I'll go back to China. We used to import more from China than our exports. Over the last few years, our exports to China surpasses what we import from China. Now, we want the relationship, when we benefit, it's not good because we want both parties to benefit. Because if the other party benefits and we don't, it raises questions. The commitment between China and South Africa is immense. It's enormous. The same applies to the commitment between South Africa and India and the rest, all of the BRICS countries, I can say the same. At the heart of that must be the balancing of the trade and investment ties, so that they buy from us as they do. And I know in 2013, China said to us, we want to buy more, we want to buy more. We were not as responsive or as ready as we should have been. But so I just want to conclude
that at the heart of these trade relationships is mutual benefit and a balance between what we import from each other and of course, from an African perspective, beneficiation. I saw in the notes they don't talk about the mining industry. And yet, if you look at Indonesia, I see Minister Mantash is here and he's smiling. So I'm saying that if you look at Indonesia, for example, Indonesia emphasized the issue of encouraging beneficiation, but mutually beneficial. And this is one of the things that you, even when you were a mine worker, before you became minister, you was emphasizing the need for mutually beneficial beneficiation.
This beneficiation, again, I come back to, I mean, you have this bird's eye view in terms of all the business that you're doing. Are we beneficiating? Is this starting to transpire? Are we knowledge sharing? You know, we had that discussion again. I referred to electric vehicles and manufacturing and green components. It's wide open for us as BRICS nations to take into
I can assure you, opportunities that make commercial sense, the private sector in South Africa and on the continent will invest. We're already producing a lot of, I mean, I'm proud to, in Botswana, for example, a lot of the diamonds are being processed and cut in Botswana. In South Africa, a lot of our platinum and a lot of our minerals are being processed and smelt and refined and exported in South Africa. But at the heart of it must be commercial viability and profitability. So I'm confident that, like Indonesia and like other parts of the world, in relation to the mining industry, we have the capacity, the skills, the know-how to build relationships, beneficiate even more, but again, in a manner that's profitable and that makes commercial sense.
The work streams that you referred to are looking at the minutiae, at the detail. They're looking at execution across Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Those reports are forthcoming. There's an annual report, 50 pages, that has detailed every aspect.
When we submitted our report, we wanted to make sure that the private sector, the people who were going to put their money behind what we were saying in the report, could look at the report and make sure that we actually also use the right words. The specificity in identifying industries and sectors, because with their sort of support and encouragement and motivation, that's an excellent foundation, because they have to put their money in China, in Russia, in India, and in Brazil. So I'm happy. I haven't seen the report that has been forthcoming now, but I know that the first report we drafted, there was an overemphasis on a focus of China must tell us what would they like to do in Africa. I mean, what sort of business opportunity would they like to pursue in Africa? India must do the same. Brazil must do the same, because only when both parties, because we can say to them, come and invest in infrastructure. And they say, no, but infrastructure is not a priority. So it's when the BRICS partners identify opportunities of mutual benefit and mutual interest. That's an excellent foundation for the future.
We are awaiting the heads of state.
You can sing whilst you're waiting for them.
You've got the opportunity to lay the context before they walk onto the stage. What do you want to resonate with them?
Well, I must say my time has come and gone, because I think the new business leadership from the BRICS countries, I saw my brother from India. I was working with him in 2013, my brother from Russia, and there's a Chinese delegation, and I saw the gentleman from Marco Polo, and Brazil, India, amazing. So I think they are appropriately qualified, and I say with respect more so than I am, in their document that they submit to the heads of states, to tell them specifically what are the specific industries, sectors, opportunities that they must encourage, but also what policies, what legislative interventions must the BRICS countries introduce to make sure that that the trade between our countries grows significantly, because the potential is enormous.
Well, you've laid the context and we count down to welcoming them into the convention center shortly. Patrice, always a pleasure. Dr. Patrice Motsepe is the inaugural chair of the BRICS Business Council South African chapter on stage here with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We got it.
We'll continue with the proceedings, but I'll update you just now. Thank you.
of Sofala and Mogadishu and Mombasa, Africans trading with the world. The age of colonialism saw the first European settlements in South Africa as a refreshment station for the ships en route to India and the Spice Islands of Indonesia. Our histories converged as large land masses were colonized. Indian enslaved people were brought from the Malabar coast to South Africa in the 1600s and 1700s. And later in the mid-1800s, large numbers of Indian indentured laborers were brought to develop South Africa's sugar industry, leaving a permanent mark in our demographic mix. And Mahatma Gandhi cut his political teeth here in South Africa. The age of colonialism saw too the start of the industrial scale transatlantic slave trade, taking captured Africans across the waters in crammed ships. And the modern state of Brazil emerged from that continent of the civilization of the Aztecs, the Mayas, and the Incas. And the spirit of Africa is alive in Brazilian culture, the warmth of its people, the music, and the samba that had its origins in Angola and Congo. And Russian history too contains connections. The great Russian writer Alexander Pushkin's great-grandfather was an African, Ebrahim Petrovich Ganibal, abducted from Cameroon, taken via Constantinople, and eventually taken to Russia, where he became a nobleman. During the struggle against apartheid, many South Africans stayed in Russia, in China, in India, and as with many other parts of the world, we received material assistance in the struggle for freedom in our land. And so we are connected by history, but not only by history. Today, we look forward to matters relating to the future. Today's event is held in the industrial heartland of the African continent, an economy with major industrial strengths in traditional sectors, but also with technologies in the space and satellite economy, in the digital sector, in new green technologies, in advanced manufacturing. Ladies, gentlemen, friends, a major industrial exhibition is being held nearby at Gallagher Estate, showcasing products from more than 240 firms with 20 other African countries participating, together with the 5 BRICS partners. I urge those who have not been there, visit it. We held a manufacturing forum which provided a platform for discussion on green industrialization, on electric vehicle and battery production, playing to Africa's strengths in critical minerals. Excellencies, today the business community spent the full morning in deep discussion about investment, about trade, and about technical cooperation. It is my pleasure, therefore, to invite Mr. Tshabalala, the CEO of the Standard Bank Group of South Africa, to summarize the main outcomes and give his reflections. And I invite Sim to take the podium. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Minister, for that kind introduction. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a tremendous privilege to present this high-level feedback on the BRICS Business Forum 2023. Today, guided by its theme of making accelerated growth and sustainable development a reality, the BRICS Business Forum has held sharply commercial and highly dynamic sessions attended by entrepreneurs, policymakers, business people, and indeed academics from across a number of the member countries and beyond. Talking of commercial dynamism, as the Minister has alluded, it is very fitting that the BRICS Business Forum has taken place right here in Sandton, here in Johannesburg, the capital of Gauteng. Gauteng generates about 35% of South Africa's GDP, and a large proportion of that is generated right here. and it is generated by South Africa's sophisticated and successful large corporations, medium-sized enterprises, and indeed SMEs. This year, for instance, Standard Bank's analysts think that South African listed equities will deliver average earnings per share growth of between 15 and 20%. Put it in perspective, other emerging markets are looking at -3% for the same period. And talking of South African corporations, relationships, travel, history, and trade, in the words of Minister Patel, I had the good fortune, ladies and gentlemen, and great honor of speaking this morning on a panel with Chairman Chin of the State Grid Corporation of China, as well as Mr. Ricardo Santon, President of the Brazilian Association of Animal Protein. They spoke about climate change and renewables. Words cannot describe the profundity of that moment. As it happens, it was a South African bank, my employer, the Standard Bank Group, which was the sole financial advisor to the State Grid Corporation of China in its 1.8 billion rand acquisition of 100% ownership of 7 power transmission companies in Brazil in 2010. I mention this admittedly because it illustrates that South African corporate expertise and connections are an important part of making BRICS into an ongoing commercial reality. South Africa certainly has its fair share of challenges, and I would rate unemployment and inequality as the deepest and worst of these. The wealth of Sandton is within easy walking distance of the deep poverty of Alexander, a painful contrast that can be found in all of the BRICS countries, but one that is also highly conducive to innovation in the service of inclusion. For instance, to South African ears, the Brazilian financial services innovations that we heard about today sounded all too familiar. So there are serious challenges here in South Africa, but we also have immense strengths and competitive advantages. As well as the corporations that I've mentioned, these strengths include a strong rule of law, which guarantees that contracts will be observed and that commercial disputes will be settled fairly. They include our freely floating currency, open capital account, extremely skillful and credible central bank, and deep and liquid capital markets. These guarantee that returns on investment are and will remain quickly accessible in the currency of the investor's choice. More competitive advantages arise from what a Chinese panelist called South Africa's celebrity products, Mr. President, which include rooibos tea, wine, and unique tourist experiences. This brings us to another of South Africa's strengths, which is South Africa's openness for the business and tourist traveler. People from all of our major trading partners enter South Africa either visa-free or with an e-visa. Further, liberalization of travel and greater encouragement of air links between the BRICS countries and our major trading partners is certainly warranted. Perhaps above all, South Africa's competitive advantage emerges from our well-developed trade and investment network with our fellow Africans. China is indeed Africa's largest trading partner. What is sometimes missed, however, is that South Africa is the second largest exporter to the rest of our beloved continent and its 4th largest import partner. Of course, investors from the BRICS and worldwide do very much want to buy into Africa, given our continent's uniquely favorable demographics, immense natural resources, potential for low-cost industrialization, and increasing market integration under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. For all these reasons, according to the IMF forecasts and on current trends, it is likely that sub-Saharan Africa will be the fastest growing region of the world by 2030. Standard Bank's analysts foresee that intra-Africa trade could double under the AFCFTA and that there would be a $3.4 trillion investment opportunity in Africa infrastructure emerging from this rapid growth. The bottom line is simple. If investors from BRICS and worldwide want to buy into Africa's enormous growth potential, the place to start is right here, in the square mile of Sandton. Today's discussions have examined current inter-BRICS trade and investment trends and explored tangible solutions to unlocking further trade and investment opportunities in the BRICS nations and worldwide. Given that the BRICS nations are agricultural powerhouses, agricultural production and trade were discussed in detail, with many useful comparisons, contrasts, and cross-learnings emerging. Participants were firmly of the view that much room exists for improvement across the BRICS nations regarding agricultural trade and market access. The same is true of Africa in general. Given the investments and the right policy environment, Africa can become the breadbasket of the world during this century, what Mr. Motsepe called the African century. Another important topic was the just transition. A participant argued, a just transition refers to shifting towards a sustainable and inclusive economy characterized by both social equity and environmental sustainability. Renewable energy is an enormous opportunity for public sector collaboration and private sector investment and trade right across the BRICS and beyond. The theme of entrepreneurship featured strongly. A vibrant SME sector is often the most efficient way to create jobs. And some SMEs become unicorns and even mighty multinationals such as BYD and Tencent of China. Of course, for this to happen, countries need favorable business environments, strong education systems, and the appropriate financing institutions. Participants further argued that opening up market access to entrepreneurs across all BRICS presents an exciting opportunity to foster trade and job creation. And this again highlights the value of strong travel links and appropriate visa regimes. Within the general theme of entrepreneurship, there was much discussion of the role of fintechs, an area in which BRICS countries have already established a great deal of expertise and success. On finance for SMEs, participants pointed out correctly that startups are particularly vulnerable to sudden and sharp increases in interest rates. One of the roles for DFIs, therefore, is to provide concessional and patient capital for promising SMEs. Two essential preconditions for a financial system that is able to support both micro enterprises and lower income households are the democratization of data and universal access to a stable and credible form of identification. India has led the developing world on both access to data and ID, as has Brazil. In Africa, Kenya's rapid and sustained growth has also been powered by a significant pioneering use of mobile phone to create universal access to finance. The forum discussed the international payment system in some detail. From an African point of view, a highlight of this conversation was the discussion of the Pan-African payment system, which has immense potential to stimulate trade and growth by increasing the spend and certainty and reducing the costs of cross-border payments in Africa. Participants also debated the question of whether a BRICS currency is possible or even desirable, with strong views expressed both for and against, with little consensus being reached. Seen from a banker's perspective, the debate would probably progress more fruitfully if the discourse maintained a sharper conceptual distinction between international payments on the one hand and reserve currencies on the other. For example, and as the example of the PAPS illustrates, under certain circumstances, it may be possible to simplify international trade and the attendant payments using a collection of domestic currencies without any reference to any international reserve currency. It's also important to be realistic about the necessary characteristics of an international reserve currency. These include being a currency issued by a central bank with very high credibility in the implementation of monetary policy, being the currency of a state or supranational entity with an equally strong track record of fiscal policy and meeting its debts, being freely available in large quantities in many jurisdictions, and full convertibility at all times. This set of characteristics cannot be quickly wished or agreed into existence, but can only emerge over a multiple of years as a track record of impeccable credibility and very wide use is built up. Finally, the forum also heard of the pleasing progress that is being made in institutional development, setting up sector-specific work streams which allow for concentration and focus on areas of common interest in infrastructure, manufacturing, energy, and financial services. In conclusion, today's discussions have been a very useful step in further unlocking the immense potential for trade and investment amongst the BRICS member countries. Thank you ever so much for your attention.
I'd like to thank Tshabalala for that report on behalf of the business community. I'd also like to welcome a large number of esteemed guests and delegates, members of cabinet from a number of different countries, heads of the BRICS Business Council chapters, ambassadors and high commissioners. It's now my pleasure to invite the President of the Republic of South Africa, our host, who has inspired us with a vision of Africa and her place in the world. Please welcome His Excellency, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa.
Thank you, Program Director, Minister Ebrahim Patel, Your Excellency President Luiz Lula da Silva, Your Excellency Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Honorable Ministers and business leaders, and Your Excellency President of the New Development Bank, Ms. Dilma Rousseff. I greet you all, and it's a great honor to have this opportunity to participate in this leaders session of the BRICS Forum. I particularly want to thank Mr. Tshabalala for the report that he has just given, and particularly underline and appreciate the message that is coming from all of you as business leaders about the immense opportunities that you see in investment across the BRICS countries. The BRICS group of countries exists not only to strengthen government-to-government relations, but also to forge stronger ties between the peoples of our 5 nations. It is for this reason that several bodies have been established since BRICS was formed to enable cooperation across society, be it in business, be it in political parties, be it in the social sector, and also in the sporting sector. The BRICS Business Council is a vital and vibrant platform for strengthening economic ties between our respective countries and in forging common perspectives on inclusive economic growth and development, as we have heard from the report that has just been tabled by Mr. Tshabalala. The changes that have taken place in BRICS economies over the past decade have done much to transform the shape of the global economy. Together, the BRICS countries make up a quarter of the global economy. They account for a fifth of global trade and are home to more than 40% of the world's population. This agglomeration of these 5 countries has a major impact on various aspects of global activity and life. As we celebrate the 15th anniversary of BRICS, trade between BRICS countries totaled some $162 billion last year. Foreign investment has played an important role in the growth of BRICS economies. Total annual foreign direct investment into BRICS countries is 4 times greater than it was 20 years ago. However, the new wave of protectionism and subsequent impact of unilateral measures that are incompatible with WTO rules undermine the global economic growth and development. We therefore need to reaffirm our position that economic growth must be underpinned by transparency, by inclusiveness. It must be compatible with a multilateral trading system that supports a developmental agenda. The type of developmental agenda that the 5 countries that are members of BRICS have embraced right from the onset. We require a fundamental reform of the global financial institutions so that they can be more agile and responsive to the challenges facing developing economies. In this respect, the new development bank, established by BRICS countries in 2015, is leading the way. Since its formation, it has demonstrated its ability to mobilize resources for infrastructure and sustainable development in emerging economies without conditionalities. Earlier, before coming into this session, I was speaking to the president of the New Development Bank, and she was outlining to me how ready and willing the New Development Bank is in terms of supporting the development agendas of various countries. And we applaud this, and we appreciate this. BRICS economies have emerged as powerful engines of global growth. Yet the rapid economic, technological, social changes underway create new risks for areas such as employment, equality, as well as poverty in many of the BRICS countries. It is quite heartwarming to hear you as business people, as one listened to Mr. Tshabalala's report, also focusing on issues such as poverty reduction and elimination, and inequality as well. It isn't often that you hear such very positive and forward-looking messages from the business community. So it's wonderful to be in a forum under the aegis of BRICS that you as business leaders are in tune with the developmental agenda that needs to be pursued to lift the people who live in BRICS countries and beyond out of the ravages of poverty and inequality. We therefore call on the business community to join hands with us to identify solutions to these and many other challenges affecting our respective economies. From a South African perspective, there is massive untapped potential for investment in our country and indeed on the African continent as well. In recognition of this potential, the theme for this 15th BRICS Summit is BRICS and Africa, a partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development, and inclusive multilateralism. Africa is a continent of great opportunity in industrialization process in a variety of sectors. This continent is rich in the critical minerals that will drive business success in the 21st century. The continent has resources of lithium, vanadium, cobalt, platinum, palladium, nickel, copper, rare earth minerals, rhodium, and many others. And these are the minerals that are bound and are driving economic activity across the world. African countries have made it clear that the investors of choice are those who will come and invest in our continent, but also process the resources here close to source, so that African countries do not export rock and sand, but export finished products as we would like to do. We are developing stronger regional value chains that will connect a number of African countries, providing investors with diversity, with strength, as well as with resilience. The African Continental Free Trade Area creates a single market that is expected to grow to 1.7 billion people and nearly $7 trillion in consumer and business spending by 2030. The success of the African Continental Free Trade Area will require a massive investment in infrastructure. We need to mobilize the substantial financing that is needed to build the roads, the ports, the rail, energy and telecommunications network that will enable industrialization and trade. It is also pleasing to hear that you as a business community, you also see this area as opportunities that you can invest in. Growth in African economies will be driven in the main by small and medium enterprises. This requires focused as well as effective support to these businesses. It is important that specific financing be directed also to women-owned businesses so that they can harness the benefits of the Continental Free Trade Area. And we in Africa, as we seek to grow and develop, we are focusing on the empowerment of the women of our continent who have been held back through the years of colonialism, and in our case, through the years of apartheid, through protocols and laws. And we are saying we need to free the women of our continent so that they can trade, so that they can be in business and grow the economies of our various countries. Africa has a young, digitally connected and urbanizing population, a population which provides a stable workforce for companies in the future. The investment in skills development is continuing to grow. These factors all position Africa as the next frontier of productivity and growth. The BRICS countries have an opportunity to contribute to and participate in Africa's growth story. This can be achieved through greater cooperation in areas such as infrastructure, agriculture, manufacturing, new energy, and the digital economy. I was pleased to hear that these are also areas that you as business people are focusing on. South Africa has an important position in growing the African market, facilitated by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and other free trade agreements. South Africa's industrial strength, our mineral endowments, and our large market opportunities provides a compelling value proposition for companies wanting to establish their businesses here. South Africa has significant industrial capacity with Africa's most advanced industrial innovation and fabrication base. Firms that have invested here recognize that South Africa has deep local capital markets and strong financial systems. We have a diverse and sophisticated economy, and this country possesses world-class infrastructure, skills, abundant natural resources, industrial clusters, and a host of incentives to support investment. And many investment and partnership opportunities exist in renewable energy, in infrastructure, aquaculture, and ICT, automotive, pharmaceuticals, and advanced manufacturing, amongst others. It is clear from the report that we have just received that this has been a very productive business forum. And I'd like, as I end, to commend the BRICS Business Council, the respective ministers from the BRICS countries and officials, and all business leaders who have made a meaningful contribution for the success of this business forum, and to have all of you, almost 1,500, I'm told, to have this, what I see as a very successful business forum. I sincerely hope that your participation in this BRICS Business Forum will yield the productive outcomes that are required for us to catapult BRICS economies towards a more equitable and accelerated growth. In 2 hours or so, the BRICS leaders will sit together in a retreat to discuss a number of BRICS-related matters. And one of those is the expansion of BRICS. A number of countries, some of which are represented here, are seeking to be part of this BRICS family. And we appreciate that. It goes to show that the BRICS family is growing in its importance, in its stature, and also in its influence in the world. And we will be taking into account the various desires of various countries to be part of BRICS. So we hope to take into account the report of your discussions here as well, as we consider the way forward with BRICS. Your participation here really strengthens the BRICS story. It confirms that BRICS is an important player in the geopolitical and economic architecture of the world. And so we hope that it will continue to be so. Thank you very much for participating. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for those remarks. It is now my pleasure to invite the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, His Excellency President Lula da Silva, to take the podium Please join me in welcoming the President.
Gostaria de cumprimentar o presidente Ramaphosa, presidente da África do Sul.
President of South
Gostaria
Africa.
de cumprimentar
I'd also like
os ministros.
give my
Gostaria de
greetings to
cumprimentar
the
o presidente do novo banco, a Dilma Rousseff.
President,
Gostaria de
Comrade
cumprimentar os
Rousseff,
empresários e as
also
empresárias aqui
the
presentes.
business people here in attendance.
E gostaria,
And I'd
sobretudo,
like
de
to,
saudar
above all,
o governo sul-americano pela realização desse
the
fórum
South
empresarial.
African government for
Quero
hosting this
expressar a minha
business forum. I'd
satisfação
like to also
por compartilhar
signal
este
please them
evento
for
com os
sharing
demais
it
líderes
again
dos
with the other
países do BRICS.
leaders of the BRICS countries.
Agradeço também a
I'd
todos
also
os
like to thank
empresários e
all the
empresárias
business
presentes,
people in
em
attendance,
especial
particularly
a direção do
the
Conselho
business
Empresarial, que
board,
completa 10
which
anos.
is celebrating its
O
10th anniversary,
estabelecimento de parcerias
establishing
entre os
partnerships among
setores
the private
privados
sectors
é uma
is a
dimensão
very
muito relevante do
relevant
BRICS,
dimension for the
e
BRICS,
que dá vida e continuidade às relações entre países.
relations between the countries.
Desde a primeira
Since the
cúpula de
first
chefes de
summit
Estado
of heads of
e de
state
governo,
and government,
nossa
our
participação
share in the
na
global
economia
economy
global
has been
vem se
increasing.
ampliando. Já ultrapassamos
We have
o
surpassed
G7.
the G7 already,
Respondemos por
accounting for
32% do PIB mundial
of the
em
world
paridade de
GDP
poder de
in
compra.
purchasing.
Projeções
Parity
indicam
forecasts indicate
que os
that
mercados emergentes em
emerging and
desenvolvimento
developing
são
markets are
aqueles
the
que
ones that will
apresentarão
show the high
maior
growth
índice de
rate
crescimento nos
in the
próximos
coming
anos.
years.
Segundo o FMI, enquanto os países
According to
industrializados
the IMF,
devem
while industrialized countries
desacelerar seu
are
crescimento de
expected
2,7
to
em
grow by an
2022
average
para
of
1,4 em
2.7% in
2024,
2022,
o
dropping
crescimento
to
previsto para os
1.4
países
to
em desenvolvimento
2024. The
é de
projected growth for
4%
developing
nesse
countries
próximo
is
período.
of 4% for this
Isso mostra
period. This
que o
shows
dinamismo da
that
economia
the
está no sul
dynamism
global
of the economies in the
BRICS
global
é
south
sua
and
força
the BRICS
motriz.
is its driving force.
O estoque de investimento externo direto do BRICS
The
no
BRICS
Brasil cresceu 167%
international
entre
foreign
2012 e
stock
2021,
increased
atingindo
370%
34,2 bilhões de
between
dólares.
2022
Hoje,
and
quase
2029 and
400 empresas do bloco operam.
and in today almost 400 companies from the bloc operate in Brazil. After the 6 years,
O Brasil vai voltar a gerar emprego de
Brazil is
qualidade,
going to
a
create
combater a
quality
pobreza
jobs again.
e a
It's going
aumentar a
to
renda
fight
das
poverty
famílias
again
brasileiras.
and will increase the
Apresentei
income
há
of
2
Brazilian
semanas
families.
o novo
2 weeks
PAC,
ago, I presented the
Programa
new
de
PAC,
Aceleração do Crescimento.
Growth
O
Acceleration
plano
Program,
prevê
the plan
a retomada de
provides for
empreendimentos
resuming,
paralisados,
suspending
aceleração dos que
projects,
estão em andamento
accelerating
e seleção de
ongoing
novos
projects, and
projetos.
also selecting new
Trata-se de um
projects.
programa
It is
amplo,
a
com muitas
comprehensive program
oportunidades que
with
pode
many
interessar aos
opportunities that
investidores
may
dos
be
países
of
do
interest
BRICS.
of investors from BRICS countries.
Esperamos mobilizar
We hope to
340 bilhões de dólares para a modernização da nossa infraestrutura logística, com investimento em rodovias, ferrovias, hidrovias, portos e aeroportos. Também daremos prioridade à geração de energia solar, eólica, biomassa, etanol e biodiesel. É enorme o nosso potencial de produção de hidrogênio verde. Estabeleceremos parcerias entre o governo e os empresários em todas as áreas, sob forma de concessões, parcerias público-privadas e contratações diretas. Para que o investimento volte a crescer e gerar desenvolvimento, precisamos garantir mais credibilidade, muita previsibilidade e estabilidade jurídica, política e social para o setor privado. Por essa razão, tenho defendido a ideia de adoção de uma unidade de conta de referência para o comércio que não substituirá nossas moedas nacionais.
Unit which would not replace our national currencies.
A necessidade de financiamento não atendida nos países em desenvolvimento continua muito alta. A falta de reformas substantivas das instituições financeiras tradicionais limitam o volume e a modalidade de crédito dos bancos já existentes. A decisão de estabelecer um novo banco de desenvolvimento representou marco na colaboração efetiva entre as economias emergentes. Nosso banco conjunto deve ter líder global no financiamento de projetos que abordem os desafios mais urgentes do tempo. Ao diversificar fontes de pagamento em moedas locais, expandir sua rede de parceiros em o NB constitui uma plataforma estratégica para promover a cooperação entre os países em desenvolvimento. Nessa estratégia, o engajamento com o Banco Africano de Desenvolvimento será central. No plano multilateral, o BRICS se notabilizou por ser uma força que trabalha em prol de comércio global mais justo, previsível e equitable. Não podemos aceitar neocolonialismo verde que impõe barreiras comerciais e medidas discriminatórias sob o pretexto de proteger o meio ambiente. A partir de dezembro, o Brasil preparava o G20, a presença de 3 membros do BRICS na troca do G20 será uma grande oportunidade para avançar temas de interesse
to the global south. We already have South Africa's participation, but the good representativeness may be included with the entry of the African Union and other countries of the continent.
Is just a water break.
Eu estou falando de tanto desenvolvimento.
I've been talking about developing and then suddenly, I miss the main important source of life, water.
Queridos amigos e amigas, ao voltar à presidência do meu país, estou retomando as diretrizes da política externa brasileira. Começamos a reconstruir a integração sul-americana. Retomamos nossas parcerias com os Estados Unidos, a China e a União Europeia. Sediamos a reunião da CUP dos países amazônicos. Ainda nos faltava o retorno do Brasil à África. É inaceitável que em 2022 o comércio do Brasil com a África tenha diminuído
dropped by 1/3 when compared to 2013, when it was almost $30 billion. Trade flow with Africa corresponds to only 3.5% of Brazil's foreign trade.
Nossa rede de acordos
comerciais
também
is still in its infancy. Existing agreement with Southern Africa and Egypt date from my second term. Over 65% of Mercosur exports to Africa went to African countries with which there is no agreement for. There is plenty of room to grow. In addition to a past that unites us, we also share a common vision of the future. In my first 2 terms, the African continent was a priority for Brazil. I have made 12 trips to Africa and have been to 21 countries. Brazil is back on the continent where it should never have left. Africa has vast opportunities and enormous potential for growth.
Para discutir o
relacionamento the relaunch of trade with the continent, Brazil brought together the heads of the trade promotion sectors of all our representations in African countries here in Johannesburg last June. Africa is building an ambitious free trade zone project. 54 countries, 1.3 billion people, with over $3 trillion in
Nesse
GDP
continente,
in this
que é o
continent,
mais jovem
which
do
is the
mundo,
youngest in
e
the world
será
from
o
an
mais
age
populoso em
perspective, and will be
2100,
the most
são
popular
inúmeras
by
as oportunidades para
2100.
produtos
It
brasileiros,
offers countless
como alimentos e
opportunities for
bebidas,
Brazilian products
petróleo,
such as
minério de
food,
ferro,
beverages,
veículos
oil,
e
iron ore,
manufaturas de ferro.
vehicles in iron and
A
steel
tem
manufacturers.
65%
Africa has
das terras
65% of the arable
disponíveis no mundo
land
e forte
available in the
vocação
world, and it
para
is
ser uma
has a
potência
strong vocation
com
for being an
capacidade para
agricultural
alimentar seu povo
powerhouse
e
with the
oferecer
capacity to
soluções
feed its
para a
people and
segurança
offer
alimentar global.
global food security solutions.
Aliando investimento
Combining
em
investment
tecnologia,
in technology,
o Brasil
Brazil
desenvolveu
has
técnicas
developed
modernas
modern
de
tropical
agricultura tropical
agricultural
que podem ser
techniques
replicadas
that can
com
be
sucesso na
successfully
Por meio
replicated
da
in
empresa
Africa.
brasileira
Through
de
the Brazilian
pesquisa
Agricultural
agropecuária,
Research
fizemos
Corporation,
do Cerrado
we have turned the
uma área de
Cerrado
alta
into an
produtividade
area of
agrícola
high
e
agricultural
poderemos replicar
productivity, and we
essa
can replicate
experiência
this experience in the
muito bem
African
sucedida na savana africana.
savannah.
Meu governo
My government
também retomou as políticas públicas de
public
apoio à
policies to
agricultura
support
familiar,
family farming,
imprescindível
essential
para
to
combater a
fight food
insegurança
insecurity and
alimentar
hunger
e a fome
that
que
affect
atinge nossos
our
continentes.
continents.
O programa Mais Alimento,
But more
que
food
relancei em
program,
junho
which I
passado,
relaunched
permite
last
que
June,
pequenos produtores
allows
possam ter
small
acesso a
farmers to have
financiamento
access to
para compra de
financing to
tratores,
purchase
implementos
tractors,
e colheitadeiras.
tools, and harvesters.
Assim como no
As
passado,
in the past,
uma versão
a
do Mais
version of the
Alimento
more
para a
food
África
program for food
deve ser
could be
retomada
resumed
como mais
as
uma
another
vertente da
aspect of
cooperação
Brazilian South-South cooperation. Africa
também
is also
está no coração das
at the
transições
heart of the
digitais.
digital and energy
energéticas.
transitions.
A cobertura da internet
Internet coverage
já
already
abrange a maior parte
reaches
da população
most of the
africana
African
e
population,
multiplicam centros de inovação
and
digital e
digital
empresas de
innovation
serviços
centers and financial
tecnológicos financeiros.
technology
O fortalecimento
services
do
companies are
complexo industrial
multiplying,
da saúde brasileira
strengthening
pode gerar
the
amplas
Brazilian
oportunidades de
health
colaboração.
complex,
Com a
strengthening may
América do
lead to
Sul,
ample
o continente
opportunities for
africano possui
cooperation, where
importantes
South
reservas
America,
de
the
minerais
African continent, has important
críticos como lítio e
ore
cobalto
reserves
que
such as
desempenharão papel estratégico
essential ore such as
para não
lithium and
permanecermos
gold that
como
will
meros
play
exportadores de
strategic
produtos
role,
primários.
so that we
Devemos
do not
aproveitar
remain as exporters of
forjar a
primary products.
integração
We
de nossas
must make the
cadeias
most of
produtivas
this opportunity
e agregar
for the
valor aos
integration of
bens
our
e serviços
production
que
chains and
produzimos
add value to
de
the
forma
goods and services that
sustentável.
we produce in a sustainable
A
manner.
África é a
Africa
região do mundo
is the region
que
of the
menos
world
emite
that
gases
emits the
efeito
least amount of
Nem por
greenhouse
isso
gases.
deixa
However,
de enfrentar as
this does not
consequências
mean
mais
that it does
perversas
not
do
have to
aquecimento
face the
global,
most
como
perverse
secas,
consequences of global warming,
inundações,
such as
incêndios
droughts,
e
floods,
ciclones.
fires, and cyclones.
O Brasil e vários países
Brazil and
africanos
many African
possuem
countries
planos
have
abrangentes de
comprehensive
renovação
plans
de
to
suas
renew
matrizes energéticas.
their energy mixes.
Compartilhamos a
We share
responsabilidade de
the
cuidar das
responsibility
florestas
of caring
tropicais
for
e
tropical
preservar a
rainforests and
biodiversidade.
preserving
Temos em
biodiversity.
comum
We
a preocupação
share
de
the
combater
common
o processo
concern of
de
fighting the
desertificação. Os serviços da
desertification
cidade
process,
e
environmental and
ecossistemas
ecosystem
que as
services
florestas tropicais
provided by
fornecem para o mundo
rainforests to the world,
devem ser
they
remunerados
must be
de
paid
forma
for
justa
in a
e
fair and
equitativa.
equitable manner.
Os produtos da
So the
sociobiodiversidade
diversity product
devem
can
gerar empregos e renda
generate
e
jobs and
oferecer
income and offer
alternativas à exploração
alternatives to the
predatória
predatory
de
exploitation
recursos
of
naturais.
natural resources.
Esses
These
são os
are the
pilares do plano de
pillars of the
transformação
ecological
ecológica que
transition
faremos
plan
em breve.
that we will launch
Para que nossa integração
for an
econômica
economic
e
and
produtiva
productive
floresça,
integration to flourish.
será
It
preciso
will be
ampliar as
necessary to
conexões
increase
marítimas
sea and air
e aéreas
connections
entre os dois
between
lados do
the
Atlântico.
two sides of the
É
Atlantic.
inexplicável
It is
que
inexplicable
ainda não
that
tenhamos
we
voo
do not have
direto
direct
entre São
flights
Paulo
between
e
São
Johannesburg,
Paulo and Johannesburg,
Cairo, Dakar,
Cairo or Dakar,
essenciais
essential
para o aumento
for
do
increasing
fluxo
the
de
flow of
pessoas,
people,
comércio
trade,
e turismo.
and tourism.
É muito
Therefore,
pertinente urgente
I
a
believe it to
proposta
be
do Conselho
very
Empresarial
important.
dos BRICS
The
do
proposal made by the
estabelecimento de um
BRICS
acordo
Business
multilateral
Council of establishing
de
a
serviços
multilateral
aéreos
agreement of air services
contando com as
for the group
principais
with
autoridades
the main
nacionais
national
de transporte
transport
de
and
aviação.
aviation authorities
Os
from the
BRICS
countries.
têm uma chance
Very
única
relevant proposal.
de
The
moldar a
BRICS have
trajetória
a
do
unique chance of
desenvolvimento global.
shaping the global
Vocês,
development
empresários,
path. You,
fazem parte desse
business
esforço.
people, you're part of this
Nossos
effort.
países reunidos
Together, our
representam
countries make up
terço da
a
economia
third
mundial.
of the global economy.
Essa relevância
This relevance
vai crescer
will
com a
grow
entrada de
with the
novos
admission of new
plenos e
full
parceiros
members
internos.
and dialogue
A
partners.
colaboração
Collaboration
entre o setor
between the
público e
public
privado
and private
é
sector
vital
is
para
vital
aproveitar
for
esse potencial
harnessing this
e alcançar
potential
resultados
and
duradouros.
achieving lasting
Muito obrigado
results.
e boa sorte.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Obrigado. I thank His Excellency President Lula da Silva. Our next speaker is the President of the Russian Federation, His Excellency President Vladimir Putin, who, while he's not able to be with us, will address us via video. I now ask that the video recording be started.
Уважаемый президент Рамафоса, дорогие друзья, рад приветствовать представителей государственных структур, бизнеса, экспертов и отраслевых специалистов, которые собрались на встречу делового форума в рамках БРИКС. Отмечу, что регулярное проведение таких деловых форумов, как и системная работа делового совета БРИКС, объединяющего ведущих бизнесменов и глав крупнейших компаний стран пятерки, действительно играет большую практическую роль в продвижении взаимной торговли и инвестиций, углублении кооперационных связей, расширении прямого диалога предпринимательских сообществ. Значительно деле способствует ускорению социально-экономического роста наших государств и достижению целей устойчивого развития. Важно, что в центре внимания форума находятся такие актуальные задачи, как обеспечение постпандемийного восстановления экономики государств БРИКС, повышение благосостояния граждан, модернизация промышленности и выстраивание эффективных транспортно-логистических цепочек, стимулирование справедливого трансфера технологий. Решать все эти сложные, комплексные задачи приходится на фоне все более углубляющейся волатильности фондовых, валютных, энергетических, продовольственных рынков. В условиях значительного инфляционного давления, вызванного в том числе безответственными действиями ряда стран по проведению масштабной миссии для сглаживания издержек пандемии, что провоцирует накопление частного и государственного серьезное негативное влияние на международную экономическую ситуацию оказывает и нелегитимная санкционная практика, незаконная заморозка активов суверенных государств. А по сути, попрание всех базовых норм и правил свободной торговли и экономической жизни, которые еще не так давно оказались институтом. Прямым следствием этого стали дефицит ресурсов, усиление неравенства, подъем безработицы, обострение других хронических проблем мировой экономики. Завинчиваются цены на продовольствие, на базовые сельхозпродукты и зерновые культуры, от чего страдают в первую очередь наиболее уязвимые и бедные страны. Важно, что в таких условиях государства БРИКС усиливают взаимодействие, и наша совместная работа по обеспечению экономического роста и устойчивого развития приносит конкретные осязаемые результаты. Сообща запускаются все новые инфраструктурные и инвестиционные проекты. Растут товарные обмены, расширяются отраслевые контакты. Главное, мы сотрудничаем на принципах равноправия, партнерской поддержки, уважения интересов друг друга. И в этом суть устремленного будущего стратегического курса нашего объединения. Курса, отвечающего чаяниям основной части мирового сообщества, так называемого глобального большинства.
The
Цифры
figures
говорят
speak for
за себя.
themselves.
За
Over the last
прошедшие
decade,
десятилетия
mutual
взаимные
investments among
капиталовложения
BRICS
государств-членов
have
БРИКС
increased
увеличились в
sixfold.
6 раз.
The
В свою
overall
очередь,
investment in
инвестиции
global
в целом
economy,
в глобальную экономику выросли в 2 раза.
and their
А
total
совокупный экспорт
exports
достиг
have reached
20%
20%
от
of the
общемирового
world exports.
показателя.
As
Что
for
касается
Russia,
России,
the
то
trade
наш
volume with
торговый
the
оборот
BRICS
с
partners
партнерами
has
по БРИКС
increased by
прибавил 40,5% и
40.5% and
составил
reaching the
рекордные
record of
230, более
even
230
more
миллиардов
than
долларов.
230 billion.
А в первом
And the
полугодии
first half
текущего
of this
года
year
в сравнении с аналогичным
by
периодом 2022 года он
35.6%
вырос
as
на
compared with the same period
35,6%
in 2022,
до
and it reached
134,7 миллиардов.
$134.7 billion.
Отмечу и то, что
I would also like
доля
to
стран
point out
объединения,
that
в
the
которых
share of the
проживает
BRICS
более 3
countries with
миллиардов
their
человек,
population totaling almost
достигла
3
в мировом
billion people
ВВП почти
now accounts to nearly
26%.
26% of the
А
global
по
GDP.
паритету покупательной
And our
способности
5 countries
пятерка
are ahead
обходит
of the
группу
G7
сильных.
in terms of purchasing power
Прогноз на
parity, with
2023 год
35.1% against
30% против
30%
30%.
forecast for 2023.
Набирает силу
The objective
объективный,
and
необратимый процесс
process of
дедоларизации наших хозяйств.
de-dollarization of our economy
Предпринимаются
is
усилия по
gaining
отработке
pace. We are working
эффективных
to
механизмов
find
взаимных
an
расчетов
effective
и
mechanism of mutual
валютно-финансового
settlements and
контроля.
monetary and financial control.
Как
As a
результат,
result, the
доля
share of
доллара
US
в
dollar export and
экспортно-импортных
import
операциях в
operations
рамках
within
БРИКС
BRICS is
снижается.
declining.
В
Last
прошлом
year,
году
it
она
was
составила
only
всего лишь 28,7%.
38.7%. In
К
fact,
слову, в
this
ходе
summit
нынешнего
is
саммита
to
мы
discuss
еще
the
подробно
details,
обсудим весь
the
спектр
entire range
вопросов,
of issues
связанных
related
с
to the
переходом
transition
на
to national
национальные
currencies
валюты по
in
всем
all areas of
направлениям
economic
экономического
cooperation between
сотрудничества.
our 5 nations. The
Безусловно,
new
большая роль в
development
таких
bank,
усилиях
which has
принадлежит
already
новому
become an
банку
incredible
развития БРИКС,
alternative to
который
existing
уже
Western
уверенно
development
заявил о себе в качестве
institutions, has
альтернативы
a great role to
действующим
play
западным
in this
институтам
effort.
развития.
It is only
Логично,
natural
что
that
одним из
enhancing
приоритетов
connectivity and
взаимодействия
creating
пятерки в
new
целом стало
resilient transport
укрепление
routes
взаимосвязанности, создание новых устойчивых транспортных магистралей. Особое значение в этом контексте имеет инициатива делового совета БРИКС по выработке современных интермодальных логистических решений и развитию железнодорожных транспортных коридоров. Со своей стороны, Россия активно переориентирует транспортно-логистические потоки на надежных зарубежных партнеров, в том числе из государств БРИКС. Среди наших флагманских проектов Северный морской путь и новый международный транспортный коридор Север-Юг. Эти две сквозные артерии призваны обеспечить кратчайшие и наиболее экономически оптимальные торговые пути, связывающие крупные промышленные, сельскохозяйственные и энергетические узлы с потребительскими рынками. Говоря о Северном морском пути, подчеркну, что в России и реализуется масштабный, рассчитанный на десятилетия план обустройства его инфраструктуры. Предполагается строительство топливных терминалов, портов-хабов для стыковки с автомобильным и железнодорожным транспортом. Расширяется ледокольный флот, прежде всего за счет не имеющих аналогов в мире судов на атомной технике. В свою очередь, транспортный коридор Север-Юг соединит российские порты на северных морях и Балтике с морскими терминалами на побережье Персидского залива и Индийского океана. Тем самым будут созданы условия для увеличения грузоперевозок между евразийскими и африканскими странами. Кроме того, вдоль самого этого самого коридора, естественно, будут развиваться новые производства, объекты торговли и логистики. Россия выступает за налаживание плотного взаимодействия в рамках БРИКС по вопросу надежного и бесперебойного обеспечения мировых рынков энергетическими и продовольственными ресурсами. Мы последовательно наращиваем поставки топлива, сельхозпродуктов и удобрения в государства глобального юга. Вносим весомый вклад в укрепление общей мировой продовольственной и энергетической безопасности. К решению острых гуманитарных проблем, борьбу с голодом и бедностью в нуждающихся странах. Все эти вопросы, в частности, подробно обсуждались в ходе недавнего саммита Россия-Африка. Так, в прошлом году торговля агропродукцией между Россией и государствами Африки выросла на 10% и составила 6,7 миллиарда долларов. А в январе-июне текущего года увеличилась еще на рекордные 60%. Наша страна является и будет оставаться ответственным поставщиком продовольствия на африканский континент. Экспорт российских зерновых в Африку в 2022 году составил 11,5 миллиона тонн, а за первые 6 месяцев 2023 года уже почти 10 миллионов тонн. И это несмотря на введенные против нас незаконные санкции, которые серьезно затрудняют экспорт российского продовольствия, усложняют транспортную логистику, страхование и проводку банковских платежей. Россия намеренно чинит препятствия поставкам зерна и удобрений за рубеж, и при этом лицемерно обвиняют нас в сложившейся кризисной ситуации на мировом рынке. Это отчетливо проявилось при реализации так называемой зерновой сделки, заключенной с участием секретариата ООН и изначально нацеленной на обеспечение глобальной продовольственной безопасности, снижение угроз голода и помощь беднейшим странам. Мы неоднократно обращали внимание на то, что за год в рамках сделки из Украины было экспортировано в общей сложности 32,8 миллиона тонн грузов, из которых более 70% поступили в государства с высоким и выше среднего уровня дохода, включая прежде всего Евросоюз. И лишь порядка 3% пришлось на долю наименее развитых стран, то есть меньше 1 миллиона тонн. Ни одно из условий так называемой сделки, касающейся вывода из-под санкций российского экспорта зерна и удобрений, осуществлено не было. Обязательства перед Россией на этот счет попросту игнорировались. Препятствовали даже безвозмездной передаче нами заблокированных в европейских портах минеральных удобрений. Хотя речь шла о сугубо гуманитарной акции, на которую никакие санкции не должны распространяться в принципе. С учетом упомянутых фактов, мы с 18 июля отказались от дальнейшего продления этой так называемой сделки и будем готовы вернуться к ней. Но вернуться только в случае реального выполнения всех обязательств перед российской стороной. Неоднократно говорил, что наша страна в состоянии заместить украинское зерно как на коммерческой основе, так и в виде безвозмездной помощи нуждающимся государствам. Тем более, что у нас в нынешнем году вновь ожидается отличный урожай. В качестве первого шага нами принято решение безвозмездно направить 6 африканским странам по 25-50 тысяч тонн зерна, обеспечив в том числе и бесплатную доставку этих грузов. Переговоры с партнерами завершились. В числе приоритетных направлений взаимодействия видим и дальнейшую координацию подходов участников БРИКС по тематике поддержки малых и средних предприятий. Это важная часть общей экономической повестки, подразумевающая содействие самым широким слоям занимающихся бизнесом граждан в вопросах административного и налогового регулирования, цифровизации, электронной торговли, участия в цепочках добавленной стоимости. Отмечу, что благодаря программам государственной поддержки предприниматели стран БРИКС успешно адаптируются и к постоянно меняющейся ситуации на глобальных рынках, находят новых партнеров и новые каналы сбыта, привлекают дополнительное финансирование, все активнее используют современные технологии. Не менее значимо продолжать развивать сотрудничество в рамках БРИКС в области декарбонизации, снижения антропогенного воздействия на природу, адаптации к изменениям климата. Россия готова к совместной работе для продвижения более сбалансированных подходов к климатической проблематике на международной арене. В нашей стране последовательно реализуется национальная стратегия низкоуглеродного развития. Планируем достичь углеродной нейтральности российской экономики не позднее 2060 года, в том числе за счет внедрения технологических инноваций, модернизации инфраструктуры для доступа к недорогой и чистой энергии, сохранения экосистем на суше. При этом исходим из того, что выполнению климатических целей могут способствовать самые разные технологии, в том числе те, что уже давно используются, такие как атомная генерация, гидроэнергетика, газовое моторное топливо. Суммируя, хотел бы еще раз подчеркнуть, что многоплановое партнерство, взаимодействие по линии БРИКС не только вносит существенный вклад в обеспечение устойчивого роста наших государств, но и в целом способствует оздоровлению ситуации в мировой экономике и успешному достижению поставленных целей глобального развития и задач по борьбе с бедностью, расширению доступа населения к качественному здравоохранению, искоренению голода и укреплению продовольственной безопасности. Поэтому хочу выразить уверенность, что деловой форум и деловой совет БРИКС продолжит свою созидательную работу, направленную на углубление контактов между предпринимательскими кругами стран региона, на совместную реализацию новых взаимовыгодных проектов. И в заключение хотел бы пригласить представителей деловых групп наших государств приехать на Восточный экономический форум в России, который состоится 9-12 сентября в городе Владивосток, где по традиции будут обсуждаться вопросы, представляющие интерес, в том числе и для бизнес-сообщества стран БРИКС. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Spasibo. I thank the President for his remarks. It's now my pleasure to invite the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, His Excellency Prime Minister Modi, to take the podium. Please join me in welcoming the Prime Minister.
Excellencies,
BRICS Business
leaders of BRICS Business Community, my namaskar. Good evening to you all. I am glad that immediately after arriving in South Africa, our very first engagement is the BRICS Business Forum. First and foremost, I thank President Ramaphosa for his invitation and for organizing this meeting.
BRICS Business Council को 10वीं वर्षगांठ पर
and
बहुत
best
बहुत बधाई
wishes on the 10th
और शुभकामनाएं
anniversary
देता
of
हूँ।
the BRICS Business Council.
पिछले 10
In
वर्षों
the
में
last
ब्रिक्स बिजनेस
10
काउंसिल
years,
ने
the
हमारे
BRICS Business
आर्थिक
Council
सहयोग को
has
बढ़ाने में
played a
बहुत
vital
महत्वपूर्ण
role
भूमिका
in
निभाई है।
enhancing our economic
2009
cooperation.
में
In
जब ब्रिक्स की
2009,
पहली समिट
when
आयोजित
the
की गई
first
थी,
BRICS Summit was
तब
held,
विश्व
the
एक
world
बड़े आर्थिक
was
संकट
just
से
coming out of
बाहर आ
a
रहा
massive financial crisis.
उस
At
समय
that time,
ब्रिक्स
BRICS
वैश्विक
emerged
अर्थव्यवस्था के
as
लिए एक आशा
a
की
ray
किरण
of
के रूप
hope
में
for the
उभरा
global
था।
economy.
वर्तमान
In the
समय में
present
भी
times also,
कोविड महामारी,
amongst the
तनावों
pandemic,
और विवादों के बीच
tensions, and disputes,
विश्व आर्थिक
the
चुनौतियों से
world
जूझ रहा है।
is dealing with
ऐसे समय
economic
में
challenges. In
ब्रिक्स
such
देशों की
times,
एक बार फिर
once again, the
महत्वपूर्ण
role of
भूमिका
BRICS
है।
countries is important.
फ्रेंड्स,
Friends,
वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में उथल पुथल
despite
के बावजूद
volatility in global
भारत
economy,
आज
India
विश्व की
is the
फास्टेस्ट
world's
ग्रोइंग
fastest growing
मेजर
major
इकोनॉमी
economy.
है। जल्द ही
Very
भारत
soon,
$5
India
ट्रिलियन
will become
इकोनॉमी
a
बन
$5
जाए।
trillion
इस
economy.
बात में कोई संदेह
There
नहीं
is absolutely
कि
no
आने वाले
doubt
वर्षों में भारत
that in the
विश्व
coming
का
years,
ग्रोथ
India
इंजन
will be
होगा।
the growth engine of the
ये
world.
इसलिए है
And
क्योंकि
the
भारत
reason
ने
for this is
आपदा
that India
और
has
मुश्किलों के समय
converted
आर्थिक
crises
सुधार के
and
अवसर में
difficulties into
परिवर्तित किया।
opportunities for economic
पिछले कुछ वर्षों में हमने
in the last few
मिशन
years,
मोड में
we have
जो
carried
रिफॉर्म्स
out
किए हैं
reforms in mission
उनसे
mode.
भारत में
These
ईज
reforms
ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस
have
में
helped
लगातार बढ़ोतरी हुई है।
continuously improving ease of
हमने
doing
कंप्लायंस
business in
बर्डन को
India.
कम
We
किया
have
है।
also reduced the
रेड
compliance
टेप को
burden.
हटाकर
We
रेड
have
कारपेट
removed
बिछा
red
रहे
tape
हैं।
and instead laid the red
जीएसटी
carpet.
और इंसॉल्वेंसी एंड
There has been
बैंक्रप्सी
a
कोड के
boost
लागू
in
होने से
investor confidence
इन्वेस्टर
due to the
कॉन्फिडेंस
introduction of
बढ़ा है।
GST and the
रक्षा
implementation
और
of the
अंतरिक्ष जैसे क्षेत्र
insolvency and bankruptcy
जिनको
code.
प्रतिबंधित माना
Areas
जाता
such as
था
defense and space
आज
that were considered
प्राइवेट सेक्टर
restricted
के लिए
have today been
खोल
opened
दिए
up
गए
for
हैं।
the private sector.
हमने पब्लिक सर्विस
We
डिलीवरी
have laid special
और गुड
focus
गवर्नेंस पर
on public service
विशेष रूप से ध्यान
delivery
केंद्रित
and
किया।
good governance.
टेक्नोलॉजी के
By
इस्तेमाल से
leveraging
भारत ने
technology, India
फाइनेंशियल
has
इंक्लूजन
taken a
की
massive
और एक
leap
बड़ी छलांग
towards
लगाई।
financial inclusion.
इसका सबसे अधिक
The
लाभ
maximum
हमारी
benefit of
ग्रामीण
this has
महिलाओं
reached
को
our
मिला है।
women in rural India.
आज एक क्लिक से
Today, with one
भारत में
click, millions of
करोड़ों
people
लोगों
in
को
India get
डायरेक्ट
direct
बेनिफिट
benefit
ट्रांसफर किए
transfers.
जाते हैं।
So
अब
far,
तक
more than
$360 बिलियन से भी
$360
अधिक
billion
ऐसे
of
ट्रांसफर
such transfers
किए जा
have
चुके
been
हैं।
made. This
इससे सर्विस
has
डिलीवरी में
increased
पारदर्शिता बढ़ी है
transparency in service
और
delivery
भ्रष्टाचार और
and
मिडलमैन
reduced
कम हुए हैं।
corruption and middlemen.
प्रति गीगाबाइट
India
डाटा की कीमत में
has the
भारत
cheapest
सबसे
per
किफायती देशों
gigabyte
में है।
cost.
आज
Today,
भारत में
in India,
स्ट्रीट
from
वेंडर से
street
लेकर
vendors to
बड़े बड़े
large
शॉपिंग
shopping
मॉल
malls,
तक
all use
यूपीआई
UPI,
यानी
that is
यूनिफाइड
the
पेमेंट
Unified
इंटरफेस
Payments
का
Interface.
इस्तेमाल किया जाता है।
Today,
आज विश्व के सबसे
India
अधिक
is the country with
डिजिटल
the highest
ट्रांजैक्शन वाला
number of
देश
digital
भारत
transactions in the world.
यूएई,
Countries
फ्रांस,
like
सिंगापुर
UAE,
जैसे देश
Singapore,
इस
France
प्लेटफॉर्म के
are
साथ
also
जुड़े
joining
हैं।
this platform.
ब्रिक्स देशों के साथ भी
There are
इस पर
several
काम करने के लिए
possibilities of working
अनेक
on this
संभावनाएं
with
हैं।
BRICS countries
भारत
also.
के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर
The
में बड़े पैमाने
large-scale
पर हो रहे
investment
निवेश से
being done on
देश का
infrastructure in
परिदृश्य
India
बदल
is
रहा है।
changing the country's landscape.
इस वर्ष के बजट
And
में
this
हमने
year's
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के
budget,
लिए लगभग
we have kept a
$120
provision
बिलियन
of
का
approximately
प्रावधान रखा है।
$120 billion
इस निवेश के
for
माध्यम से
infrastructure.
हम
By way
भविष्य
of
के
this
एक नए भारत
investment,
की
we are laying a
मजबूत नींव
strong
रख रहे हैं।
foundation for a new India
रेल,
of the future.
रोड,
Rapid
वाटरवे,
changes are coming
एयरवेज,
into effect
हर
in
क्षेत्र में
all areas of
तेज गति से
railways, roads,
बदलाव आ रहा है।
highways, and airways.
आज भारत में
Today,
10,000
India,
किलोमीटर
new
प्रति वर्ष की
highways
रफ्तार
are being
से
constructed at a
नए
speed
हाईवे
of
बन रहे हैं।
10,000 kilometers
पिछले
per
9
year.
वर्ष में
The number of
एयरपोर्ट की
airports
संख्या
has doubled
दोगुनी
in the
हुई
last
है।
9 years.
निवेश और
We we have
उत्पादन को बढ़ाने के
implemented
लिए
the
हमने प्रोडक्शन लिंक
incentives
इंसेंटिव
with an
स्कीम लागू
objective
की है।
to promote investment
लॉजिस्टिक्स
and
कॉस्ट
production,
कम होने से भारत का
logistics costs reducing,
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग
the
सेक्टर
manufacturing sector of
कॉम्पिटिटिव हो
India
रहा
is
है।
becoming competitive.
रिन्यूएबल
India
एनर्जी के
is
क्षेत्र में
amongst
भारत
world leaders
वर्ल्ड
in
लीडर्स
the
में से
area
एक
of
है।
renewable energy.
हम भारत को
We are
सोलर
taking
एनर्जी,
active steps to
विंड
make
एनर्जी,
India a
इलेक्ट्रिक
global
व्हीकल्स,
manufacturing hub
ग्रीन
in
हाइड्रोजन,
areas such
ग्रीन
as
अमोनिया
solar
जैसे
energy,
क्षेत्रों में
wind energy,
ग्लोबल
electric
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब
vehicles,
बनाने के
green
लिए
hydrogen,
सक्रिय रूप
green
से कदम उठा
ammonia.
रहे हैं।
It is quite
स्वाभाविक है
natural that with
कि
this,
इससे भारत में
India will
रिन्यूएबल
become a
टेक्नोलॉजी
huge
का एक
market
बड़ा
for
मार्केट
renewable
बनेगा।
technology.
आज भारत में विश्व का
Today,
तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप
India has the
इकोसिस्टम है।
world's third largest startup
भारत में इस समय
ecosystem.
100 से भी अधिक
There are more than
यूनिकॉर्न
100 unicorns in
IT,
India currently
टेलीकॉम,
in
फिनटेक,
areas such as
AI
IT,
और
telecom,
सेमीकंडक्टर्स
fintech,
जैसे क्षेत्रों
AI,
में
and
मेक
semiconductors.
इन इंडिया,
We are moving
मेक फॉर
forward
द वर्ल्ड के
with a
विजन को
vision of making
आगे
India
बढ़ाना है।
make for the world.
इन सभी
All of
प्रयासों
these
का
efforts have
सामान्य जन के
directly
जीवन
had
पर
a
प्रत्यक्ष
positive
रूप से
impact on the lives of
सकारात्मक
common
प्रभाव
people.
पड़ा है।
In the
पिछले
last
9
9
वर्षों में
years, the
लोगों की
income
आय में
of
लगभग
people has
3 गुना
increased
वृद्धि हुई है।
approximately 3
भारत
times.
के आर्थिक विकास में
Women's
महिलाओं की
participation in the
सशक्त
economic
भागीदारी
development
रही
of
है।
India has been significant.
आईटी से लेकर
From
स्पेस
IT
तक,
to space, from
बैंकिंग से
banking
लेकर
to
हेल्थ केयर
healthcare,
तक,
women
महिलाएं
have worked
पुरुषों के साथ
shoulder
कंधे
to
से कंधा
shoulder
मिलाकर
with
देश
men
की
and
प्रगति
are
में योगदान
contributing
दे
to the
रही है।
country's progress.
भारत के लोगों ने
The people of India have
2047
resolved to
तक
become a developed
एक
nation
विकसित राष्ट्र
by
बनाने का
2047.
संकल्प लिया है। फ्रेंड्स,
Friends, I
मैं आप सभी
invite
को
all of you
भारत की विकास
to be a
यात्रा में
part of
शामिल
India's
होने के लिए
development journey.
आमंत्रित करता हूं।
The COVID
कोविड
pandemic
महामारी ने
has
हमें
taught us the importance of
रेजिलियंट और
resilient
इंक्लूसिव
and
सप्लाई चेन्स
inclusive
के
supply chains.
महत्व को सिखाया है।
For this,
इसके लिए
mutual trust
आपसी विश्वास
and
और
transparency
पारदर्शिता
are
बहुत
extremely
ही महत्वपूर्ण
important.
है।
By
हम
bringing
एक
our
दूसरे की
strengths
ताकतों को
together,
जोड़कर
we
पूरे
can
विश्व,
make significant
खासतौर पर
contributions
ग्लोबल
to the
साउथ के
welfare
कल्याण
of
में
the world,
महत्वपूर्ण
especially
योगदान
the
दे
global
सकते हैं।
south.
एक्सेलेंसी,
Once
मैं एक बार
again,
फिर
I congratulate the
बिजनेस
leaders
जगत के
of the
लीडर्स को
BRICS business world
उनके योगदान के लिए
contribution.
बधाई देता हूँ।
I
इस
also
मीटिंग के
thank
शानदार
my
आयोजन के लिए
friend,
मैं मेरे मित्र
President Ramaphosa,
राष्ट्रपति रामाफोसा
for
का
his
भी
excellent
आभार
arrangements
व्यक्त
for
करता
this
हूँ।
meeting. Thank
बहुत
you
बहुत
very
धन्यवाद।
much.
I'd like to
thank
the Prime Minister.
Dhanyavad. Thank you.
We now have a
statement by His Excellency
President
President
Xi
Xi Jinping,
President of the
People's Republic of China,
which will be
delivered
by Mr.
Wang Wentao, the Minister of Commerce of the People's
China.
Republic of China.
Please join me
in welcoming Minister Wang
to make the
the statement on behalf of President Xi.
Thank you, Minister Patel.
下面呢，我荣幸的
It is
代
my
为
great
泰
honor
国中
to
华人民
read
共
out
和
the
国主
remarks
席
on behalf
习
of
近
His
平总
Excellency
书
Xi
记
Jinping,
在
President of the People's
2023 年
Republic of
金
China,
砖国
at
家
the
工
closing
商领
ceremony
导
of
闭
the
幕上
BRICS
的致
Business
辞。
Forum 2023.
尊敬的
Your
大
Excellency
马
President
上
Guatemala
总统
Cyril Ramaphosa,
各位工商界
members
的
of the
朋
business
友，
community,
女
ladies
士们、
and
先生们、
gentlemen,
朋友，
friends,
祝
I
贺
wish to
金
extend
砖
my
国
warm
家工商论
congratulations on
坛
the
在南
success
非
of the BRICS
成功
Business
举办。
Forum in South Africa.
10
10
年
years ago
前，
here in
我
South
和
Africa,
其他
we
金砖
BRICS
国家领
leaders
导人
witnessed
在南
the
非
birth of the
共同
BRICS
见证
Business
了
Council.
金砖国家工商理事会的诞生。
Since
10 年
then,
来，
the
金砖
Council
国
has
家
stayed
工
true
商
to its
界不忘
founding
初
mission.
心，把
It
握
has
机
seized
遇，
opportunities
深
to
化
deepen
合作，
cooperation,
为金砖各
contributing
国
to
经济社
economic
会
and
发
civil
展
development
做
of
出
BRICS
了积
countries,
极贡献，
and help
也为
to
世界
sustain
经济
global
注入了
economic
增
growth.
长，注入了正能量。当
Right now,
前，世界之
changes
变、
in the
时
world,
代之变、
in our times
历
and in
史之变，
history,
正
are
在以
unfolding
前
in
所未
ways
有的
like never
方式
before,
展开，
bringing
人类
human
社会
society
走到了
to
关
a
键的档
critical
口，
juncture.
是坚持合作与融合，
Should we
还是
pursue
走向
cooperation and
分裂
integration, or just
对
succumb
抗
to？division and confrontation?
是携手
Should
维
we
护
work
和平
together
稳
to
定，
maintain peace and
还是
stability,
滑
or
向
just sleepwalk
新
into
冷
the
战的
abyss of a new
深
Cold
渊？
War?
是
Should we
开放
embrace
包容中
prosperity,
走向繁
openness,
容，还是在霸道霸凌中陷入萧条？是在交流与互鉴中增进互信，还是让傲慢与偏见蒙蔽良知？历史的钟摆朝向何方，取决于我们的抉择。 An English Chinese thinker observed that following the underlying trend will lead one to success, while going against it can only cause one to fail. We humankind have achieved notable economic development and social progress over the past decades, and that is because they have drawn lessons from the 2 world wars and the Cold War, followed the historical trend of economic globalization, and embarked on the right path of openness and development for win-win cooperation. Our world today has become a community with a shared future, in which we all share a huge stake of survival. What people in various countries long for is definitely not a new Cold War or a small exclusive bloc. What they want is an open, inclusive, clean, and beautiful world that enjoys enduring peace, universal security, and common prosperity. Such is the logic, historical advance, and the trend of our times. 10 years ago, I made the proposition of building a community with a shared future for mankind, calling on all countries to build this planet we all call home into a harmonious family. In the face of high winds, choppy waters, and even treacherous storms, we in all countries need to uphold the correct views of the world, of history, and of our overall interests, and act to translate the vision of a community with a shared future for mankind into reality. We need to promote development and prosperity for all. Many emerging markets and developing countries have come to what they are today after shaking off the yoke of colonialism. With perseverance, hard work, and huge sacrifices, we succeeded in gaining independence and have been exploring a development path suited to our national conditions. Everything we do is to deliver better lives to our people. But some country, obsessed with maintaining its hegemony, has gone out of its way to cripple the emerging markets and developing countries. Whenever is developing fast becomes its target of containment, whenever is catching up becomes its target of obstruction. But this is futile. As I have said more than once, that blowing out others' lamp will not bring light to oneself. Every country has the right to develop, and the people in every country have the freedom to pursue a happy life. With that in mind, I have proposed the Global Development Initiative with the goal of promoting development for all by the international community and boosting the UN 2030 agenda for sustainable development. With the support of many countries, solid gains have been made in pursuing this initiative, with cooperation flourishing in various fields. China will work with all other countries to speed up cooperation under the Global Development Initiative, strengthen drivers of global development, promote the reform of the World Trade Organization in a comprehensive and in-depth manner, meet common challenges together, and make life better for people across the world. We need to achieve universal security. Recent years have seen a turbulent world. Many countries and regions are plagued by wars and conflicts, and many people are displaced. Members of the international community share the pressing hope to eradicate the root cause of conflict and wars, and find a fundamental way to realize enduring peace and security globally. Facts have shown that any attempt to keep enlarging a military alliance, expand one's own sphere of influence, and squeeze other countries' proper security can only create security predicament. And insecurity for all countries. Only commitment to a new vision of common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security can lead to universal security. Last year, I put forward the Global Security Initiative, and it has gained support from over 100 countries and international organizations. China stands ready to jointly pursue this initiative with all others. We should have dialogue and oppose confrontation. For partnership but not alliance, and pursue win-win outcome and oppose zero-sum game, and work together to build a community of security. We need to stay committed to exchanges among civilizations and mutual learning. One flower alone cannot make a beautiful spring. Only blossoming of a rich variety of flowers can bring spring to the global garden. Human civilization is colorful by nature. It is precisely because of the differences in history, culture, and system that all countries need to interact with each other, call on each other, and advance together. Deliberately creating division with the assertion of democracy versus authoritarianism and liberalism versus autocracy can only split the world
and lead to a clash of civilizations.
我提出
I put
全球
forward
文
the
明
global
倡议，
civilization
强调
initiative,
推进世界
calling
文
for
明多样
promoting
性，
diversity of global
弘扬
civilizations,
人类
common values of
共同价值，
humanity,
加
and
强
people
人文
to
交流
people
合
and
作。
cultural exchanges and
中方
cooperation.
欢迎各
China
国积极
welcomes
参
all
与
other countries to
倡
get
议合
involved
作，
in
促
cooperation
进不
under
同
this
文明
initiative.
百家争鸣，
We should
百花
encourage
齐
different
放，
civilizations to
打
bring
破
out
交
their
流
best
壁
and
垒，
flourish together.
更
We
是
should break
人类文
barriers to
明的
exchanges and
新
renew human civilization.
女士们、
Ladies
先
and
生们、
gentlemen,
朋友们，
friends,
变
as an
化
ancient Chinese philosopher
天地
observes,
之自然。
change is the nature of
当
the
今
universe.
时代，
The
以
collective
金砖
rise
国
of
家为
emerging
代
markets
表
and
的新兴
developing
市场
countries
国家
represented by
和
BRICS
发展中国家
is
群体性崛起，
fundamentally
正从根本
changing
上
the
改变世
global
界的版
landscape.
图。新兴
Emerging
市
markets
场
and
国家
developing
和发展
countries
中国家
have
过去20年对
contributed
世界经济
as
增长的
high
贡献
as
率
80%
高达
of
80%。
global growth in the past
过
20
去
years.
40年，国
And
民
their
生
share
产
in
总
the
值
global
从
GDP
全球
has
占比
increased from
24%升
24%
值
40 years ago
40%以
to more than
上。
40%.
青
Just
山
as a line
遮
in
不
the
住，
Chinese poem reads,
必
no
经
mountains
风
can
雨
stop
去。
the surging flow of a
无
mighty
论有
river.
多少阻力，
Whatever
金
resistance there
砖
may
国
be,
家这支积
BRICS,
极、
a positive and
稳
stable
定、
force for
向
good,
善的力量都
will
将
continue
蓬
to
勃
grow.
发展。我们
We
将
will
不断
forge
深化
stronger
金砖
BRICS
战略伙
strategic
伴关系，
partnership,
拓展金
expand
砖
the
加
BRICS
模
Plus
式，
model,
积极推进货
actively
源
advance
进程，
membership expansion,
深化同其他新兴市
deepen
场国家和发
solidarity
展中
and
国家
cooperation
团
with
结合
other
作，
emerging markets and
推进
developing
世界多
countries,
极化和
promote
国际关
global
系民
multipolarity
主
and
化，
greater
推
democracy
动
in
国际秩
international
序朝着
relations,
更加
and help
公
make
正
the
合理的
international
方
order
向
more
发展。
just and equitable.
今天，
The
金砖国
gathering
家从
between
50
BRICS
多个国
countries
家
and more than 50
聚
other
首
countries
谈
in
飞，
South Africa today
不是
is
拉
not an
谁
exercise of
选
asking
谁，
countries to
选
take
边
sides,
站队，
nor
不是
an
搞阵营对
exercise
抗，
of creating
而是
bloc
打造和
confrontation.
平发展
Rather,
的
it is an
大格
endeavor
局。
to expand the
我
architecture
高兴
of
看到
peace and development.
20多个国家
I'm glad to
正
note that
叩
over
响
20
金
countries
砖
are
的大
knocking
门，
on the door of BRICS
中方
and
真
are
诚
hopes
欢
to
迎
see
大家
more
加入
joining the
金
BRICS
砖合作
cooperation
机制。
mechanism.
女士们、先生
Ladies
们、
and
朋友们，
gentlemen, friends,
中国坚定
China
奉行
is
独立自
committed
主的
to an
和平
independent foreign
外
policy
交政
of
策，
peace
致力于
and the
推动
building
构
of
建
a
人类命运共
community
同
with a
体。
shared future of
作为
mankind.
发展中国
As a
家，
developing
全球
country
南
and a
方的
member of
一
the
员，
global south,
我们始
China
终
breathes
同
the
其
same
他发
breath
展中
with
国
other
家
developing
同夫
countries
谐共命
and
运，
pursues a shared
坚
future
定
with
维
them.
护发展中国
China
家
has
共同
resolutely
利益，
upheld the common
推动
interests of
增加
developing
新兴市
countries
场国家
and worked to
和
increase the
发展中国
representation
家
and
在
voice of
全球
emerging
事务
markets
中
and
的代
developing
表
countries
性和发
in
言
global
权。
affairs.
中国没有
Nationalism
称
is
皇
not in
称霸
China's
的基
DNA.
因，没有大
Nor does
国
China have
博弈
any
的冲动，
motivation to engage in
坚
major
定地
power
站在历
competition.
史正确
China
的一面，
stands firmly on the right
坚
side of
定奉
history
行
and
大
believes
道
that
至
the
行，
just cause
天
should
下
be
为公。
pursued for the common good.
当前，
At
中国人民
present,
正在中
we
国共产
Chinese
党
under
带
the
领下，
leadership of
以
the
中国
Communist
式现
Party
代
of
化
China
全面
are
推进
advancing
中
the
华民
great
族
rejuvenation
伟
of
大
the
复兴。
Chinese nation
中
on all
国式
fronts
现代化
by
主要
pursuing
特征是
Chinese
人口规
modernization.
模巨大，
Chinese modernization
全体
aims
人
to
民
achieve
共同
common
富裕，
prosperity,
物质文明
material
和
and
精神文明
cosmetic
相协
advancement,
调，
harmony
人和
between
自然
humanity and
和谐
共生，
and
走
peaceful
和平发
development
展
for
道
a
路。
huge population.
中国是现代
Chinese
化创造了
modernization
人类
has
文明的
created a new
新
form
形态
of，human
展
advancement,
现出现代化
representing
的
the new
新
future
途
of
径。
modernization.
希望
I
广
hope
大
that
发展中国
developing
家
countries
都
and
能
draw
同
on the
本国
outstanding
国情出发，
achievements of
在
human
借鉴人类优
civilizations
秀文明
and
成
find
果
their
基
own
础上，
paths to
探
modernization
索实
in
现
keeping
现
with their
代化
national
的新路
conditions.
径。高质量
Achieving
发
high
展是
quality
中国全
development
面
is a
建设
top
现代化
priority
国
in
家的
China's
首
goal
要
of
任务。
fully building
我们
itself
致
into a
力于
modernized
贯彻新
We are
发展
committed
理
to
念，
apply a new
构建
development
新发展
philosophy
格
and
局。
creating a new
过去10
development
年，
paradigm.
中国对
In
世
the
界
past
经济
days,
的年平
China
均
has
贡献
contributed
率
more than
超过
30% of annual
30%。
global growth.
今
This
年以
year,
来，
the
中
Chinese
国经济
economy
保
has
持
maintained
回
the
升向
momentum of
的态
recovery
势。
and growth.
中
China
国具有
enjoys
社会主
several
义市场
distinct
经济的
advantages.
体
A
制
socialist
优势、
market economy
超
in
大规模市
systemic
场
terms,
的
a
需
supervised
求
market in
优
terms
势、
of demand,
产业配
a
套体系
full-fledged industrial
完
system
整
in
的
terms of
供
supply,
给优势、
and
大量高素质
abundant
劳动者和企业
high-caliber
家
labor
的
force and
人才优
entrepreneurs
势。
in terms of human
中国经
resources.
济韧性强、潜力
The
大、
Chinese
活力
economy
足、
has strong
长
resilience,
期
tremendous
向好的基
potential,
本面
and
不会
great
改变。
vitality.
中国经济
The
大船
fundamental
将
sustaining
乘
China's
风
long-term
破浪，
growth will
持
remain
续前
unchanged.
进。
The giant ship of the Chinese
中国
economy
将
will
始
continue
终
to
是世
cleave
界
waves
发
and
展的
sail
机遇。
ahead. China
我
will
们
remain an
敞
important
开大
opportunity
门，
for the world's
谁来
development.
同我们合
Our
作，
door is
都
wide
欢
open
迎。
to anyone who
作为
wants
一
to
个
engage in
超大规
cooperation
模
with
经
us.
济体，
As a supersized economy, China will remain firm in advancing high standard of development. We will continue to expand market access, cut the negative list for foreign investment, and further open the modern services sector. We will steadily improve the business environment, provide natural treatment to foreign invested enterprises, foster a world-class market-oriented business environment governed by a sound legal framework, and build a globally oriented network of high-standard trade areas. We will continue to advance ecological conservation, accelerate the building of a beautiful China, actively and prudently move toward carbon peak and carbon neutrality, and pursue all-round green transition in economic and social development. Going forward, as it endeavors to achieve modernization for its more than 1.4 billion people, China will surely contribute even more to the global economy and provide even more opportunities for the global business community. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, a formidable mission is a magnificent and glorious mission. As long as we work in unity and strengthen cooperation, we will not be intimidated by any risk or challenge on the way ahead, and we will surely steer the giant of human development to a brighter future. Thank you.
I wish to thank President Xi Jinping for his remarks and to Minister Wang for delivering it on His Excellency's behalf. We've now heard the views of 5 heads of state, views representing more than 40% of the world's population. The Excellencies too have heard the reports from the business community of the discussion you have had today. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close of the session. I want to thank very sincerely the heads of state, the Excellencies, for the time, for the insights, and for the comments that they've made. The heads of state will leave the stage now, and we say farewell to them as they proceed to their next meeting in what will be a busy few days. I ask that you join me in saying thank you to them as they take leave of absence from us. Okay.
All right, can I have your attention? Can I have your attention, please, for the audience remaining? It's just time for me to tell you a big thank you very much. As we come to the end of the proceeding for the day, we wish you well for the remainder of for those traveling for the remainder of the period here at the BRICS Summit. Don't forget these translator headpieces must be left behind. And we pray, as we have said before, that great good will come out of this particular BRICS Summit, the BRICS Summit of 2023. Thank you. To